The Horseboy, a father's miraculous journey to heal his son.
CD 2.
And so, having made sure that I had wipes, new underwear, and a change of trousers in my jacket pocket, I clapped heels to Blackie's sides and took off up the trail at a gallop, urging her on by whacking her sides with a plastic pack of wet wipes, her hooves shaking the ground as we thundered poo-ward. "Cold Brown!" I shouted with mock urgency as I pulled up by the van, waving the wipes above my head. "Cold Brown!" Rowan, standing outside the parked vehicle, giggled. Tomu stood next to him, holding his nose, watched over by the monolithic driver and a small girl and her whip-thin dad, who sat atop a pile of hay loaded onto a yak cart and had stopped to take in the spectacle. "Cold Brown!" I yelled again, waving the wet wipes in the air theatrically and leaping off Blackie into a dead run, stuntman style, just for the hell of it. "Stinky," said Rowan matter-of-factly. "Stinky yucky." We camped by a stream nearby. In the gorgeous golden light, Tomu and Rowan stripped off and played with his animals, setting them up in the fast-flowing, tinkling water. I knew he'd likely lose one or two, but didn't have the heart to interfere. So involved were they in their play. I left them alone. Asked Jeremy and Kristen to keep an eye on the boys and, there still being at least an hour of daylight left, took Blackie for a ride up the mountainside to the forest margin to sit and think. Justin rode with me, intent on capturing some wild sound. It made me think of some invisible gorilla made of ether, of the birds, the wind. I offered to watch the horses while he walked off with his strange-looking equipment of mixer bag and hand-held boom mic wrapped in what looked like a huge fluffy sock, a kind of dirty grey Pekingese impaled on a handheld stick. I selected 2 birch saplings to tether the horses to, sufficiently far apart so they wouldn't get tied up in each other's lead ropes or fall to fighting and kicking as some horses do. I sat down on a stump. The light up here was brilliant, sharp, clear, filtered through leaves. There was bird song everywhere, distant sounds of voices and whinnying horses from the camp below. I took out my notebook, clicked the pen to begin writing. The changes were coming so thick and fast. Since the shamans, Rowan had made his first friend, had temporarily overcome his fears and anxieties, had consciously misled us, or so it seemed anyway, had spontaneously rapped, had allowed Kristen and me to leave him without protest, and was becoming more verbal by the day. And this day of first still had one last surprise left in it. That night, after we'd eaten our usual noodle, meat and fat soup, should one of us take over the cooking? I wondered. The temperature fell so rapidly that we all retired early to our tents. But Rowan just wasn't tired. From my side of the tent I heard him talking to himself, some of it gibberish, some of it words I could understand, mostly about animals, the usual stuff. Kristen sang to him, tried to gentle him down to sleep, but he seemed to have an unusual energy tonight. As I drifted in and out of consciousness, I heard him asking her to sing over and over, and her "time to sleep now" became gradually more desperate. On a sudden impulse, I wriggled out of my sleeping bag, got up, and unzipped their side of the tent. "Hey, Rowan," I said, "want to go for a walk with Daddy and see the stars?" "Walk with Daddy?" "Great," said Kristen, with well-earned relief, as Rowan struggled out of her embrace, and I felt in the dark for his feet so I could put his Crocs on. Then I took his little hand, and out into the cold starlight we went. We trudged up the gradual slope behind the tents, hand in hand, crossing the narrow dirt track that served as the local highway, heading in roughly the same direction that I had ridden earlier on Blackie. It's strange how gradients, when walked in the dark, seem to surprise your legs, as if the hill has come alive and decided to shock your knees by suddenly rising underneath them, the way moguls do when you ski. Rowan was full of beans, trotting along beside me, talking to himself in his sing-song voice. "Look at the stars. Look at the beautiful moon. How do you spell moon? M-O-O-N. It's a hill. We're walking. It's a big hill." "Want to go up to the forest?" I asked. Somewhat rhetorically, it was pretty far, after all, and the darkness, but for the sickle moon and stars, was almost total. "Yes, I do." "Good yesing, Rowan." "Good yesing, Rowan," he echoed. "It's a good yes." "Indeed it is." We walked on in silence for a while, the hillside growing steeper, our breath making steam in the cold air. There would be frost later. We must be at a very high elevation here, I thought, as our pace slowed. Strange how hot this place was, yet how cold. How amazing to be here at all, with my son, out walking in the Mongolian night together, his small hand in mine, surrounded by stars and silence. We stopped, the hill too steep now for comfort, to breathe it all in. "There was a very small boy," said Rowan suddenly, his voice disembodied in the dark. "A small boy?" "A very small boy. He went on an adventure." I began to say something, to make some comment, as Kristen and I, as the therapists and teachers, all of us always did, always trying to encourage imagination, speech. Then some instinct told me to shut my mouth. "A very small boy on adventure. He went on adventure. And—" here's something unintelligible, followed by the word shamans. "Shaman," Rowan continued, his little voice like music in the dark. "Whack, whack, whack on the back. And then tamu." Again something I couldn't follow. Then the word friend. "A friend," Rowan resumed. Talking to whom? To the stars, to the night, to himself, to me, to God? "And the van and horses," he went on. And Rowan was quite upset. "And mountains and eagles." My son was telling a story, the story of his own experience. I was stunned. He fell silent. "Is Buster in the adventure?" I hazarded at last, wanting him to continue. "Yes, Buster and Rowan and Tamu. Once upon a time there was a little boy called Rowan, and he went to Mongolia and saw some shamans." He began to walk again, pulling me with him, back down the hillside now, back towards the snorts of the tethered horses and the faint moonlit glow of the stream, alternating between babble and tangible, relevant words. Tamu, friend, pirate, play, horse, mountain, eagles, shamans. "You're telling me about your adventure, Rowan. That's amazing." He giggled. I could feel his smile in the dark, hear it in his voice. "Rowan's adventure," he said, leading me downhill by the hand. "Rowan's adventure." We took leave of our guides by the banks of the stream in the sunny, rapidly warming morning. A number of herdsmen had ridden in, no doubt having heard through the local equivalent of the bush telegraph that foreigners were camped out here in the middle of, well, not exactly nowhere. This was their home, after all. To them it was local, familiar. To us, utterly exotic and foreign. Suffice to say that we were entertainment. Despite the early hour, as we packed up the tents and backpacks, ready to say goodbye to the horses and to the guides who'd taken such good care of us, and to load everything into the van, bottles of vodka began to appear. Another man showed up, not on horseback, but on a motorbike, with a large plastic jug of Irag. We were all a little tipsy by the time the first thermos of tea appeared on the camp table, along with the inevitable Mongolian butter biscuits, aptly and hilariously named Rain Man biscuits. Rowan and Tomu splashed in the stream, looking for, and finding, thankfully, a number of the toy animals that had been left there in the mud the previous evening. "Time to say good-bye to Blackie," I said to Rowan. "Come on, let's give her a kiss and say thank you for carrying us." "Good-bye to Blackie," echoed Rowan automatically, not that interested, then yelling loudly as I lifted him up to make the goodbye a reality. "All done, horses!" he yelled, kicking his legs. "Yes, all done, horses," I confirmed. "We're just giving her a kiss goodbye." He relaxed, allowed himself to be taken over to the grazing Blackie, and dutifully gave her a hug around the neck and a kiss on her soft black nose, then ran back to the river bank and Tomu. I watched him go, feeling sad despite the magic of the night before, and worried again that when the time came to head off into Siberia to find the reindeer people, he would not get back on a horse, which was the only way to get there. Not to mention the nagging worry that I had actually put him off horses for good, out of my desire for him to be some kind of horse wonder boy. When I'm heavily stressed, I sometimes manifest it physically with cold sores on the lip. I could feel the tingle of one coming now, and sent up a prayer that it wouldn't be a big one. There was a tap on my shoulder. The youngest and tallest of the guides was trying to say something to me, pointing to Rowan and pointing to Blackie. With no Mongolian I couldn't understand, but I did make out the words Kuni and Boli, horse and boy. Kristen wandered over, as did the other guides and the locals who had gathered. A vodka bottle was proffered from somewhere. I took a breakfast swig. "Is he calling Rowan a horse boy?" I asked, trying to make sense of what was evidently a fairly important message. "We need Tulga. Tulga!" I had to shout it a few times before Tulga emerged from the toilet tent, waving a hand as if to say, I'm coming." Couldn't get even a few minutes' peace, poor man. He came over, listened to what the young guide had to say, then smiled from ear to ear. "Oh, listen, Rupert, this is a great honour. They are giving Rowan the horse." "Giving him Blackie?" "Yes. Rupert, Kristen, you must sit down. There is a sort of ceremony to this. It's very," he fished for the right word, "unusual, no, rare, to be given a horse like this. This is something very special. Sit, I'll translate." "Wow, I have to say I'm very surprised by this." He laughed, looking pleased. So we sat there on the warm, close-cropped turf, side by side, the sound of Rowan's and Tomu's happy chatter floating up from the stream bank. 2 blue silk scarves were brought forward, the same kind we had seen hanging from the larch trees at the shaman's site outside Ulaanbaatar, and had subsequently seen at various ovus along the road. Each scarf represented a horse, for they were giving Rowan not just Blackie, but also a younger sorrel horse that was, they said, a racehorse that had already won many of the medals I'd seen hanging in the grandfather's gear on the morning we'd set off. "They say," Tulga translated, "that they are sure that Rowan will be healed, and that the next time he comes to Mongolia he will be riding by himself, and riding well enough to ride in races like the Mongolian boys do. So they are saying that Blackie and the racehorse there will be kept for him, as his horses for his return. They say not to worry, that everything will be okay with Rowan. They've been watching him, and they see how he is with the animals, with the nature, and that you and Kristen have done the right thing to bring him here. He will be healed, and he will come back to Mongolia. And when he does, he will ride by himself, like a child of the steppe." I felt tears starting. I should say something. I began to stumble clumsily through my thanks, to say how honoured I felt, wondering what things of consequence I could possibly give in return.
Track 22.
I thought of Betsy, waiting for Rowan back in Texas, the horse that had carried us here, to this point, both physically, to a large extent, and morally. Then an idea occurred to me. Please tell them that I would like to give a horse too. When I go back to America, would they like it if I was to find a good stallion there, the same breed that Rowan's horse is back home, and send them some semen from him for one of their best mares? Would that be a good thing? Tulga translated. There was a roar of assent. The vodka came round again. Kristen hissed. You sure you can do that, Roo? Yes, I think so. My granddad in Zimbabwe used to import bull semen from Texas for his Brangus ranch. They transported in frozen nitrogen. Tulga, do people ever do this here? Yes, I think so. I've heard about the veterinary department at the university in Ulaanbaatar doing things like this. I think it can be arranged. So we drank to it. Brought Rowan over for some reluctant Polaroids. Fortunately, the guards didn't seem to mind his lack of social graces. Then had more vodka and hugs all round. God, but they were strong, solid muscle, all of them. No wonder they'd conquered the world on their tough little horses, and then given up the warrior path for Buddhism. You had to admire these people. How many nations have gone from death-dealing to enlightenment like that? Then the oldest of the locals who'd shown up to help see us off said something to Tulga, something that made Tulga's eyebrows fly up in genuine surprise. There was a spring, he said, a healing spring close to Lake Shaga, that was known to be good for the brain. More than that, on the way to the lake there lived a man, a traditional healer, who specialized in healing through channeling ki, or chi, the Oriental term for energy. Did we want to see him? Asked Tulga. I looked at Kristen. It involved merely the laying on of hands, Tulga went on, and the man's house was along our route. I nodded. It couldn't hurt, I reasoned. And the spring, I asked, as we bumped along the rough road, would that be easy to find? The old guy said, We'll find it no problem. Tulga turned around in the front seat, Tomu sitting relaxed and easy on his lap. It's maybe 12 miles from the lake, but easy to find. Maybe less even. Just ask anyone around there, he says. It's famous. So famous you've never heard of it? Tulga grinned. Well, I'm a city boy. The healer lived in a small town of log cabins, huddled incongruously on the steppe like the afterthought of civilization that it was. The Soviets built these towns to try to make us easier to control, said Tulga, as we bumped a couple of hours down this appallingly potholed dirt road towards the place. And indeed, we'd passed areas of steppe where Tulga had pointed out that the grass grew in straight lines, with little dips separating them. That's where they tried to plough. 1 tractor per community. It didn't work. The grass has grown over it now, but they wanted the steppe to be one big wheat field. This town even has a railway, had a railway, to take the grain away. It did, an old grain depot falling to pieces by a short remaining piece of track that went from nowhere to nowhere, a monument to the failure of the Soviet dream and the triumph of the free life of the steppe. Yet towns are strange things. Build them and people wouldn't continue to live in them, no matter how dirty, rubbish-strewn and decaying, even when there is virgin country just outside. So with this town, as we drove through it, dodging dogs, yaks, cows, sheep, goats, and straying horses. There was no shortage of people inhabiting the log cabins, faces peering from doors and windows. "What do they do for work here?" asked Jeremy. Tulga just shrugged. We'd been prepping Rowan for the encounter with the healer, worried that he might be anxious after the high drama of the shaman ceremony back in UB. But no sooner had we stopped by the great green-painted wooden doors of the yard that Tulga and the driver thought was the right one, than Rowan was out of the van, saying, "Let's go see the old man healer." And off he went, down the concrete pathway over the yard, where a few sheep and goats grazed, and into the house all by himself. We followed, Tulga a little embarrassed, to find Rowan staring at the old man and his wife, who sat at a battered table under a big wall hanging depicting running horses, irrelevantly saying, "Elephants come from Africa and India," and giving them his broadest, most charming smile. "Indeed they do," I said, grabbing him and plonking both of us down on the 70s-era sofa that the smiling couple, who seemed amused rather than irritated by Rowan, indicated for us to sit on, while Tulga explained our sudden arrival. The old man had a huge face with massive cheekbones, and the rest of it rough-hewn as if from a log in a forest somewhere, a face blunt cut from wood. Then animated by some forest sorcerer, two intelligent black eyes deep set below the jutting brow. If the man, who looked to be in his mid-60s or so, was in any way disturbed by our appearing out of the blue like this, he hid it well, instead listening to Tulga's description of Rowan's condition and asking questions as if this were a consultation booked weeks in advance. To my alarm, his wife went off and then reappeared a few moments later with a dish piled high with dried sheep's milk curd. I took a piece and tried to nibble at it convincingly, as did Kristen, who had just joined us. Fortunately, the old man chose that very moment to ask me, through Tulga, about Rowan's history. I explained as best I could, then at the old man's request gave some facts about Rowan's birth. That he had been breech, had come a month early, had had to be delivered by caesarean. The healer nodded, taking in the information. Then he explained, again through Tulga, what he intended to do. He says he needs to feel Rowan's skull, see if there is any blocked energy there. Do you think Rowan will let him? I fully expected Rowan to scream, resist, when the old man put his hands on his head, and partly to reassure my son, partly to check that it indeed was not going to be painful, I asked if the healer could put his fingers on my cranium first. Rowan looked on curiously as I sat on the floor before the healer and let his strong, experienced fingers quest their way over my head. Not only was it not at all painful, it was downright pleasurable, something between a head massage and, well, healing, I suppose. The feeling of well-being that started to suffuse me from the head down was undeniable. I closed my eyes, trying to pay attention and not just let myself be taken by the good feeling, while the old man talked and Tulga translated. He says you have blocked energy there at the bottom right corner of your skull. He wants to know if you ever get headaches there. I did. The old man's fingers travelled up the right side of my skull, spreading little smiles over my head as he did so. I didn't want it to stop. He says these things run in families. Rowan may have the same problem, translated Tulga as the hand stopped. I sighed, then leaned forward to scoop up Rowan, who had watched the whole process with some interest. He did not scream. To my amazement, Rowan sat quietly, contented, and let the old man's fingers travel over his scalp. The healer confirmed through Tulga that Rowan did indeed have the same energy blockage as I did. He says you need to massage him like this, up along the vein that runs along the side of the skull here, said Tulga. I watched. Head scrubble, said Rowan. He should have been twisting out of the man's grasp by now. He hated being messed with by anyone, especially a total stranger. He did yell when the old man's fingers began to touch more strongly, as he tried, he said, to unblock the energy. But only for a moment, for the old man let Rowan go at the point of crisis and told us that if we noticed a difference, less tantruming, more even-temperedness, over the next day or so, then we might think about trying something like this back home. If not, he shrugged modestly, he couldn't always heal everyone, but he felt that the energy was flowing better now. When we asked, gathering up our things, whether he recommended we visit the spring we'd just heard about and the sacred lake, he merely shrugged. "That is outside my ability to know," he said honestly, "but it certainly can't harm him." With that, a young couple holding a baby with a strangely bulbous head came shyly into the room. "It was time for him to see this patient," said the old man apologetically, gesturing that we should go. He bowed as we conveyed our thanks through Tulga. Behind him, on the wall, I noticed a picture of him, years younger, wearing a communist-looking uniform hung with medals. Was he older than he looked? A veteran, perhaps, of the Second World War's Mongolian front, when the Russians had fought the Chinese, using these soldiers of the steppe as cannon fodder. Or had he been drafted into some later war? The gentleness in his eyes belied any past ferocity, but the picture was a reminder of the Soviet tyranny that had once held sway over these lands, these people. As we drove out of the town along the terrible road, all sudden spine-juddering breaks and swerves, I asked Tulga, "Was he in the Soviet army, do you think?" "Oh, yes," Tulga smiled. "Everyone was. Had to be, for a while anyway, whether they liked it or not. It was communism." "And what about shamanism? Was that allowed under communism?" "Absolutely not. If they found a shaman's drum or robes in someone's gear or house, that person went to jail. Same with his kind of healing. If someone said to the authorities, 'That one, he's a healer or a shaman,' they'd arrest him. Even you guys, 10 years ago, we'd have had the KGB trailing us, interrogating me afterwards. We probably would not have been able to do this. Certainly not go to see shamans." So how did the tradition survive? Father to child. And in the remote places like Siberia, where we're going, there wasn't so much control. It's coming back now. We passed 2 standing stones carved with representations of great swirling horned reindeer, a testament to the colder climates of thousands of years ago. Back then, closer to the last ice age, there had been reindeer herders in Spain even. People had tamed the reindeer before they'd tamed the cow, the horse, the ass. And as the ice sheets had retreated north, so the herdsmen had gone with them. Now Mongolia was the furthest south you found reindeer cultures. The land hereabouts was dry, more arid than the green highlands we'd camped in the night before. We must have dropped to a much lower elevation. The day grew hot, uncomfortably hot. An hour or so beyond the little town, Tulga called a halt for lunch in a grove of elms by a broad river, the Orkhon, shallow and fast-flowing, perhaps 50 yards across. "A few hours on from here," he said, as the pimp-mobile shuddered to a merciful halt, and we piled out, stretching and groaning, there was another larger town, called Bulgan. There we could decide once and for all whether to go on to Lake Shaga as planned or just start heading north to the reindeer people. Christian still wasn't convinced we should go to the lake at all, knowing it meant something of a hellish drive for probably no tangible result. It was a beautiful spot on this elm-grown river bank, or at least it would have been had the place not been strewn with broken vodka and beer bottles, plastic bags, sweet wrappers, nappies, tampons, and condoms. We'd noticed as we'd neared the town and the road had widened that the amount of litter had gone from nothing to a lot, to piles of the stuff, here in what should have been a local beauty spot. "Be careful of Rowan if he wants to go in the water," warned Tulga. Rowan, along with Tomu, was already stripping off in the heavy heat and heading for the sparkling shallows. People throw vodka bottles in there when they get drunk, Best if he keeps his shoes on. He shouted something to the same effect in Mongolian to Tomu, who nodded and promptly stopped Rowan from kicking off his Crocs. To my amazement, Rowan, instead of yelling, as he would have done if Kristen or I had stopped him, complied without a murmur. "Jeremy, can you keep an eye on his toys?" I asked. "He's bound to want to play with them in the water." Sure enough, Rowan was already heading back to the van, saying, "Where's Simba?" I decided to go for a short walk along the river bank to try to check in with my gut. Should we sign up for a drive from hell towards a lake that even the local healer had seemed pretty equivocal about? Or should we save ourselves time and effort and just head straight north, which would give us more time to find the reindeer people, more time to spend with them if we did manage to locate their camps, and more time to look for a shaman if we needed to? It seemed a pretty obvious choice. Why, then, this compulsion to go on a wild goose chase to a place that I had found just once on the internet 3 years ago? There was no rational reason for going at all. Just this odd instinctive feeling, along with the thought that I'd always wonder. A big grey heron flapped up from the reeds. A few yards further on, I stepped delicately around a neat pile of dried human turds, the toilet paper stiff in the semi-desert air. A flock of wild ducks, some kind of teal, judging by the blue-green stripes on their wings, chattered and swam in the water. A tern, thousands of miles from the sea, winged overhead, keening like a gull. Was it nesting here, or just passing through en route to the far-off Arctic Ocean, where, incredible though it seemed, this river must eventually drain? I walked back to the vans, where a table had been set up under the elm's shade. Tulga was unfolding the map. "It is really far," I could hear Kristen saying doubtfully. "Yes," agreed Tulga, quietly looking at the map. "Yes, it is." So we batted the pros and cons back and forth across the makeshift camp table once more. Good sense said skip the lake, head north. The irrational, or rather non-rational voice said go, find out what is at the lake. In the middle of our deliberations, Rowan came up from the river bank to fetch his bacon. "Okay," I said on a sudden whim. "Why don't we let Rowan decide?" There was a general murmur of assent, so I gave it a try. "Hey, Rowan, what do you think? Shall we go to the lake first, then go to the reindeer people, or shall we—" He had already trotted off, completely ignoring me. If I wanted an answer, I had to get down to his level. I got up, followed him, and bent over to where he had set up his animals in the sand. "Dad, Dad," he said, not to me, but speaking for the animals. He was enacting a scene from The Lion King. The most dramatic scene, in which the father lion is hanging on the cliff and the lion cub, Simba, his son, is trying to reach him, to stop him from falling down among the hooves of the stampeding wildebeest in the gorge below. "Dad, Dad," is what the cub screams when his father falls among the hooves to die. "What have you done?" This was Scar, the evil uncle, talking, the lion who manipulates the young cub into thinking he has accidentally killed his father. I noticed that a toy tiger was standing in for the lion Rowan usually used for Scar. Funny, I hadn't heard him screaming about the loss of one of his toys. It was somewhere back in the stream under the starlit mountain, no doubt. "Hey, Rowan, do you want to go see the reindeer people?" "Yes, I do." "No, hold on. Do you want to go straight to the reindeer people? Or do you want to go to the lake first, then the reindeer people?" "Go to the lake first, then the reindeer people," he said without looking up. "All right, then we will. Hey, everyone, we have a decision. He says lake first, then reindeer people." Chapter 13, Repairing the Wind Horse, page 176. That evening we made camp in a high green meadow at the edge of the forest, looking out over a long, wide valley, perhaps 30 miles or more in extent, a view of unbroken green rising to distant snowcaps that seemed almost impossibly beautiful, like something not quite real, a painted backdrop for some Hollywood epic. We'd climbed slowly, over hours, back into the highlands,
Track 23.
leaving the hot semi-arid country behind us after the town of Bulgan, which, unlike the forgotten Soviet settlement that the healer lived in, was possessed of some charm. It had a main street with some old Russian-style public buildings with shuttered windows and green-painted roofs and porches, now dilapidated, but still whimsical in their way. There was a sort of supermarket, sparsely stocked, but it had bacon, which, along with white bread and crisps, seemed to be all Rowan would consent to eat now that he'd landed on Mongolian soil. It also had wet wipes, and, to our collective gratification, 4 bottles of astonishingly fine Bordeaux red wine for sale, priced at next to nothing. We bought the lot, then took a leg stretch up and down the dusty main street, dodging the usual interested livestock and returning the polite greetings of the townsfolk, who, with the typical Mongolian tact, treated the arrival of our ragged band on their dusty main street as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. There was a light feeling to the place. The corrugated iron roofs of the ubiquitous log cabins were painted festive colours, reds, blues, greens, yellows, all reflecting the afternoon sun. People smiled, nodded as we passed. As we drove out, 2 young boys raced their horses alongside our van for 100 paces or so, grinning from ear to ear. Even the road improved, the litter dwindling and eventually disappearing as we climbed steadily up through the higher steppe towards the forested slopes of low but jagged mountains, their clearings carpeted with vibrant purple willow herb. We stopped at 2 ovus dedicated to the lords of the 2 low mountain passes we crested on our steadily rising drive, and walked once around each ovu after Hada and Darga, the 2 drivers, to offer thanks for safe passage. We bought wild strawberries in glass jam jars from a group of women sitting by a bridge, where we stopped to let Rowan take a wade in the fast-flowing mountain water. When we finally made camp in the high mountain pasture at the forest's edge, with the incredible view out of the green infinity of the surrounding highlands, it felt as though we had arrived somewhere close to heaven. We gathered dead wood in the open, park-like glades of the forest margin. The pines were small, slender, perhaps 15 or so feet high, feminine-looking, like dancing maidens with their rich green swords strewn with flowers. Rowan began to gather one particular type that looked, as he put it, like a red raspberry flower. When he began to stuff one in his mouth, I shouted to Tulga for advice. "Don't worry," he replied, laughing. "We use that one for—" He fished in his vocabulary for a moment. "For our immune systems. We dry it and eat it in the winter with honey. Rowan can eat it, no problem." Tomu should too. "Hey, Tomu!" he called to his son, who was busily gathering kindling while the rest of us dragged the large fallen limbs and bowls out towards the open hillside where we'd parked. Tulga's suggestion, given in Mongolian, resulted in only a grimace and the universal tongue-out yuck expression that kids everywhere know how to give. Rowan, however, usually so picky about food, grabbed handfuls of the flowers and wolfed them down as if they were sweets. These landscapes. All the world is beautiful, except where humankind has deliberately worked to destroy that beauty. To me, farming landscapes are as beautiful as wilderness. But to see a landscape that has changed not one whit from the way it looked when it came out of God's hands, that is a rare thing. Stopping a moment to get a better grip on the log I was dragging, I happened to look up and see a spiderweb hanging from the lower needles of the tree that stood between me and the steppe. The evening sun had caught the silk, respun it in gold, gilding the spider too, so that it hung motionless, like a masterpiece from a master goldsmith's workshop, which in a way I suppose it was, the trees, the web, and the golden spider within that web, all marking the transitional point where forests ended and green steppe began. A window on eternity. Rowan ran past me. The whiff from his trousers obliterated the moment's grace. Or perhaps that was eternity too. I certainly hoped not. That evening, though, as the light faded and died and our fire caught and flickered into dancing orange warmth, Rowan and Tomu ran and ran. Further, in Rowan's case, than I had ever let him go before. He ran until he was no more than a distant speck down in a fold of the hill below. I stood to call his name, and as I did so, he stopped, turned, and went on with his game, acknowledging, not ignoring me. There had been a time when we'd despaired that he would ever know his own name, much less stop and look around when called. Tulga was talking more about the shamans and how it had been under communism. You know, I went to see a shaman myself, maybe 3 years ago. I was also whipped. He grinned. But seriously, just a couple of years before that, anyone going to consult a shaman would be arrested. The shaman too. But after some years, the police, even the secret police, they became afraid to arrest shamans. There were stories about policemen dying or falling ill. Also about prison wardens going into the cells and finding that the shamans had disappeared. No one could explain. So after a while, towards the end of communism, it became a bit less harsh. People started returning to the traditions, as long as you didn't make a big noise about it. And the Buddhists? Kristin wanted to know. What about them? The same. When the communists first came, they destroyed temples, many temples. Monks were killed, libraries destroyed. At first it was just like in Tibet, but then not as bad. After a time, I think, the leaders didn't want to do it any more. It was bad luck, so they tolerated the monks as long as they stayed out of politics. In fact, some of the leaders used to go consult with the monks for readings for their luck, to get advice. In China too, I think. Officially it was frowned on, but by the end they were all doing it. What do you mean, reading for luck? Tulga, dressed this evening in a traditional deal to keep out the rapidly rising cold, was looking more and more the traditional Mongolian nomad, less and less the semi-westernized scion of the new Mongolian tourism boom. His beard was beginning to grow. I grow it when Nara's not around to see, he confided earlier, grinning. You can ask the monks for a reading from the... Again he fished for the right word. Scriptures? No. Sutras, offered Kristin. Yes, the sacred texts. You can ask for a reading to help you with your wind horse, your luck. I thought the wind horse was the shaman's drum, I interrupted, having read this somewhere. Or at least the drumming the shaman does to go to the spirit world. That too. It's complicated. How does it work exactly? I pressed. I mean, the Lord of the Mountain idea and all that, what is it? Are there other spirits? Ancestors? I was thinking of the Bushmen and their idea that God lives in a village populated by the spirits of the ancestors, to which place a healer climbs while in his or her trance to bargain directly with God for the soul of the sick person or the soul of the community. Used to such generalities, the Bushmen tend to keep things a little vague, a little malleable. I was surprised by the precision of Tulga's answer. Each shaman prays to the Lord of the mountain or river where he comes from. We all do it too. When we go over a mountain pass or make a river crossing, we give thanks at an ovu. You've seen them. But in addition, he said, each shaman has other gods that he works with. There are 99 of them, 99 golden pillars that hold up heaven, each of which has its own god. I mean, there is one god, Tenga, but under him there are 55 white Tengas, or gods, and 44 black ones. Sub-gods, I interrupted. Took a thought for a moment. Maybe, kind of. More like aspects of the same god, or of humans, of the different ways humans can be, good and bad, black and white. I see, I said, trying to bend my brain around it. Archetypes, I suppose, but so many. Each of these Tengas governs a part of human life. Each shaman works with his own Tenga, some black, some white, to try to help human beings. So they talk with them, as well as with the local gods or the gods of their own places, the lords of the mountains and rivers, when they are doing the rituals. Are all the gods male, then? Asked Kristen. No, many different. It's hard to explain. How did one explain God in any language? A memory flashed into my mind. I had asked Temple Grandin, the adult autist and professor of animal sciences, who thought in pictures, what came into her mind when I said the word God. She'd replied that she saw an image of the universe, galaxy after galaxy, unending, infinite, beyond understanding. Look! Rowan burst suddenly into the firelight, holding up a toy baby elephant and a toy baby rhino. It's Lily and Asher from Whipsnade Wild Animal Park. Before coming out to Mongolia, while we'd been in England, we had taken Rowan to Whipsnade, Britain's largest zoo, and there he'd fallen in love with a baby Indian elephant called Lily and a baby Indian rhino called Asher. Lee and Asher, he repeated with passion. They're friends. Buster's going to give them some food. And he dashed back to his game in the half-dark, muttering to himself about Lee and Asher and Buster. I noticed he was placing the animal figures at the wide entrance of a marmot hole. Marmots are the large, ground-burrowing rodents whose flesh provides a ready source of extra sustenance for the nomads of the steppe, and whose fleas, in certain very hot summers, occasionally produce bubonic plague. The infamous Black Death of Europe's calamitous 14th century began out here on the Mongolian steppe, an unseen kind of death-dealing horde, different from the ones that usually exploded out of Mongolia and into the rest of medieval Eurasia. I made a mental note to check the whole area for toys before we left next morning to get the others to help quarter the ground. For where there was one marmot hole, there were sure to be a dozen others, and if we started losing too many toys now, we'd have nothing to keep Rowan going. Not to mention the tantrums that would ensue when he wanted them again and found them lost. It never ceased to amaze me how the boy could have such a steel-trap memory in so many ways, yet so routinely, and with such disruptive results for us, mislay his much-beloved animal toys. Tomorrow, perhaps halfway to Shaga Lake, there is a Buddhist monastery, said Tulga. Maybe we can stop there. I'd like that, said Kristen, the only practicing Buddhist among us. I'd like that very much. Next day, though we courted the ground and looked down all the marmot holes, both the baby elephant and the baby rhino were well and truly lost. Rowan uttered not a peep. The long hours in the van slipped by, eased by storytelling games. "What's your most embarrassing moment ever?" suggested Jeremy, as a way to pass the time. Kristen won, having the boys in stitches with tales of her attempts as a young girl in California to be cool. I wanted to be a death rocker. Big hair, white face makeup, and black clothes in all that LA heat, but I never had much luck with the boys. The day I finally plucked up courage to talk to the boy all the girls had a crush on, this weird thing happened. As I was talking to him, and it was kind of going well, Her face creased up at the memory, half cringing, half laughing. I blew this huge snot bubble right there in front of the coolest boy in the school. "Nice snot bubble," he said, then got up and walked away. I wanted to die. I didn't have Rowan's lack of ego, that's for sure. The stories ended in silence, except for the ever-present grind of the engine took over once more. We drove through empty steppe, green like Ireland, seas and oceans of grass, gentle hills covered in grass, mountains on each horizon. We glimpsed yellow marmots diving into their holes at the van's approach. Miles and hours seemed to melt into nothingness. You could see how you could just get on your horse, as the medieval Mongols had, and think, why not just keep riding until the sea of grass runs out and conquer as we go? A great bloody wheel, rolling and rolling down through the centuries, leaving a wake of carnage and suffering too enormous to contemplate. And then, after hundreds of years of doing that once a generation, the Mongols had just given it all up, realized somehow collectively that no matter how far and fast you rode, you're still right where you are. A cliché, but true. So they had embraced Buddhism, which had been brought into Mongolia in the 17th century by an itinerant monk who had wandered 1,000 miles or so from Tibet. And by so doing they kept their freedom, their manly sports of wrestling, horsemanship and archery, gave freedom and autonomy to their women, and then learned to survive gracefully by playing off to power-mad supernations, Russia and China, over whom they had once held sway, and who now wanted to hold sway over them. All this, even during the industrialization and Sovietization of the 20th century, while somehow keeping both the steppe's ecosystem and their own culture more or less intact. No mean feat. Perhaps it wasn't that simple. Before coming out here, I had run a quick search on mining concessions in Mongolia and downloaded a map of the country. It was pretty alarming. Almost the whole country was coloured in, denoting mining rights of foreign companies. Would this great emptiness, so full of life and the human freedom that went with it, still be here in a decade? We passed a flock of grey-blue cranes, the only vertical things in this landscape of grass and sky. Some time later we came upon a herd of camels, great shaggy two-humped beasts, who looked as surprised as we were at the sudden meeting. "Look," said Kristen, "a baby camel." But Rowan would not look, nor would he get out of the van. It was time for a leg stretch, however, so everyone else climbed out to get a closer look. Jeremy, stripped to the waist in the rising heat, stalked up to the mother camel, perhaps less than wisely, and almost touched noses. Everyone was laughing, joking. Still, Rowan refused to get out of the van, refused even to look in the direction of the animals. I felt the growing sore on my lower lip with my tongue. It was starting to hurt more, gathering its strength. Being in the present moment was all very well, but what if Rowan wouldn't ride? I was becoming like a broken record. No good Buddhist, I. Perhaps it was just as well that we were going to pass a temple.
Track 24.
If only as a reminder not to get too attached, as if such a thing were possible. We climbed back into the vans, the mounting heat beginning to pound the lightness out of the air, and began the long, long miles up and into the forest zone again, back down into the lower steppe once more, floating through a landscape that seemed to shimmer as the temperature steadily rose in some strange middle place between earth and sky. The monastery was a simple affair, a rude wooden cabin surrounded by several other wooden cabins in the middle of another of the far-flung log-built towns huddled on the steppe. The temple itself, marked out from the dormitories and refectory buildings by its sculptured eaves and the large prayer drum sitting out front, sat next to a big, run-down concrete school. Nomad children now attend boarding school 9 months out of the year, but the building was empty of students for the summer, the kids having gone back to their family gears to help with the herding, leaving the playground to be overrun by a troop of 6 pink piglets. "Baby pigs!" Rowan was out of the van and over the fence as soon as we had parked. I followed after him as the piglets ran squealing in several different directions, Rowan laughing with delight. Trying to shadow him, I blundered immediately into a stand of stinging nettles of a viciousness that, dressed inadequately as I was in shorts and sandals, had me hopping, wincing, and cursing as Rowan, in long trousers and Crocs, rushed blithely in pursuit of his little pink prey. "So cute!" he shouted, trotting in their squealing wake. Rowan was no match for the piglets, but that did not prevent him from trying to catch them as they darted in and around the school building, ripe-smelling outhouses, more stands of nettles, and the usual detritus of broken glass, old planks with nails sticking out of them, and pieces of jagged metal that seemed to permeate every public space in Mongolia, especially playgrounds. It was all I could do to keep him safe, or go through the motions of it, for, truth to be told, both he and the pigs were moving too fast for me to be of any real use. My legs were smarting and streaked with red by the time I heard Jeremy call, "Hey, Roo, they've invited you and Rowan into the temple." I'd assumed we wouldn't go in. Rowan, in a hallowed place where silence and reverence were expected? Hardly. The stop had been more for Kristen than for me. "I don't think he's going to want to stop chasing the pigs," I said, as Jeremy climbed over the fence into the weed-grown schoolyard. But Rowan, to my surprise, let off his chase as soon as I asked, or rather shouted across the playground if he wanted to go to see the temple. Once inside, though, he behaved predictably enough, entering at a smart gallop with a joyful yell of, "Hey, look, candles!" barrelling past the row of chanting, golden-robed monks, past Kristen where she knelt before them, hands held together in prayer, head reverently bowed, to the back wall of the temple, where rows of candles glowed and guttered in brass bowls set before icons of twin Tibetan goddesses of compassion, white Tara, the Lady of Serenity and Grace, green Tara, the Lady of Virtuous Activity, vigorously blowing the candles out, shouting, "Yay! Birthday cake! Good job, Rowan!" I expected the row of seated monks with their abbot on the dais to leap up, gesticulate, throw us out. They didn't. Rowan's shenanigans, if anything, seemed to gently amuse them. I saw the abbot beckon for me to bring Rowan to sit next to Christian on the richly patterned carpet in front of him and his monks, all reading from the sutras in their hypnotic bass monotone. Tulga emerged from the shadows and conducted me to the spot, pushing the now protesting Rowan in front of me. "Candles, candles!" while Tulga whispered, "They asked why we are here, and I told them, and they want to do a reading for Rowan and for you guys for the journey. You and Rowan have to sit here." "You did explain to them that Rowan can't sit still in one place, and—" But to my astonishment he did sit there, while the monks switched imperceptibly from the sutra they had been chanting to one chosen specifically for Rowan. He sat unnaturally quiet in my lap, while Kristen, her head still bowed, her hands still pressed together, prayed next to us in the lotus position, which she had perfected over years of meditation retreats. I, trying hard to look reverent, kept a loose arm around Rowan, waiting for him to lunge forward and try to grab the little bell that the abbot picked up and rang after every couple of verses. But he didn't. He sat there like a normal, well-behaved little boy. And the monks did their part perfectly, timing the end of the reading to almost the exact moment when, after a few brief but unusual minutes, Rowan began to twitch. "He can go now," whispered Tulga from where he had seated himself behind me. I bowed as best I could with Rowan in front of me. So did Kristen, and we got up, the monks smiling at us and nodding as they chanted on fluidly into the next passage of the sutras. As we walked towards the open door, a young woman, one of the devotees who had been seated along the back wall when we came in, headed us off, smiling, and indicated that Rowan should turn the wheel of a large cylindrical drum-like thing, a sort of prayer barrel with handles to crank it around. It brings good luck, turns the prayers inside the wheel, brings us closer to enlightenment, explained Tulga. As individuals or as a species, I quipped. But Rowan, quicker on the uptake, had already grabbed one of the yellow-painted handles of the trundle wheel and started to rotate the drum clockwise, to the evident delight of the young woman, who had clearly wanted him to do just that. I did the same, each of us giving the prayer wheel one full revolution. Then Rowan going round and round with it, not in his usual hyperactive, semi-maniacal way, but with a measured cadence that made the young woman beam from ear to ear. She bowed to him. He grinned and gave her a spontaneous hug. From her pocket she drew a small packet of little wafers, with a picture of a Bambi-like deer on them, and 2 hard sweets. "Little deer biscuits," said Rowan, happy with the gift. "Say thank you," I said, ever anxious to teach him the social scripts. "Say thank you," he chirruped, already out of the door, heading for the pigs. We never had time to find out exactly what sutra had been read for him. But Rowan's mood, as we floated across, bumped across, seemed sometimes almost to dream across the hours and hours of hill, step, valley, all covered in green grass, remained unnaturally calm. The day, as always, grew almost stiflingly hot. Michael and Jeremy, both proud of their lean bodies, stripped down to their underpants, Jeremy adding a touch of high comedy by donning an orthopedic neck brace, which, with its off-white colour and a big old brown stain from coffee, food, or drool on its front, detracted somewhat from the male model effect. "I find it really useful," he said defensively against the hoots of laughter that followed his putting it on. "I use it on long flights and stuff." "So, do you get to talk to many women when you wear that thing?" asked Michael. "Or is it a way to keep them off?" quipped Justin from the very back seat, where he sat crammed against his equipment, the dust from the road flying into his face through the narrow open window. "Kind of like gaydar, to help them know where they stand." "More like geekdar." "Mock if you will," Jeremy closed his eyes and smiled, "but I'm going to ride in comfort." So, of course, we all had to try it on, each of us looking ridiculous in a different way. "It's not comfortable at all," I said when it was my turn. "Well, if you don't like it, you can give it back." "Gladly." We drove on, literally over hill and dale, the pimpmobile baking in the heat. Rowan looked out of the window, through the pink curtains that fluttered in the wind created by our movement, taking in the green emptiness, the herds of livestock, the occasional gears or lone horseman. Then it dawned on me what the old man, the healer, had said the previous day. Watch him for the next 24 hours. If he's noticeably quieter... He had been. The lost animals at the marmot holes, his willingness to leave the piglets, to sit in front of the monks like that. And now, quietly taking in the landscape, his green-blue eyes marking the passage of the great grasslands. We'd stopped, before leaving the little wooden town where the monastery was, to buy some more water and other supplies at a run-down store that also stocked a few cheap plastic toys from China. Rowan had pointed to a small orange duck on a bicycle, whose legs went round on the pedals. He stopped looking at the landscape and reached for the new toy. "What's the duck's name?" asked Kristen, eager, as we always were, to engage him in speech about his toys, project his imagination. For just a year before, we'd wondered if he'd ever do imaginative play at all. "Is it Daniel Duck or Davy Duck?" "Or Doodlebuck Duck?" I offered flippantly. "Doodle-bug duck," confirmed Rowan with intense satisfaction, and went back to looking out of the window. We had been on the road almost 10 hours by the time we went over a rise and saw, breaking the green monotony of the grasslands, a wide, rapid river set in a shallow gorge. "Ah, good," said Tulga. "I heard that there would be this river. Sharga Lake can't be far away." We ground down the side of the gorge in low gear, splashed through the ford, and went up the other side on a road now composed of hard, black volcanic rock that jolted the van terribly, throwing us around and into each other. Rowan and Tomu were delighted. The rest of us resigned. At 10.5 hours of road time, we breasted another rise, and there, to our front, shining in the sunlight, lay a vast body of silver water, flanked on 3 sides by steep, flat-topped mountains. Chapter 14. The Heaven Horse Lake, page 189. I'd half expected Lake Sharga to be a total disappointment, perhaps no more than a large muddy puddle set into the fold of some low hill, its banks churned to a stinking welter of black mud and dung by wallowing livestock. We'd passed a few such places en route, joking each time that this must be it. But Sharga Lake, as Tulga called it, was eerily beautiful. A volcanic left over from an earlier geological age, so ancient that the surrounding walls of the crater had disintegrated, leaving 3 lone basalt mountains, now grass-covered with a small fringe of forest at their tops, black rock jutting out from their time-eroded shoulders to stand like sentinels above the flat, shining waters. Grass grew down to the water's edge. It was a lake of horses, hundreds of them, divided into their various herds, each with its own thick-necked stallion nosing about the fringes of his harem. Some of the herds, small, wiry horses of every colour imaginable, brown and white, black and white, sorrel, dark bay, bright bay, buckskin, every possible shade of grey, white, black palomino, grazed the banks, tails swishing against the flies and mosquitoes. Some stood out in the shallows, dark from basalt silt, knee-deep, keeping cool. Out in mid-water, wild swans sailed like sedate white schooners. The air was thick with insects, a quaking haze of them. One of the benefits of living in central Texas, where the heat and humidity of summer produce a breeding paradise for biting and stinging creepy-crawlies of every possible variety, and a few impossible ones, is that you are never without repellent and anti-itch cream. Everyone had come armed, yet no sooner had we stepped out into the mosquito hell, our cans of repellent at the ready, than we realized that an essential element of these insects was missing. The mosquitoes of Lake Sharga didn't bite, nor did the flies. Unheard of! Mosquitoes that don't bite? "Catch one," suggested Michel as one landed on his bare forearm. He and Jeremy had both wisely donned shirts again as we arrived, and Jeremy had ditched the brown-stained neck brace, but it evaded his attempt to catch it. Rowan was already happily setting up his animals on the green, Tomu helping the drivers. Tulga's nephew Bodo and the cook pitched the tents. I let one of the insects land on my wrist and looked at it. Yep, a mosquito in every detail but one. What can they live on? I asked Kristen as the benign creature flew off, leaving my arm unscathed. Let one land on you and see if it doesn't bite either. I don't know. Kristen let one land. No, nothing, she said as it flew away again. Weird. The lake shore had a narrow beach of black stone and sand, much churned by horses' hooves, but smooth in stretches. The water, warm from the summer sun, lapped cool and dark at our ankles. Should we wash Rowan in this apparently sacred water? Should we try to make some kind of ceremony, even though we had no idea what the lake was sacred for? There was a silence here, broken only by the soft snorts of the wading horses, the occasional slap of a large fish jumping for flies out on the otherwise smooth surface of the lake. The insect drone of the shore died as soon as we were standing in the shallows, which seemed to go some way out, for after 50 wading steps the water still came up no further than our shins. Further out, the white swans drifted, distant and elusive as clouds. "Rowan may not want to come into the water," Christian pointed out. True enough. He went up and down in his relationship with water. As a very small toddler, he'd been afraid to splash and wade. Then he'd really got into it, almost dangerously so, having to be watched around friends' swimming pools. The previous summer we'd started teaching him to swim in the above-ground pool at Greenbrier, an excellent thing to do in the hot Texas summer. Yet halfway through that summer, for no apparent reason, certainly there'd been no trauma or incident, his fear had suddenly come back, and he'd violently rejected any further attempts to make him amphibious. He enjoyed wading in the shallows of a stream, but larger bodies of water were out. Would he consent to our washing him down in these strange, calm, black waters? We turned, hearing the sound of splashing, to find that Rowan had answered the question for us. He'd brought a toy hippo down to the shallows, entered of his own accord, already stripped himself naked, and was not just wading, but lying down in the basalt-coloured water, squinting at the hippo as he made it dip and dive under the rippling surface. "Just like a lake in Africa," he said, looking up as Kristen and I splashed over to him. "Yes, that's right, just like a lake in Africa." The water lapped over his lean, prone body, washing him more effectively than I could ever have done, as he splashed and played in the sunlight, the horse herds standing out in the water like twin headlands jutting out from the shore 200 yards on either side of him. "Just like in Africa," he repeated, his imagination working away, stimulated by the warm water. Overhead, a flight of cranes flew, croaking their harsh cry towards the far-off northern mountain. At last, with dusk approaching, we trekked back along the road to find the healing spring. It hadn't been hard to locate. While crossing the river on the way to the lake, Tulga had noted a road that forked off to the left and guessed that it must lead to the healing spring. A suspicion confirmed when we stopped on the way back there that afternoon to ask an old man sitting in front of a gear pitched by the side of the road, if you could call this scar left by truck wheels and yak carts a road. "Gear! Gear!" Rowan shouted. But, time being short, we drove on, especially as the old man had said that after we followed the fork in the road till it dead-ended at the cliffs over the river, it was a fair hike to the spring. "Actually, he says it's many springs," reported Tulga, as Harder cranked the pimpmobile back into gear. "Maybe 20 of them, all coming out of the rock, each one good for a different part of the body. He says people have been coming here from all over Mongolia since before the time of Genghis Khan." "Yet no one had heard of it in UB?" I asked. Tulga shrugged. "Big country, not so many people." In fact, it was a resort, or had been once. The track did indeed dead-end at the cliffs, but
Track 25.
on the cliffs was a small complex of wooden chalets left over from the Soviet era again, Tulga told us. The Soviets had apparently tried to develop this impossibly remote place, fully 2 days' drive on the roughest of rough roads from anywhere, 4 days' travel on horseback from anywhere, into a Soviet-style health spa. The chalets, now derelict and dilapidated, were as far as the building work had got, but scores of people were camped out around them, some in tents next to battered old vehicles of various kinds, some with horses. The ground was strewn with sharp rocks and rubbish. People looked up at us, families sitting around fires, young men drinking beer, kids running about. young women walking together hand in hand, here and there people riding. Yet most were on foot, heading down to or up from the cliffside trail to the river and the springs in a constantly moving two-way stream. It was bizarre, as so many things were here in this most extraordinary of countries. 50 yards back down the track, you'd never have known this was here. "Where have they all come from?" asked Justin, getting his equipment together, voicing what we all wondered. "Oh, Moron, Bulgar, other places," Tulga answered, helping Michael shoulder the camera bag. "They must be very powerful springs, I think." "House!" shouted Rowan, sighting one of the derelict chalets, surrounded by startled campers who looked up at his sudden outburst. "Want to go in the house? House!" "We can't go in the house, Rowan. Let's go down to the river instead. Come on." "House! House! House!" Rowan arched his back. "Giraffe!" The shriek was loud enough, high enough, to shave the scalp right off your head. Everyone within 50 feet of the epicenter stopped dead, transfixed by the small western child screaming his lungs out in his father's arms. So much for the healer's cure. Earlier in the day I'd remembered the healer saying, "Watch him to see if he is quieter, calmer. Then you'll know it's working." Well, that was out of the window now. I swung Rowan up onto my shoulders, since the ground was too hazardous for him in his tantruming state. He squirmed onto my right shoulder, dug his chin hard into the top of my skull, grabbed my hair, pulled out an agonizing chunk, and moved his fingers down to gouge at my eyes. I steadied him, trying to twist my face away from his angry fingers, ignoring his kicking legs, his screams. Down the track we went, weaving in and out of the bemused campers, me trying to keep my balance, Rowan thrashing about on my head like a toddler, an autistic toddler. "Rowan, don't hit yourself," I heard Kristen say from behind me. I felt the telltale jerking of his body and pulled him down so I could carry him like an infant. "Put your arms around my neck," I said, trying to keep my cool as he shrieked and struggled. He'd gone to another place completely. I held him to me as I was used to, clasping his wrists together and pressing him to my chest to stop him from doing himself harm. He head-butted me hard between the eyes. I reeled. Someone, Jeremy perhaps, steadied me from behind. Rowan went rigid in my arms, horizontal, legs straight out, as if he were made of hard wood. By the time we had reached the bottom of the hill, where a grove of elms led to the lush river bank, I was punch-drunk, confused, thrown back to a place I'd thought, hoped, prayed was long behind us. The screaming, thrashing, and attempts to hit me and himself ceased when we got to the river. I put Rowan down on the ground as we began to walk along the well-worn trail on the bank. The sun was so low now that our side was deep in shade, but the rocks and small cliff of the opposite bank were lit up in late afternoon golden hour light. A man on horseback was driving cows along that sunlit bank. Our side, wider, made a kind of meadow full of wild flowers. A family was coming towards us, a little girl of perhaps 3 or 4, trotting gaily along out front. Rowan saw her, sprinted forward, grabbed her around the waist, and threw her to the ground. We were on him in an instant, the distressed, outraged family rescuing their precious girl. Tulga apologizing as we dragged our raging son away. "Girl! Girl! French fries!" His back arched again as Rowan hit his head once, twice, hard on the ground. What was going on? I picked him up again, let him pull my hair, gouge my eyes, drummed the point of his chin into my cranium, anything to keep him moving. We passed several springs, Tulga reading the Cyrillic script scrawled on the boulders. "This one is for the eyes." Then, 100 yards further on, "This one for the stomach." And then further, "This one for the nervous system." At each spring a family would be pouring water over their heads or drinking from little plastic cups that they carried. You could see how a family might come here by truck or horse or cart and camp out for a week, giving themselves treatments every day, drinking and dancing at night with their fellow campers in a kind of unofficial summer festival. Ordinary families, that is, not freak families like us. Rowan calmed down for a quarter-mile or so, then lost it again, inexplicably, at the sight of a calf that came meandering down the trail on its own, lowing for its mother. Raging, screaming, thrashing, completely out of control. So what had gone wrong now? What neurological switch had been thrown? Was this the kind of regression we'd been warned about by other autism parents? For they had warned us never to get too attached to any kind of progress, because one day we might see that progress slip away like a sandcastle before the waves. I let Kristen walk on ahead. Neither of us could speak. It was like being kicked in the heart. We'd covered something over a mile by the time we reached the brain-healing spring, the last in the series of natural springs spread out along this lengthy stretch of river. The spring flowed out of the ground a short distance from an exposed boulder with a kind of natural drain hole on its riverward side. Two middle-aged couples, the paunchy but muscled men shirtless, their wives overflowing out of swimsuits with towels wrapped around their waists, had got there before us and were taking turns lying on their stomachs across the boulder, their heads hanging down over the drain hole, while their spouses poured the healing spring water over their heads. Yelling, "Water! Water!" Rowan clambered down my body like a monkey, rushed to the couple washing at the boulder, grabbed their plastic cup and poured the water out on the ground. I retrieved him instantly and gave the cup back to the ambushed people, Tulga explaining, apologizing in Mongolian, and getting a justifiably huffy response as Rowan promptly, publicly, and perniciously shat himself, emitting a stench that had Tamu holding his nose and falling on the ground with laughter. "Well," said Kristen, "at least that got us the spring to ourselves." She turned to me where I was struggling to change the horrid mess, Rowan screaming and thrashing so that I got it all over me. "Think he'll consent to being washed?" I let Rowan go naked and held up my own hands to be washed. It took a bottle and a half to get clean. Meanwhile there was more shouting. Rowan was at the drain hole in front of the boulder, bending his head to drink. The shouts were from the two couples we had so rudely displaced, who had turned back to see him doing this. "They say he mustn't drink that," said Tulga worriedly. "That's the bad water that takes the brain problems away. He mustn't drink it." So once more I had to scoop him up, contain him while he fought, tried to hit himself, shrieked so loudly his voice rebounded off the walls of the river cliffs. It was as if all the gains of the past few months and the faster development since we'd come to Mongolia had suddenly crumbled away. I remembered how Rowan had been at the gathering of shamans in California 3 years before, right after his diagnosis, how he'd shot forward, begun to lose his autism symptoms, started to speak, point, and communicate with people, only to regress again a few days after coming home. It was what I had feared. "Oh, well," I said, trying to keep my voice level as I held him. "He's at the rock now. He might as well do it." So Kristen took a plastic cup from one of the thermoses that Tulga had thought to bring along from camp, filled it with ice-cold water from the stream, and as I half pushed, half fought Rowan onto the boulder, poured it over his head, with predictable results. I looked up from where I stood, trying to hold my son's thrashing arms, preventing him from hurting me, from hurting himself. He grabbed another hank of my hair in his fist and pulled. Out of the corner of my eye I caught a glimpse of Michal's camera pointed at me and snarled my irritation at him to take it off us. Just then the camera battery died. "Blast!" said Michal, lowering it. That same moment Rowan suddenly relaxed in my arms and looked up at me smiling. He was back. Not 1 minute later, he and Tomu had joined forces to fill the cups of both thermoses from the spring and throw the water all over everyone, soaking us all, roaring with laughter, chasing Jeremy around and making him perform a silly dance in his efforts to escape their cold water time and again. We all took turns having the water, which was so cold that for a few seconds it erased thought, poured over us, then filled cups to drink it straight from the spring. Rowan allowed cup after cup to be poured over him, as if there had never been any problem at all. We filled the thermoses up to take back to camp. When another family arrived to take their turn at the spring, Rowan and Tomu abandoned their game without protest. Rowan walked back along the half-mile or more of river bank, holding my hand, sometimes running on, sometimes stopping to eat the red wildflowers he liked, or to check out a butterfly dancing in the last of the dying light, like any normal child. When we reached the van once more, he ignored the dilapidated chalets that had set him off on his weird regression, turned to me and said, "That was fun. The spring was fun. I like the water." It was long after dark by the time we reached the camp on the shores of Lake Shaga. Food, long gone cold, was waiting for us, but Kristen and Rowan were too tired to eat and retired to the tent to snuggle together. Tomu went to the tent he shared with his dad to burrow deep into his own sleeping bag against the rapidly falling temperature of the Mongolian summer night. Stars blazed overhead. The moon, half full now, shone on the water. Horses snorted and whinnied out in the darkness. I sat up, exhausted by the ups and downs of the day, listening to the guides talk. We heard hoofbeats. A horseman rode up out of the dark. Tulga greeted him and called to the cook, who was still up, to bring a thermos of hot tea and give the man a cup. "Can you ask him if this lake really does have any healing power? Any story?" I asked, as Tulga handed the man the cup brimming with warm, milky, salty tea. Tulga waited until the man had drained the cup, then asked the question. No response. He asked again. No response. Tulga looked at us uncertainly in the moonlight, laughed nervously, then repeated the question a third time. Still no response. "Think he might be deaf?" suggested Jeremy. "Maybe," said Tulga, and, cupping his hand around his mouth, he yelled directly, comically, into the man's ear. This produced a grunt, and the man pointed somewhere out over the lake. Then he got up, mounted his horse, and rode away into the dark. "What did he say?" we all wanted to know. Tulga was shaking his head. "He just said, 'Yes, over there.' That's all. I think maybe he is simple or something." "Not too simple to ride a horse in the dark," pointed out Justin. "That takes skill." "Autistic, maybe?" I thought, as I bid the crew good night and headed for my tent. Would that be Rowan if he grew up here in this far place? I crawled into my sleeping bag and was asleep in seconds. I dreamed of a young bull calf walking through the wild flowers, and of swans gliding way out on black water, of Rowan looking at me with water for eyes, dark spring water, in which danced the bright reflection of stars. Next day we washed once more in the basalt-stained waters, watching as the rival horse herds came drifting down from the higher ground, the foals and young stock skipping and bucking around the plodding brood mares to wade in hock-deep and drink. Every now and again there would be a scream and a snort as the stallions challenged each other. As they grew louder, Rowan looked up from his splashing game with Tamu, alarm in his eyes. "It's just horses saying hello," said Kristin in a bright, deliberately cheery tone. "Hello, hello!" I played the part of the horse. Rowan, reassured, went back to his game. This had been the first morning he'd woken up and not said, "Let's go home." Instead, he'd woken up and said, "Let's go see the reindeer people. First the water, then we'll go see the reindeer people." What did he picture in his mind's eye when he said the reindeer people? People with horns and hooves, walking on 2 legs, some kind of Mongolian race of fawns and satyrs? Something in his body language, his demeanour, was softer, as if on some fundamental level he had ceased to resist the journey. Or was I just projecting once again into the great mystery that was my son? Kristin and I felt we should make some kind of ritual. So, while Rowan splashed and the horses snorted and drank, we stood hand in hand in the water and prayed. Prayed for our son. Prayed for ourselves. Prayed to be allowed to complete this journey. Prayed that it would help him. We still wanted, before we left this strange, slightly eerie place with its lonely beauty, to know if the lake really was sacred, if any story of significance to Rowan or to ourselves was attached to it. Perhaps I simply wanted vindication. It wasn't enough simply to be here somehow. So when we came upon a group of 4 gears a little further on around the lake shore, I asked Tulga to stop so we could ask the people there more about the lake. A young man in his 20s, busy working on the engine of a tough-looking Russian motorcycle while his naked kids tumbled around him, directed us to the middle gear. The old man there was the person we needed to speak to, he said, a cigarette hanging from his mouth. On the felt roof of his gear, trays of curd were drying in the sun. Goats and sheep nosed around the edges of the camp, where horses, saddled for whatever they might be required for, stood tethered to poles. 2 teenage girls held the usual growling guard dogs at bay, hands clasped tight over their muzzles.
Track 26.
The old man that the youth had referred us to welcomed us into the shade of his gear. He smiled as Rowan ran in ahead of us, giggling deliciously, and dived, clothes and all, straight under the covers of the nearest of the brightly painted truckle beds set along the sides of the gear, much to the delight of the family's children, and those of the other gears, all of whom crowded inside to check out the strange visitors. Seen from closer to, our host wasn't really an old man at all, simply middle-aged, greying, lean and tough, as most nomads were, with a handsome, weather-beaten face whose lines bespoke years working outside on the steppe, summer and winter. In fact, he said, once the introductions had been made and the reasons for our being here had been given, he spent more of the year riding from place to place than others in the region did, as in addition to working his own herds, he worked for the government as an environmental supervisor, making sure the number of livestock in the district did not exceed what the land could hold. Irag was brought, this time a clear liquid, fermented to almost pure alcohol, a kind of mare's milk vodka, the inevitable essence of throw-up aftertaste almost, but not quite, masked by the liquor's warming bite. "There is a story about the lake, yes," confirmed the man once we had drained the first cup. Rowan got up from the bed and went dashing outside, pursued by Kristin. both a mythological story and a real one. The waters are known for curing thyroid problems. People usually come up here once they've spent time at the springs, or if they have, Tulga, translating, fished for the right word, made a gesture at the spot where his neck and joy met. Goita, I offered. Maybe, said Tulga. I think so. Anyway, he's saying that the lake is known for this, has been known for this for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. Baby goat! Look at the baby goat! Rowan came running back inside, a woolly-coated, big-eyed, tan-coloured kid in his arms, followed by the same laughing children and an embarrassed-looking, shrugging Kristen. Holding the goat in his arms, Rowan managed to climb back onto the bed. Time for a cuddle-cuddle! Cuddle-cuddle with a baby goat! Look, he's so cute! The man laughed. Let him do it, he said, Tulga translating. Baby goats are good for children. I thought about Rowan's goats back home. The man was right. Kids were good for kids. But there is an older story too, the man went on, as Rowan lay absolutely in love with the little goat between my back and the wall of the gear, cooing softly. Look, he's got little eyes and little ears and a little nose and a little botty. An old story, or legend really. It concerns horses. This area all around Shaga Lake is famous for breeding good horses. Many of the horses that win at the big Naadam races in UB are bred around here. Something in the soil makes the bones strong, the horses faster. Even in the days of Genghis Khan, they used to get the fastest horses from around Shaga Lake. You know what Shaga means? It means shining, when a horse's coat is really shining. I looked at Tulga as he translated this, surprised that he hadn't known the word. Picking up on my expression, he shrugged slightly as if to say, City boy, sorry, and continued, There is a legend to explain why the good horses come from here. They say that in that mountain, over there on the other side, the south side of the lake, where that simple man you met last night pointed to, the first 2 horses came down from heaven and entered a little lake that's up there on the mountain top, and that drains underground down into the main lake here. These 2 first horses, made by the gods, went down into this underground river and emerged in Lake Shaga. Then they came out of the lake and bred together, and created the first horse herd here. And it was from here that horses went out into the rest of Mongolia and the rest of the world, because everyone knows the horse began here in Mongolia. Even in the schools they teach that. So it is good you brought your son here for healing, seeing that he has this connection with horses anyway. Assuming he still had that, I thought. Assuming he'd get back on when the time came to go into the deeper wilderness, where the reindeer people lived. I pushed the thought away, trying to concentrate instead on the man's words. You were right to bring him here, the man said in conclusion. I think it will help him a lot. He's got a little body, little feet, little eyes, chanted Rowan from behind me, still loving the baby goat. It was time to go. Time to say goodbye to the baby goat, Rowan, I said, standing up a little unsteadily, for we drank cup after cup of the clear-coloured vodka-strength Irag. I expected the usual tantrum. Okay, it's okay, said Rowan, as if to comfort himself. We'll come back and see the baby goat next time. And with that, he hopped off the bed, the docile creature still in his arms, deposited outside the door, and ran to the van, saying, Let's go see the reindeer people. Chapter 15. Guinea Pigs of Moron. Page 202. We drove north, out of the high country, back down into the hotter realms once more. It was incredible to think, as we shuddered and juddered through the mounting heat, that the first frost was a matter of mere weeks away, that in 3 months this whole sandy, increasingly arid grassland would be covered by its first snowfall, snow that would stay for months and months. We sweated in the back of the Pimpmobile, hour melting into stifling hour, the wheels of the hard-working van fighting for purchase in the sand. We stopped every so often in shady spots along the road to stretch our legs, have a snack, listen to the wind and the bird-song, the high, liquid trilling of larks, the more piercing cries of the hawks, and the ever-present steppe eagles, at least 2 of which always seemed to be hanging way up in the blue whenever you turned your gaze skyward. "Just like an African desert," said Rowan, getting out, toy animals in hand, to set them up in the roadside sand. We crossed the broad Silengi River, gateway to the north, by means of an old-style pontoon powered by rope cables, onto whose boat-like platform we drove the 2 vans. The ferryman, who lived in this isolated spot, winched us slowly across the deep torrent. More hours floated by. We came into the foothills of more mountains, started looking for a place to camp. But the ground hereabouts was stony, not the smooth-turfed steppe we'd got used to. Finally, after some searching, we came upon a cleared area in a narrow valley through which a hot wind blew, a wide circle of ground devoid of vegetation, where recently a gear and a livestock corral must have stood. The stones had largely been cleared, too, so we stopped, put up tents in the gusting wind, and went to gather piles of dung, desiccated by the dry air, to ready a fire for the evening's inevitable chill. I wandered off some distance, taking advantage of the search for dung piles to snatch some solitude, gathering the dried dung cakes into plastic bags, looking at the wild flowers and animal tracks scuffed in the dusty ground. A couple of times I put up startled coveys of grass, which went flapping away, the wind behind them. The forest on the high tops of these mountains was part dead, I noticed, as if a disease had killed off half the trees. Or drought. I had read that Mongolia had suffered several severe droughts and harder-than-usual winters in recent years, a phenomenon that had caused catastrophic die-off of livestock. The Mongolians had a deceptively simple word for these drought, hard winter years: zut. Even out here, I had read, people were wondering if the rash of recent zuds was a result of global warming. Was the landscape of this most natural of countries being harmed by man-made weather patterns, with hotter summers and colder winters? I walked, my mind wandering ahead of my feet. I thought of Rowan, his condition, this new epidemic of autism, which scientists increasingly were saying might stem from heavy metal poisoning, plastics and pharmaceuticals in the water table and the soil. We seem to be pushing our planet, ourselves, further and further into ill health, unable to stop whether we wanted to or not. When I finally went back to camp and dumped my dung cakes on the pile that marked where the fire would be, I noticed that Rowan was walking a little way off by himself too, and went to catch up with him. He ignored me, intent on some inner dialogue. Buster and Blackie and Lily go to Whipsnade Wild Animal Park and ride the train and give Lee the baby elephant and Asher the baby rhino some food. I stopped dead. How many words was that? The most words I'd ever heard Rowan string together in a proper sentence was maybe 8 or 9. This was, I counted them off on my fingers, 29. "Hey, Rowan!" I trotted to catch up, for he had sauntered on, talking to himself all the while. "Who are Blackie and Lily? Is Lily another friend of Buster's?" "Blackie the hippopotamus and Lily the little girl rabbit." "So Buster has 2 friends, Blackie and Lily. They go on an adventure." This was almost conversation, not just back and forth, affirmatives and negatives. "An adventure in Mongolia?" "In Mongolia, with mountains and eagles and horses and whack, whack, whack on your back like a shaman." "And after Mongolia, what will Buster and Blackie and Lily do then?" Rowan walked on a moment as if considering. "Back to London and go to London Zoo, and then to Whipsnade Zoo and ride the train. Oh, no, come on, guys. Let's give Lee the baby elephant and Asher the baby rhino a cuddle. Quick, run to the zoo." And he set off up the road at a trot, talking to his imaginary friends, the words just spilling out of him. I stopped, watched him go, instinct telling me to intrude no further, marvelling at, well, just plain marvelling. Were these three imaginary friends running through the landscape with him? I had been allowed that rarest of rare things, a glimpse of Rowan's reflection on his own experience, a peep through the window into the inner life of an autistic child. And how rich that life, that world was. Later, under the pale light of a half-moon, I took Rowan for a walk, carrying him on my shoulders, where he dug the point of his chin painfully into the top of my cranium as usual. I didn't care. A herd of horses came ambling around the side of the hill that separated this narrow valley from the wide one where our road ran northward. The stallion whinnied, high and loud. Rowan froze. "Just horses saying hello," I reassured him, "saying hello to Buster and Blackie and Lily." He relaxed. "Hello, Buster, Blackie and Lily," said the daddy horse. "That's right. He's saying hello to Buster and Blackie and Lily." "And Asher and Lily?" "No." "Why not?" "Asher and Lily live in Whipsnade Wild Animal Park." Rowan had just answered his first why question. Later still, we sat around the glowing fire, its dense cakes of processed, digested grass throwing out far more heat than a wood fire would. Tomu and Rowan lay snuggled together in a blanket. Tulga was talking, trying to answer a question posed by Kristen, under the influence of red wine and euphoria, at what I had told her about Rowan's language that afternoon. How was it that a nation as peaceful as Mongolia could so revere a guy like Genghis Khan? It had come up because Rowan had gone into the pimpmobile and taken down a little card depicting a mounted medieval Mongol warlord that Harda, the driver, kept as a kind of talisman on the visor above the windscreen. "Genghis Khan," he'd explained, grinning, as Rowan peered intently at it. "Genghis Khan!" Tomu had shouted, and run for his toy sword, and then he and Rowan had fallen to wrestling and tumbling in the dust under the dusk of evening. So now Kristen and the rest of us wanted to know how it could be that a nation could go from Genghis Khan and Kublai Khan and Tamerlane and the other mass murderers of the medieval age to its present Buddhist state. "But Genghis Khan was a great man," protested Tulga, accepting a refill of the good Bordeaux we had brought back in Bulgan. "He was a uniter. Until he came along, all Mongolia was split into many clans, always fighting with each other. He united them and took them off to murder everyone else in Asia," I interrupted. "But he united those countries too, the Cossacks, the Russians, giving them law, order, by cutting them to pieces, raping their women and enslaving their children. I know that for the West, Genghis Khan is seen as a kind of devil, but for us you could see nostalgia for the warrior past competing with the contentment of the modern Buddhist Mongolia on Tulga's wine-flushed face. "Even the Russians," he said, changing the subject slightly, When they came here, they made us rewrite all the history books in schools because they didn't want to admit that the Mongols had once ruled them. If anyone said this, they went to prison." "Is Russia still the enemy?" asked Justin from his chair by the hot glowing fire. "No, China is. We are caught between, how do you say it? Two evils. But China is the worst. We have to keep them out of Mongolia or they'll destroy everything. For the Russians, we are too far away." "Outer Mongolia," I said. "Yes," Tulga chuckled. "When I was in London, everyone would always ask me where I was from. And when I told them, they'd go, 'Oh, Outer Mongolia,' like it was the moon or something." "For the West, Outer Mongolia is the moon," Jeremy said. "Or might as well be." "Yes," I put in, "you can say Outer Mongolia to mean the furthest place you can think of." "The ends of the earth," said Tulga. "Yes, the ends of the earth. But for us, you know, it's home. The home of Genghis Khan." "Yes. You know, he also invented many things. He was a very clever man." "Like what?" "Like the sandwich, for instance." "The sandwich?" we all chorused incredulously. "Come on." "No, it's true. He wanted to have a way his troops could eat fast on the move." "But you guys don't even farm. How would Genghis Khan have got the flour to make bread?" "From the Chinese. China was the breadbasket of Mongolia." "We have our own myth about the sandwich," I said. "The English claim that it was the Earl of Sandwich, who was a famous gambler, who invented it as a way to eat without having to leave the gaming table. But that has to be rubbish too. I can't believe that the first person to think of putting a slice of meat and a slice of cheese between two slices of bread was an 18th century English aristocrat. He might have popularized it, though." "I don't know," Michael said. "I kind of prefer the Genghis Khan story. A convenient snack that you can eat in the saddle, leaving one hand free to cut off the heads of your enemy." "Yes," Tulga was laughing now. "Our horses can go without reins, you know. A good rider can direct them just with the legs. So, one hand to eat, one hand to cut. Like I said, Genghis Khan was a great man." Long after we had retired to our tents, I lay in that half-conscious state between sleeping and waiting, and heard muffled hoofbeats from across the valley. A lone horseman was riding there in the dark, going from where to where. Spotting the glow from our dung fire, he hailed us, but in song, some kind of folk song that must be universally known, for suddenly Tulga sang back to him from his tent,
Track 27.
projecting his voice through the nighttime air to reach the travelling horseman. Song to song, heart to heart, two countrymen conversing by music, here at the outer ends of the earth, or home. For are not all places at once both the ends of the earth and home? Moron, which we tried to discipline ourselves into pronouncing Murren as Tulga did, and not as the Western sense of humour dictated, was gearing up for its own Naadam. I had thought before coming to Mongolia that there was only one big cultural festival, one Naadam, the Naadam, as it were. The one we had not attended on our first day in the country, when every other tourist and half the population of the capital had been hovering in and around the great wrestling stadium and the horse racing area close to UB. In fact, every region has a summer Naadam of wrestling, archery, horse racing and music. And in a few days, Tulga told us, Murren would host the largest in the Mongolian south. Sure enough, as we drove closer and closer to the town, which would be the first settlement of any real size we'd seen since leaving UB, we began to spot riders leading strings of leggy horses, animals with a more athletic look than the usual work horses of the steppe, northward on tracks parallel to the road. A few times we passed homemade horse vans bumping along with horses swaddled in rugs and leg bandages standing in their flatbeds. Harder began to sing as he drove, and Tulga teased him because he knew he was excited at the prospect of seeing some of the preliminary wrestling bouts that would undoubtedly be taking place near the Gear camp just outside the town where we would be staying. A Gear camp, for us, that was excitement. We were going to spend only one night in Morin before heading north to Siberia and the reindeer people. But Tulga had told us that in addition to having our own gears with real beds and pillows, the camp would give us showers, hot showers. We could do laundry too, relax, drink a few beers, maybe even eat some palatable food, for our cook, who we now realized was Tulga's sister-in-law, had settled into a rut of noodle and meat-fat soup delivered grumpily, and later, each and every night. The Gear camp had a restaurant, Tulga promised. We shivered with pleasure at the thought. Most importantly, we had arranged to pick up a load of bacon flown into Morin from the capital by Tulga's wife, Nara, because we were close to running out. And with that, Rowan would never make the trip into and out of Siberia. Siberia. We were really going, then. If only I could feel good about it. But all I could feel was anxiety. For the taiga, the great forest, in whose southern mountains the reindeer people lived, lay 2 full days' drive from Morin, plus another day to get within 3 days' ride of the reindeer people's summer camps, assuming they were at those camps. And if Rowan still refused to get on a horse, then what? Carry him on my shoulders through the bogs and up over the mountains? In perfect response to the rising anxiety, I'd woken in the small hours racked with pain, not just in my lip, but in my whole face, as if an electric current were being pulsed through my lip, chin, mouth, nose, even up to the eyes. I'd never let a cold sore go this far without antiviral drugs before. Now the virus, loosed to its full potential for the first time, was making a playground of my face. I finally dozed off somewhere towards dawn, but woke with my lips stuck together. My whole lower lip had cracked open, all the way in one big red sore. It was a morning of strange humour. Halfway to the outskirts of Morin we passed another van, stopped beside the road, a group of Westerners standing about disconsolately while their guide and driver squatted in the shade of the vehicle. It was hot again, smoking cigarettes. They'd run out of fuel. We gave them some from our reserve and chatted a little with the travellers as Hardar tipped the jerrycan and their driver held the funnel. The travellers were mostly teenagers from England, young adventurers on a sort of outward-bound course, who'd helped build a school somewhere in the south and were now, like us, heading north, hoping to find the reindeer people. When they learned why we were travelling, the kids and the 2 teachers accompanying them wanted to meet Rowan. So we opened the van door to find Rowan busily playing with himself. "Penis," he said, pointing it at them with a benevolent smile. But when we got to Morin, we found the joke was well and truly on us, for the 3 young women who ran the camp had no record of our booking. We could not stay. We could only pay to use the facilities, get our laundry done, take showers, well, at least we could still have those, buy some more supplies, and wait for the flight from UB with Rowan's bacon to come in before heading out to camp on the steppe once more. Not that this was so bad in and of itself, but from an autism parent's point of view, at least, Morin and even the Gear camp itself turned out to be a place of absolute torment. For a start, there were the Gears themselves, all occupied by other travellers, both Western and Mongolian. Rowan could not understand why he couldn't just run in and out of them at will, and began to tantrum dangerously. Outside the gear camp was a main road, complete with passing trucks, horsemen, large dogs, broken glass, lumps of jagged metal from wrecked cars. Not a place Rowan could run. The showers turned out to be either scalding hot or ice cold. Finally he broke into a gear in which a huge wrestler and his family were staying for the Naadam, along with 2 pet guinea pigs in a cage. Guinea pigs? In a Mongolian gear camp? Rowan fixated on them immediately, spotting them the moment he kicked open the door. He rushed into the room, under the astonished gaze of the vast, dangerous-looking man and his relatives, opened the cage, and had the little animals in his hands before, apologizing profusely, I too invaded their space, tore the rodents from his grasp, and dragged him out. "Guinea pig! Guinea pig!" The screams were loud enough to cause a party of horsemen riding past the front gates of the camp to rein in and stare. Rowan was rolling in the dust, hitting himself, having to be restrained. Tulga was nowhere to be found, having gone with both vehicles to get more fuel, more supplies, and to take Michael, Jeremy and Justin to a Chinese restaurant, while they waited for the plane to come in with Rowan's bacon. Despairing, Kristen and I tried to take Rowan into town, letting him ride on my shoulders to keep him out of the way of dogs, glass, vehicles, and other hazards. But the town, larger and slummier than any we'd seen since UB, was not entirely friendly. A pair of drunk, solidly built men came wandering over and hassled us in Mongolian, some mixture of threats and demands for money. They did not pursue us as we walked away, but it didn't make exploring the town in greater depth seem that attractive. There were broken-down tenement buildings as well as log cabins and gears behind palisades. Whenever Rowan saw one with the gate standing open, he tried to climb down my body, screaming, "Gear! Gear!" and hitting me and yanking out hair. We went back to the gear camp. He quieted down when he discovered, in the room next to the showers, a chess set which had obviously been made in India and had carved wooden elephants for pawns. He played with them for a while as Kristen and I tried to snatch some downtime. I dozed off a moment in my chair, only to start awake a few seconds later and find Rowan gone. Heart racing, I rushed outside, just in time to see him making his escape from the wrestler's gear with the guinea pigs in his arms. Once again I returned the little animals to their rightful owners. Then I hoisted Rowan, now yelling his head off and thrashing to and fro with anger, back onto my shoulders, walked out through the camp gate and headed north towards the open steppe and the mountains beyond. Anything to get him away from the object of obsession. I spat at the flies, who, attracted by the open sore that was now my lip, came buzzing close, looking to feed. Some rest stop this had turned out to be. The vans came and picked us up after half an hour or so. Exhausted, I climbed into the pimpmobile and glared dully at the passing steppe as we climbed out of the wide bowl in which Morin lay and up into hill country once more, first stony, then increasingly covered in rich, smooth turf. 2 hours out of the town, back in country so open you could see for miles, with no sign of humankind upon the landscape, we made camp in a high, shallow valley as the last light moved towards the west and the moon came up over the highest point of the ridge. As we cooked and gathered dung for the evening's fire, a young boy, maybe 11 or 12, came riding bareback over the ridge on his pony, no doubt having spotted the smoke from wherever his own family had their camp. As he sat playing with Tomu in the grass, eating biscuits and joking with the drivers, I looked enviously at him. Envious of what? of his parents for having such an independent, self-sufficient child, able to handle himself alone on horseback out in this great vastness? Would Rowan ever be able to fend for himself like that? Would he ever be able to look after himself at all? I saw him playing a few 100 yards away with his toy animals. He had run off, shouting, "No, thank you," as soon as the pony had appeared in our camp, and was now entirely engrossed in his game, back turned to us. He sat bare-arsed on the turf, having already soiled 2 sets of trousers and underwear since leaving Moran. Would he ever be continent in his body? His emotions? Would there ever be healing, true healing for him, for us? The moon rose as the sun sank below the ridge line, and dusk turned to night. Trusting to his horse's sense of direction, the boy who had come to visit us swung himself onto the animal's strong back and rode off into the gathering dark. Part 3. Chapter 16. Into Siberia, page 215. I woke to see a devil's shadow looming on the tent wall, pressing in at me where I lay. I started, still caught between sleep and consciousness, then realized it was a yak licking the dew off the fly sheet. Yaks were munching all around the tent. I heard Rowan waking up, giggling. "Look at all the yaks," he said, sticking his head out and causing the beast licking the tent on my side to jump away with an alarmed fart. "Stinky," said Rowan, climbing out into the sunlight. Rowan chased off the remaining yaks, sending them tails up, floundering for the ridge, shy despite their long horns. As they ran, their shaggy coats flapped like the fringes on a western jacket. I'd have laughed if the cold sore hadn't made it so painful. Rowan, pulsating with energy, ran up to the 2 drivers and crashed head first into them, holding his arms up and shouting, "Hoo-wah!" They caught on quickly, tossing him up in the air and shouting, "Hoo-wah!" while I stumbled over to the kitchen tent to look for hot water to make tea. Kristen, hair mussed up and eyes still bleary, came out of the tent. I handed her a steaming mug of morning brew. As she stood sipping it, she said, "You know, I usually don't remember my dreams, but last night I dreamed about my grandmother, my mother's mother, the one who went mad after her son and husband died. You know, my mum used to take me to see her in the home, the nut house. She never really knew us, so it was weird, sad. She was only committed after her husband died, but my mum told me that the cycle really began after her son, my mum's brother, got killed by a car when he was only 8. You know how the shamans back in Ubi said there was a female ancestor on my side being unhelpful? Anyhow, I had this dream about her last night." Kristen looked out at the steppe where Rowan and Tomo were still chasing after the yaks, shouting and laughing. Then she went on, "In the dream I had the sense that she was clinging to Rowan somehow, to make up for the loss of her own son. I know it sounds crazy, but I woke up with a feeling so vivid, I think, maybe this is nonsense, but I think we should pray for her to release him, to be happy. I think we should pray for her peace, her happiness, so she can let Rowan go." That day we drove and drove, up into higher ranges than we had yet crossed, on roads so rough it sometimes seemed we'd make better progress on foot. After the first few hours, amazing how hours in a vehicle can slip by when you don't fight them, we decided to stretch our legs while Harder negotiated a particularly nasty section of mountain track. Away from the road, the high, wide valley was carpeted with edelweiss, literally carpeted with it. Flocks of shell ducks, which look half duck, half goose, flew overhead. Rowan and Tomu ran for a while, then demanded shoulder rides. When Rowan started to press his chin into my skull as usual, I said, not expecting a response, "You know, Rowan, the chin on my head is ouchy, but a hand would be nice." To my astonishment, Rowan immediately placed his hand under his chin, cushioning my head. I must have said this to him 100 times in the past few years. Suddenly he was understanding, complying. "Thank you, Rowan." I could barely contain my delight. Christian just stared. "Thank you. That really helps, Daddy." "Rowan and Buster and Lily and Blackie were a bit upset," he said, ignoring me. Or was he? "Then they went to see the shamans, and after the shamans they went to Whipsnade Wild Animal Park and gave Lily the baby elephant and Asher the baby rhino some food." His hand stayed in place. "Thank you, Rowan," I said again. "Thank you for helping Daddy." So quietly it was almost a whisper. His voice came just above my ear. "You're welcome." We forded a river so wide, so twisted back around itself, that we had to cross and recross through the gravel shoals, splashing great gouts of water into the air. Rowan and Tomu cheering as the pimpmobile dipped, swayed and bucked, gears grinding, wheels spinning as they fought for purchase. We crested a high pass, the highest yet, and stopped for a while there, not just to stretch our legs, necessary after so many hours in the van, but because the view required more than mere looking at. Homage had to be given, for here was where one great ecosystem ended and another began.
Track 28.
At this mountain top, the great grasslands of the steppe gave way to the beginning of the taiga, the great Siberian forest, the largest forest in the world, which stretches all the way from the Pacific Ocean in the east clear across Russia to Scandinavia in the west. I stood in the last of the great continent-sized meadow that is the steppe, and gazed at the forest wall. It was like facing an army, an ancient army. Its charge, its presence was palpable. The sound of the wind in the trees was like the sighing of God's breath. A great avu, so large that it comprised not one but several cairns, had been built on top of the mountain, facing the forest wall. All festooned with blue silk scarves, animal skulls, and the usual vodka bottles, cigarettes, and money, the cairns looked more like strange silken haystacks than heaps of stone. "This is the end of things," said Tulga, as the drivers went to leave their offerings. "Beyond here, well, for us, that is the real end of the earth." Slowly, as if entering a cathedral, we went down into the great forest, the hush closing in immediately around the van. Was it mere fantasy, or was there indeed a real charge, an emotional presence to this great immensity of trees, this absolute negation of civilization? The feeling was there, irrational but impossible to ignore, seeming to whisper from the dark spaces between the crowding ancient trunks. A world where the force of nature was still undiminished, unfenced, unfettered, where shamans still practiced their craft. And what was this thing, or this non-thing, that people called shamanism anyway? This thing that defied all rational explanation, could not be justified or defended by logic? Was it fantasy? Was making this journey a mere indulgence of fantasy? Certainly it defied all my Western conditioning, yet here I was. And why, I wondered, as the van bumped down the steep forest track, do we in the West make such cult of rationality, applying the same fundamentalist, obsessive approach to rationality, or science, that was previously applied to religion? All that cannot be explained by the rational is cast out as heresy. Yet so much of our lives is governed by things we cannot hope to quantify in rational or scientific terms. Like love, for instance. Everybody experiences it, craves it, requires it for his or her very existence, knows it's there. But no one can explain it, break it down into physics and chemistry. Then again, if we aren't skeptical, we become the prey of charlatans and snake oil salesmen, priests and dictators. We know from bitter experience that if something is outside our realm of knowledge, we are right to mistrust it, or at least withhold our judgment until experience has shown us whether we can trust it. We are left stumbling through the grey fog of experience, which teaches us that while some things can be readily explained, some things cannot. That is how life is. "Look at all the trees," said Rowan, the awe in his voice palpable. "The trees are happy." After perhaps 2 hours we came out into a great clearing, in the middle of which sat a little town straight out of a fairy tale, all log cabins with turf roofs and turf streets in between them, grazed into green sward by goats, sheep, and yaks. Ulan Ul marked the official end of civilization. Beyond was only forest, all the way north to the Arctic Ocean, 1,500 or more miles away. We refueled, Rowan chasing the bleating lambs and kids that grazed next to their mothers between the low wooden buildings, and then we drove off once more across a vast floodplain between 2 sets of high, rocky mountains. Here and there were gears, herds, last bastions of the steppe herders before the forest took over once and for all. We made camp at the edge of the trees, staring back across the valley at the moon rising over vast rocky peaks dusted with late summer snow. Behind us rose more ranges, somewhere in which were the summer camps of the reindeer folk. Rowan ran straight into the forest, shouting, "Let's go see a wolf, a moose, a marrow. Let's go see a red fox, a lynx, and a wolverine. Let's go see a wild boar and a raccoon dog." These had been among the forest animals displayed in the Museum of Natural History back in UB, where he'd spent that first mad day rushing from room to room. He'd taken it all in then. He climbed up on a fallen log, mosquitoes dancing around him, biting ones this time, and shouted, "Let's go see the reindeer people." "We have to take horses to see the reindeer people, Rowan. You know that. Are you ready to ride again?" "No, thank you." That night, as Kristen and I did the nightly ritual of burning herbs and washing with holy water that the shamans back in UB had prescribed, we prayed for her grandmother, if she was holding on to Rowan in some way, to let him go, to let him be, to release herself and him from any suffering she might be clinging to. In the pale light of morning, a group of horsemen rode up from the valley to ask us our business here. Led by a large, older man in a deal and pointed restless hat, the riders dismounted, greeted us, and squatted down to talk. Tulga called me over, as protocol dictated. In another time, another era, such a visit would have struck fear into the heart of any human being from Kazakhstan to Vienna. But these men wore broad smiles instead of weapons. They were simply curious to know what we were doing in this far-off place. Tulga told them why we had come, about Rowan and our search for a shaman, adding that we intended to drive a further day north to a place where he had contacts for finding horses, in the hope that the summer camps of the reindeer people would be within a day or so's ride of there, and that we would find a shaman in one of those camps. "Actually," said the old man, stretching his stiff, short but hugely muscled legs out on the turf and rubbing at an arthritic knee, "you don't have to go that far." The 2 men chatted for a minute. Then, "We're in luck," said Tulga. This old man says the most powerful shaman in the area is only a hard day's ride from here. 2 days' ride if you take it steady. Or so he says. He can get horses for us. Take us there." I raised an eyebrow, and safely assuming that none of the muscle-bound nomads seated in front of us had any English, I asked, "Do you think he's straight up?" "I think so," said Tulga, keeping his voice level. "I mean, in Mongolia it is very unusual for someone to lie, especially about anything to do with a shaman. He says this shaman is very powerful, and also a friend of his, and he goes to him if he ever has any big problem. Then again, if we hire him and his sons and nephews here to take us, well, that is a nice bit of money for them. I don't know these guys. I do know the guys to the north. But if these guys are honest, then it would be better to go with them, as my contacts don't know the shamans personally, and it's further, which gives us less time once we do get to the reindeer people." "My gut says to trust them," I said, almost surprised to hear the words coming out of my mouth. I had nothing to base them on, but it was true. My gut did say to trust them. "I think so too," said Tulga. He switched to Mongolian and told the old man, okay, we wanted him to find horses for us, guide us, and agree a price. "One thing, though," I put in, "he needs to know how slowly we'll be travelling. I mean, we have so much equipment, and then there's Rowan, who might or might not decide to ride. If he decides he has to get down every half hour and play in the dirt, then I'm going to have to let him. Bottom line, if Rowan refuses to ride at all, and I end up having to carry him on my shoulders, is that possible?" The old man listened gravely while Tulga translated this, scratching at his cropped head under the jauntily tilted restless cap. "If we have to ride at the slowest possible pace, it will take 3 days," he answered finally. "If we have to carry Rowan, there are many shoulders here." He grinned, indicating the younger men around him. "So it shouldn't take much longer than that either way. 3 days in and 3 days out. Would that give us enough time with the shaman?" To that the old man could only shrug. Who could say how long or how short a healing could be? What about hazards, obstacles? How difficult to ride or hike would it be? Again the old man shrugged. Not much. Just one big river, and some bogs, and a pass. Actually 2 passes, a small one and a big one. Nothing too bad. Except one of the bogs was pretty bad. You had to be careful not to lose a horse in there. And, of course, the further up into the taiga you went, the more things there were that could eat your horse. More wolves, bears, and so on. The men would bring a gun, but it was possible the horses could stray if wolves came by in the night. That could slow us down if we had to round them up again. No, all in all, it wasn't too bad a trip. "Sounds bloody impossible," I confided to Tulga once his translation was done. "Do you think we can do this?" Now it was Tulga's turn to shrug. "Once we're in the taiga, we're on our own. No vehicles. If anything goes wrong—" "But then, this is why we came, yes?" "I guess so." I looked at the ground, thinking about it all, listening to the horses as they chomped the grass nearby. "What's the name of the shaman?" I asked as an afterthought. Maybe it would be one of the ones I'd read about. "Ghost," said the old man as soon as Tulga had relayed the question. My heart jumped. It was one of the shamans I'd read about, then, unless there were others in the region with the same name. "No," Tulga assured me on behalf of the old man. "Only one with that name. He's the most powerful. But he doesn't agree to help everyone. No one can guarantee that. The old man says he knows him, though, and he's pretty sure he'll accept." 2 days' ride, over a river, into the Siberian forest, through bogs, one or more of them downright dangerous, up and over 2 mountain passes. "We must be mad," I said to Tulga, who grinned. Maybe just a little. We took the 2 vans as far as they could go, another few miles over the rough turf of the valley, then back up the hillside to the forest's edge once more, where a trail led into the trees via a swampy, boggy meadow on whose shallow pools cruised large shell ducks, and through which a large marl hind went bounding away as we cut the engines and got out. End of the line for the internal combustion engine. The old man had told us it would take him and his men the better part of the day to round up the 16 horses necessary to transport all of us, plus our equipment, to the reindeer people. He had told us to wait until then at this rendezvous point, where the drivers would camp out with the vans to await our arrival, successful or otherwise, from the taiga. So we sat in the shade of a grove of great pines, packing our saddlebags with a minimum of clothing, sorting the equipment, figuring out what to take and what to leave in the vans. It could be cold up where we were going, Torga warned. The large pass we had to go over was something around 11,000 feet, so we had to be prepared. It was hard to imagine real cold this afternoon, for the temperature steadily rose, and it was humid. Mosquitoes bit us, but buzzed away once we had lit 2 or 3 little dung fires around the rocks on which we laid out our equipment and clothes, sorting and resorting. For Rowan alone we had to have several changes of clothes, bottles for water to wash his soiled trousers and underwear, the little blue plastic bucket which would hang from my saddle, not to mention a tarp in case we got caught in the rain, wipes, waterproof trousers in case he wanted to go wandering off into the bogs on a cold day. Oh, and the bottles and boxes of medicine that the shamans back in UB had prescribed for the nightly rituals we were still performing as Rowan went to bed. His stuff alone filled 2 saddlebags. We counted up the packets of bacon, too. Up in the mountains it would keep longer, but we had enough for 6 days in total, maybe 7 if Rowan would consent to eat some other things. 2 days up to the reindeer camp, 2 days there, 2 days back. That was virtually a week in itself, not counting the 2 days it would take us to reach Moron once more, the nearest place we could replenish his supplies. We'd better hope nothing went wrong. And, of course, all this was assuming that Rowan would even agree to begin the trip. He watched us warily, playing with his dwindling supply of toy animals and hanging out in the stationary pimpmobile, obsessively catching flies as they buzzed around the windows and dumping them out of the open door, making it clear that the van was where he wanted to be. Kristin and I had made a point over the last few days of reminding him that in order to reach the reindeer people, which he said he wanted to do, getting back on a horse would be unavoidable. He had remained resolutely silent on that point. There was a sudden wail from the van. We turned in time to see Rowan, in tears, with no trousers, diarrhea running down his bare legs and 2 chestnut-brown streams, come running out shouting, "Code Brown!" At once heartbreaking and funny. And also, the autism parent in me could not help but notice this. He had taken in the Code Brown jokes of the week before and applied them in the correct context. Distressed as he was, he had made an appropriate connection. We cleaned up both him and the van. Hardar stared aghast at the brown pool on the floor of his beloved van, and I scrubbed the trousers clean, then stretched them out to dry on a rock. When I looked up, I saw movement down below us, through the trees. Horses. Lots of horses. The old man and his sons and nephews were coming. 5 horsemen, each leading a clutch of other horses by long ropes. The moment of truth had come. Or rather, the tortuous, drawn-out build-up to the moment of truth, for the arrival of the 16 horses in our shady pine grove was really just another part of the preparations. Without the possibility of vehicle backup, Much of the camera equipment had to be experimentally tied onto the pack saddles to see whether it could be balanced enough for the horse to carry it easily across rough terrain, or whether we might need extra horses. These preparations took a good 2 hours, while the horses stamped and fussed and snorted, and the old man and his lads tied and untied, loaded and unloaded our odd collection of equipment several times, until fully satisfied that they had the right formula. Rowan watched from the van, catching the large horseflies. I checked on him periodically. Each time he held a fistful of the buzzing insects, none of which bit him, though they harassed the horses and us under the trees. "That one out there," I said, pointing at a brown and white spotted horse that the old man had said was especially good with kids. "That's the one we'll be riding to the reindeer people. We'll be leaving soon. Are you ready?" 16, said Rowan, and flung the fistful of flies he'd gathered out of the open door of the van. "And now get 16 more." He went back to the window, where a small legion of flies buzzed against the pane, and began picking them off one by one with his right hand and putting them into his left. We gradually mounted, getting the feel of the horses the nomads had brought us. They were good ones, responsive but quiet. The brown and white creature reserved for Rowan and me had a kind eye, which I always look for in a horse, and a forehead wall placed exactly midway between the eyes, which in old English horseman's law denotes intelligence without rancorousness. A gelding, it also had a long mouth, another good sign. Short mouths always seem to go with a sour, sulky disposition. This horse, if Rowan would only get up on it, looked like the right one for the difficult ride ahead. The main obstacle seemed to be finding the best horse for Justin, one solidly built enough to take the 2 mixing boxes and saddlebags across its hindquarters.
Track 29.
Tall enough for the precious equipment not to get wet on a river crossing or in the bogs, and quiet enough not to shy at the long boom mic with its fluffy oversock, which looked like a dead dog on a pole and which had to be carried like a lance or flagpole. It took 2 or 3 changes of mount to find the right one. I stole nervous glances at Rowan as the first 2 horses spun in circles and snorted at the approach of the strange cargo. I knew he'd be watching everything, missing nothing. Tiring of the flies in the van, he had now ventured out onto the highest of the rocks under the tree. He was playing Lion King with his animals, but in reality taking in everything that was going on. Trying to contain my anxiety, I waited until everyone was mounted before interrupting his game. I didn't want to make the same mistake I'd made the first day when I'd got Rowan into the saddle long before everyone else was ready, and then lost the good mood. Not that I could read his mood at all today. One thing I did know. We were starting so late that we'd be able to get only an hour at most under our belts before making camp. But that would be perfect, just enough to get him going again, not so much that he'd get sick of it, if he'd only consent to start. At last there was no time left to procrastinate. The whole group was on board, studiously looking off in different directions so as not to spook Rowan. Tomu sat happily in front of Tulga. They also had a brown and white horse. Kristen was riding a pale chestnut in small circles, getting the feel of it. At my suggestion, the old man and his son had already started off down the trail across the swampy meadow with the pack horses in tow. I took the lead rope of our horse from one of the old man's nephews and approached the rock where Rowan played, deliberately ignoring all the activity around him. "Okay, Rowan, time to go see the reindeer people." Kristen, at my prompting, was already riding off after the guides. "See? Mummy's on her way. Let's follow her." "Rock. Want to play on the rock." "Come on, Rowan. Don't you want to go see the reindeer people? You said you did." Want to play with the animals." "We can bring them. You can hold them while we ride. Come on." He ignored me. My horse twitched its ears, looking off after the others. "Come on, Rowan, please. Stay on the rock." "Then we'll be left here all alone." "Stay on the rock." I took a deep breath, circled his waist, and lifted him down, the toy lion and lion cub still grasped tightly in his little hands. "Rock!" he wailed as I swung him into the saddle and climbed up behind. "Rock!" he kept wailing as I put heels to the horse's sides to close the distance to the others. "Off! Get off! No thank you riding horses." "Okay," I thought. "Just give it a few minutes. See if he calms down. See if we can do this." And then the worst of all possible things happened. Out of the forest came charging a great herd of semi-wild horses, perhaps 80 strong, led by a pugnacious-looking dark bay stallion, who came trotting over to us, screaming his challenge at our horses. Rowan went rigid, shutting his eyes tight, as 2 of our guides broke away from the main group and rode at the stallion, whose territory we were probably invading, cracking whips and shouting to drive him away. One by one, each of our horses, Rowan and mine included, let go an ear-splitting whinny, to which a number of the free herd responded. Rowan burrowed into my chest, hands over his ears, eyes screw shut, emitting small noises of distress. With my gut tying itself in knots, I said in my most reassuring but sadly fake-sounding voice, "Hello! Hello!" said the horses, just the horses saying hello. I saw Kristen looking back worried. The herd was past us now, but Rowan was saying, "Down, get down!" And we were in the middle of the boggy meadow, where getting off would mean sinking calf-deep in sphagnum moss and mud. The horses had to put on some engine to get through the slop and jolted into a ragged trot. A great gout of mud slapped up on us, landing splop on my leg and on Rowan's, drenching his trousers. He yelled. This was going from bad to worse. I fished for inspiration. "Yuck," I said, "wet and sloppy, just like a code brown." I wiped my fingers in the glop of mud that had streaked his thigh. "What's that?" I said, as if to an imaginary audience. "It's a code brown. Yuck! Poopy everywhere!" And then the miracle happened. Rowan giggled. I pushed the joke a little further. "Poopy everywhere! Yucky! Disgusting!" The gods of toilet humour must have heard us, for Rowan suddenly became a different child. "What's that?" he said, sitting up and pointing at the trees of the forest wall. "I don't know. What is that?" I didn't know where he was going with this, but wherever it was, I wanted to follow. "It's, he said, grinning at me. I gave him a sharp intake of breath, kind of denoting a question mark. "Code brown!" And so it went. Rowan squealing and laughing, causing Tomu and Telga to turn round and laugh with him, the guide smiling, despite not understanding what was going on. Kristen and the crew looked around hopefully, knowing how much quite literally rode on this. My heart was in my mouth as we kept the game going. Rowan now as natural and relaxed in the saddle as he was back home on Betsy. The horse also relaxed under our twistings and gigglings and jerkings and shoutings, and the great Siberian forest opened its arms to receive us. After the near disaster of the screaming horse herd, this laughing, joking delight was more, far, far more than I could have hoped for. Deeper into the forest we went. Then once more the trail came to a wide, boggy meadow. A snipe winged across our pathway, whistling as it flew. Our horse, all the horses, began to sink and struggled to keep going, the suck of their hooves pulling free of the clinging gloop, almost loud enough to drown Rowan's laughter. Then, quite suddenly, the horse disappeared from underneath us. It's potentially one of the worst kinds of falls you can take. The horse founders underneath you, rolling sideways with you stuck half on, half off, ready to be rolled on as the horse lurches desperately to get up out of the mire, or trampled as it strikes out with its hooves to try to find purchase to right itself. Horses panic when they go down. It's a situation where, in the wild, they would immediately be prey. Loss of balance and a fall unhinges even the best trained animal. Down we went. I hurled Rowan to the side. He landed with a wail and a thud in the soft turf, screaming but clear of the rolling half-ton and thrashing hooves. I rolled to the side, kicking my right foot, which was still stuck in the stirrup, to try to free it before I got dragged. The horse rolled towards me. I kicked at it hard. It rolled back. My foot came free. I could hear Rowan crying, people shouting. The horse struggled up out of the bog, black mud dripping from its legs, its belly. A rear hoof kicked out, flying just over my head, as the horse tried to fling the clinging glop from its skin. Another kick, and it was free. One of the guides rode to head it off, lead it to firmer ground, while I rolled up and onto my feet and grabbed Rowan in a huge hug. It had all happened so fast that no one had even reached us yet. He was sobbing. Christ, I'd blown it after all, and we'd been so close. And then, once more, a miracle happened. A baby snipe, or rather an almost full-grown snipe, but one whose wings had not yet fully fledged, got up from the reeds right in front of us and went running for the forest. "Look, a snipe!" I said in my most upbeat voice. "Let's catch it!" And to my surprise, whether because of the adrenaline, the timing, the fact that Rowan could rarely resist having any cute baby animal almost within his clutches, or maybe all three, the tears and the fear lifted, and Rowan's smile broke through. "Let's get it!" he echoed, and off we went, running in its whistling wake, as the guides caught our horse, and Kristen and the rest of the party dismounted and ran to intercept us. Chapter 17, The White Ibex, page 230. Next morning, under a light, cool drizzle, Rowan bounced from foot to foot as the guides took their time making sure all the equipment was tied properly in place. The horses stamped and whinnied as they were loaded. "Ride!" whined Rowan, impatient to be off. "Ride!" Thank God, I thought, he still wants to ride. And so we did, code browning our way along the forest paths. What a monster I'd created there! But once we had the first hour under our belt, Rowan decided he wanted to get down and play in the dirt with his animals. Unwilling to do anything to upset him, I called a halt, and as the shout went down our long, drawn-out convoy of riders and pack-horses, I dismounted, lifted Rowan off, and stood in the middle of the trail. A wide clearing was all around us, with a great shoulder of mountain marching down from the west. The horses grazed, the old man and the guides smoked. Tomu wandered off to throw stones, and the rest of us just sat in the shade of our horses. How quickly the days got hot here, while Rowan played Lion King in the dust. Half an hour went by. 40 minutes. Tulga eventually rode up, the old man at his side. "Rupert, we have to try to make some time. Do you think Rowan could be okay to ride again now?" "We can see," I said, and asked Rowan, "More play or ride a little more?" "Ride a little more." Well, we were getting somewhere. But as we rounded the corner of the mountain and came out to a wide vista of marshland, at whose centre lay a round, shallow lake, the guides shouted something, and Tulga, relaying the message, said, "Ah, okay, they are telling me that... See that peak over there?" I followed where he pointed, Rowan leaning back into me and drumming his head rhythmically against my sternum. "Those mountains?" They seemed impossibly far, a faint pale blue massif way off to the north. "That's where we have to go. By tomorrow?" Yes, Tulga's voice was a little nervous. Maybe they underestimated the distance. From where he sat in front of his father, Tomu reached out and tickled Rowan's side. Rowan giggled. "At this pace? You really think we can make it?" Tulga gave the uncomfortable laugh that I had learned meant trouble. "Maybe, if we're lucky. We're going to have to put on the pace a bit." "A little bit, yes." "The last time you said little bit like that, I ended up getting whipped." Tulga laughed again, but without mirth. "Down," said Rowan, suddenly twisting and trying to scramble out of the saddle. "Get down and play." "Halt, everyone!" Back down the line went the cry. Rowan was already on his belly in the trail dust, squinting at Simba and Scar as he put them through their paces. "What have you done?" "Dad! Dad!" Half an hour later, the day by now having grown really hot, I managed to coax him back into the saddle. As we re-entered the forest, I asked him, "Do you like this horse? Yes or no?" "Yes, I do." "Really?" I asked, unsure if he was just responding to cues or if he was really saying what he thought. "In that case, have you got a name for him?" "Yes." "What is it then?" "Blue." Perhaps half an hour after that, Rowan decided he'd had enough of being in the saddle for good. "Ride on Daddy's shoulders." Wanting to keep us moving, I climbed down, took him up on my shoulders, and led Blue, as Rowan scrambled around to his usual side saddle position on my right shoulder, chin pressing hard into the top of my skull. "The chin is ouchy," I began. "But the hand is nice." Rowan finished the sentence for me and immediately placed his hand between my head bone and his chin. "Thanks," I said. "You're welcome." On we walked, the day growing ever hotter. Thank God for long hair, his and mine, which saves the back of the neck from sunburn. The forest had retreated far to either side of us, leaving us exposed to the full glare. With every step, Rowan's weight seemed to bear down harder on my right shoulder, the heat to grow more intense. Blue, whom I was leading along by his tether rope, had to be dragged ever so slightly and pulled back ever so slightly in that half-cooperative, half-reluctant way that horses have. I found myself swearing under my breath, trying to blow away the flies attracted by my pulpy lip, pulling Blue along with one hand and steadying Rowan's leg with the other. A wave of anger at Rowan, his difficultness, his sheer bloody high maintenance, pulsed through me. I breathed hard, blew at the flies. Then a voice inside my head laughed and spoke. Perhaps it was the sun. Perhaps it was the sheer intensity of this situation, this journey, this dream. But clear as day I heard my inner voice say, "What are you complaining about, Rupert? Just what are you complaining about? You are walking across Mongolia with your little boy on your shoulders. What in God's name are you whining for? Where do you want to be?" pushing him round a supermarket in a trolley, sitting in traffic on the way to some therapy appointment or other? Are you really going to waste this incredible experience, this incredible adventure you are sharing with your son, complaining that it's uncomfortable? Don't be an idiot. Savour this. You'll never be here again. Clear. And so, spontaneously, I began to sing. "Daddy, sing!" encouraged Rowan, pulling at my hair. The song that came flowing out was one I hadn't sung in years, an old Irish one from the childhood memory bank, though it wasn't one my mother had sung. No, it was another, the girl I left behind me, no doubt remembered from some impromptu pub ceilidh in London in the 80s, 20 years ago or more, when my liver was younger and stronger. Out the old tune came, spilling from my lips like water. Oh, the dames of France are fond and free, and Flemish lips are willing. You wish, said Kristen, riding up next to us. And soft the maids of Italy, and Spanish eyes are thrilling. Still, though I bask beneath their smile, their charms still fail to bind me. And my heart goes back to Erin's Isle, to the girl I left behind me. "Daddy to sing!" shouted Rowan delightedly. So I gave voice to the rest, notwithstanding my utter and complete lack of any Irish blood, stepping out along the trail, Blue behind me, my son on my shoulders, the son on my shoulders, my wife riding beside me. I'd be lying if I said I remembered every word. There was a fair amount of hum-pum-pum and zum-tum-hmm filling in the gaps, but we swung along in fair style, the singing keeping the flies away at least for a good few miles, until the heat and weight finally began to take their full toll and my tongue grew dry.
Track 30.
Fortunately, that was the exact moment at which we rounded a bend and saw a stream trickling down along the gradually narrowing valley, with several great tall pines shading it right there on the trail, and the cool forest margin creeping closer on the northern bank. "We'll stop there for a break," I heard Tulgar say from somewhere behind me. I fixed my eye on the spot, and with Rowan yanking my hair in time to the music, tried to keep up the pace, thinking of the shade and rest. I handed Blue off to the young son of the old man, watched as they splashed across the cool brook so the horse could be picketed in the shade of the forest on the other side, and saw Rowan tear off his clothes and splash blissfully into the water. And down under the shade of the pine I dropped. "Jeremy," I asked, he happened to be standing nearby, "could you possibly watch him for a moment while I—" And a moment later both Kristen and I were asleep, nestled together in the shade, the pine needles a mattress between us and the warm, life-giving earth. There were ants in it, though, biting ones. "Ah!" Kristen sat up suddenly, the siesta abruptly over, smacking at her bare arms where the buggers had bitten her. "Just like Texas, huh?" said Michael, appearing with 2 bowls of soup, noodles and mutton with globs of fat for me, and noodles with noodles for vegetarian Kristen. Again. Rowan, tucking into a fistful of bacon, waded naked under Jeremy's benevolent eye. Tomu and the others were all 100 yards away on the far bank with the horses and the fires that had been lit to cook by, despite the day's heavy heat. "Good idea." I looked at Michael. "I think we could get one going this side to keep the flies off." I licked my raw lip. Michael made a fire from dried pine sap and tinder. We lay a while in the shade, letting the smoke play over us, enjoying the way it freed us from the flies. When Rowan inevitably had another code brown, I got up, sighing, filled an empty bottle from the river, and cleaned him. Then, as Rowan splashed into the water once more, I heard Michael say, "Oh, no!" He stood, bottle in hand, looking aghast and spitting. "Did you just—" I asked. He nodded, the hurried, alarmed nod of someone who's just drunk a bottle of river water I filled to clean Rowan's. Michael nodded, wincing. I had separated the bottles, usually carried in my fisherman's waistcoat pockets, out on the pine needles, the left-hand two for cleaning, the right-hand two, having been put through our ultraviolet water filter thingy, for drinking. Michael had confused them. "Well," I said, trying to be positive, "Rowan's drunk from the streams here and there when I couldn't stop him, and Tomu, they're okay. So far. You'll be fine." As the first cool breeze of late afternoon came soughing in over the stream, we mounted once more and set off at a brisk trot, Rowan demanding an increase in speed for the final miles of the broad clearing through further belts of forest to the banks of a wide river. I'd been secretly dreading this. I'd crossed enough rivers on horseback in my time. The loose stones underfoot, sudden deep holes in which the horses could flounder, weird currents, even the horses panicking, all could result in a drowning if anything went wrong. So we went slowly, picking out where the shallowest shoals ran, avoiding the deeper pools and eddies, making sure of the route before we attempted a crossing with the boys and the gear. It took us a good hour to cross, going in relays back and forth with the equipment, using both the pack horses and the saddle horses to make sure that no one horse was too heavily laden, which meant unpacking and repacking several times over. There were sections where the water came up over the horses' bellies, and a couple of spots where they had to swim. Before sending the riders across, the old man, his son, and his nephews rode a longer route, following the shoals, looking for the shallowest way, where the water never came higher than the girth. Having found it, we went across with Rowan, me praying to the Lord of the River, to God, to the universe, to see us safely over without the horse falling, without accident. My prayers were heard. Rowan laughed and giggled the whole way across, then demanded to get off immediately afterwards and go wading in the shallows, while the equipment was loaded once more onto just the pack animals. And away we went, riding westward with the river, squinting against the sun. God, but it was beautiful. Violets, meadow pinks, yellow cowslips, blue columbines, and purple lupins dotted the riverside meadows. The forest, deep green, sombre, marched along the opposite bank. On our side the mountains came tumbling down to the river's edge, making a narrow way for us to ride at the fast, leggy trot that Rowan was now demanding, saying, "Trot, trot, shall we have a little trot?" whenever the pace slackened. The valley broadened out into wild pasture and marsh, dotted here and there with little oxbow lakes, old meanders of the river that had gradually, over millennia, become cut off from the main flow, and now stood by themselves, still, reflecting the Siberian sky. Swans cruised on their mirror-like surface. Flocks of widgeons and teals went whizzing overhead like arrows, to land cackling on the river. Large fish, trout and taimen, a kind of giant landlocked Siberian salmon, jumped for flies, falling back into the river's golden surface with a loud splash. We came to the foot of a particularly beautiful mountain, its rocky slopes terraced as if by hand, with granite ledges topped with grass, almost like a giant staircase, decorated here and there with little fir trees, ascending in a steep cone to the sky. "Perhaps we should start thinking about a place to camp," I shouted to Tulga, who was trotting with Tomu just ahead of us. Rowan being taken up in a strange, husky-voiced monologue about Buster, Lily, Blackie and Lily the baby elephant, and Asher the baby rhino from Whipsnade Wild Animal Park. "They know a place," Tulga called back over his shoulder. "It's a mile or two further. There's a spring. We can camp there." To camp by a spring in the lee of a Siberian mountain. It sounded magical. That was when Kristen said, "Where's Michael? And the others?" We'd been hustling along at such a good pace that our group had become strung out. I looked around. It was just the old man, his son, and his two nephews with the pack horses up ahead. Tulga and Tomu on their spotted horse, me and Rowan on ours, Kristen on her chestnut and Justin with his mixers strung over his horse's loins and the boom mic in his hand like an urga or a lance. "Jeremy!" we called. "Michael! Bodo!" The cook's son and helper was missing too, and his mum, the cook. A few minutes later, Jeremy and the cook came jogging over a rise. "Are Michael and Bodo close behind?" we asked. They didn't know. Hadn't been looking since we had started our faster pace. "Go! Go!" Rowan was starting to whine. "Listen, I think we'd better not lose the mood," I said to Tulga. "Maybe send one of the guides back down the trail to check that Michael and Bodo are okay while we go make camp." "Bodo's with him. It will be okay. Let's get to the camp, and if they don't show up, we can send someone back. We should get set up while we still have daylight." So on we went, sometimes trotting, sometimes running the horses the last couple of miles into the setting sun, Rowan laughing with delight just like he used to. We followed the long foot of the strangely terraced mountain, the river bending away from us in a mile-wide arc towards the crowding forest. A group of chattering magpies, 5 of them in handsome blue, black and white plumage, flew parallel with us, skimming the surface of the little lakes, and finally coming to rest in the branches of a copse set away by itself on an island in a racing stream that snaked away from the foot of the mountain to the now distant river, as if telling us where to make camp. For here, on the mountainside of the stream, facing the little copse where the magpies chattered and fussed, the old man threw up a hand, calling our convoy to halt and dismount. Rowan and Tomu were running for the stream as soon as their feet touched the ground. "You know, back home we have superstitions about magpies," I told Tulga, as we pulled the saddles from our tired mounts and handed the horses to the guides to take off and tether on the far side of the stream. "Oh?" "Yes. 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy, 5 for silver, 6 for gold, 7 for a secret never to be told." "You never heard this while you were in the UK?" "No," said Tulga. "I didn't know people in the West had stories about animals." It was true. To the outside eye, Western culture didn't have much to do with nature anymore. I had grown up with it, counting magpies, hunting foxes, fishing for pike and trout in the streams, training young horses, and I was hardly unique in this. Yet the image of ourselves we export is what? MTV, Suburbia, and Miami Vice. I smiled, watching the boys play in the water. "Guys!" shouted Kristen from where she, Justin, and Jeremy were sorting out the saddlebags. "We're getting really worried about Michael. Shouldn't someone go back to see if they're okay?" "I'll talk to the old man," said Tulga, coming out of the stream. But one of the guides was already shouting, pointing back down the trail to where 2 figures, Bodo and Michael, were walking, leading a single horse. The guide untethered the horse he'd just picketed, leaped up bareback and went splashing through the cold stream and off towards the mountain at a fast gallop. He reached the walkers in a matter of seconds. We watched them deliberating. Then all 3 came walking in together, leading the horses behind them. Perhaps a minute later they arrived in camp, Michal, white as a sheet, dead on his feet. "I couldn't stay on," he mumbled. "Need to lie down. Be sick." Fortunately, Michal's tent was already pitched. We laid him in there, and Justin fetched water from the spring, which he'd found bubbling from the rock, where the last low spur of the mountain's foot came reaching out almost to touch the little copse where the magpies flitted and the horses grazed and kicked out at the evening flies and each other. I prepared a fire. As I struck a match to the tinder, Rowan came running up behind me and threw himself on my back, saying, "How do you make a fire, Daddy?" He had never asked a how question before. Then, as Kristen and I were marvelling over that, Michal suddenly crawled halfway out of his tent and vomited louder than I have ever heard anyone vomit. It was so loud it rang off the mountainside. Rowan, alarmed, ran up to where Michal, half dead with nausea, lay spitting into the mess he had thrown up, and said, "Michal, why are you spitting on it?" He had never asked a why question before. Even Michal, wrecked as he was, managed to croak out in a voice like that of the undead, "I hope someone had a camera going. That was the most complex thing I've ever heard Rowan say. Oh, God." And up came more. A short time later, Justin returned from the mountain. While up there, he had seen something he was pretty sure wasn't that common: a white ibex. Now, ibexes are rare enough and elusive, even in places such as this, where they are, at least comparatively, plentiful. I had glimpsed one once before, years ago, in the mountains of Turkey. They aren't an animal you see every day. But a white one? Tulga was impressed and told the old man and his boys, who immediately went into a quiet huddle, talking among themselves in voices whose tone, low but urgent, suggested that something was up. That night I slept with Rowan by my side. I heard him talking in his dreams. Buster, Lily, Blackie, and somewhere in there, too, the word ibex. There was something about this place. Next morning we woke to find that 3 of the horses had disappeared, including Blue and Tulga's horse. And Michal was worse than before. It seemed we could not go on. Chapter 18. Further Up and Further In, page 240. "You know, Rupert," Tulga said to me as the old man detailed 2 of the younger men to go off in search of the strayed horses. "The old man and the others, they were saying that maybe the shamans are testing us. Your accident in the bog, Michal getting sick and losing his horse. Now 3 more gone. And Justin last night on the mountain. What he saw was so rare, unusual. They are saying that the ibex was the shaman coming down to look at us, to decide whether he will accept us or not." We were huddling over camp coffee in the morning's chill. My lip hurt like the devil. Michal lay prostrate in his tent, groaning. Should we go on without him, leave him here by the spring with one of the guides and enough food and shelter to let him recover? Have Jeremy take the camera? It was going to be a hard ride today, up and over the far-off high pass we glimpsed yesterday, assuming we could even make it over the pass today, for it was at least 8 hours of steady climbing. Anyway, it was a moot point now, unless the 4 horses could be retrieved. What had happened to make them run? I'd been asleep, but Tulga and some of the others said they heard disturbances in the night. Maybe predators coming around. Wolf? Bear? Or maybe just the horses fighting, as horses tethered close together will sometimes do, snapping their tie ropes in the fray. "But here is one good thing," confided Tulga, taking a sip of coffee as Rowan and Tomu chased each other around in the morning sun, the magpies from the little copse across the stream chattering loudly at them. "The old man says he thinks the white ibex is a sign that Rowan has been accepted. If Justin had seen a wolf or a crow or a bear up there, that would have been a bad sign, a sign for us to turn back. So the old man thinks we won't be here long." We kicked our heels at the foot of the mountain till the sun was high overhead. Stuck. Stuck in beauty, but stuck nonetheless. Around 10 or so, Michael began to revive, though he looked white as a ghost. "I think I could do the ride," he croaked as he emerged from the tent. "The stomach cramps have gone. Maybe it was just a 24-hour thing." "Or a reaction to the water you accidentally drank yesterday at lunchtime," offered Kristin. "Don't remind me." He turned to Tulga. "When should we start?" "We won't start at all unless the guides find the horses we've lost." "We've lost more? Not just mine?" "Yes," I said, kicking the dew-sodden grass. "Oh. To have come so far."
Track 31.
To have to turn back now would be agonizing. Well, I suppose if it came to it, maybe I could just carry Rowan up that mountain and over the pass. Then I heard shouting, hoofbeats. Looked up. The younger guides were coming back along the foot of the mountain, grinning from ear to ear, leading Tulga's horse and mine at a gallop. That meant we were still 2 horses short, but if we left some of our bags here and made one of the pack horses into a riding horse... And so, half an hour later, we were on the move once more, even Michael, weakened as he was, climbing heroically back into the saddle. We rode single file along the banks of another stream that tumbled down from the heights, which we now began to climb. The pass for which we were making, still distant and blue, if not a mere haze on the far upper horizon, was now discernible as a saddle between 2 jagged peaks, one of them still streaked with snow, even now, with July about to turn to August. Could we really make it? Tulga had given his usual nervous laugh when I'd asked him that morning. We were in the lap of the gods now. Anything could happen, and probably would. So I just concentrated on the ride, giving Blue as much rein as possible as we climbed by stages through forest and natural meadow, crossing and recrossing the rushing river, its cold splashing water a cool relief from the heavy heat of the sun now high overhead. "Daddy to sing!" So I sang The Girl I Left Behind Me again, over and over, in a low voice as we rode further up and further in. "Sing the Scubby Boy song," demanded Rowan as the need for variety kicked in. Thank God he wasn't demanding to get down and play today, but seemed happy to settle in for the long climb. So I sang the Scubby Boy song, which went like this. "He was a scubby boy, a little scubby," and Rowan sang boy. "He was a scubby boy, a little scubby, boy. He was a scubby boy, a little scubby, boy. He was a scubby boy, and his daddy ate his head." At which I had to take a huge pretend bite of his head, making a big scrunching noise as if biting into an apple, and say, not bad. Over and over, up along the rushing river. Going to see the reindeer people with Buster and Lily and Blackie. And then we were in the territory of the reindeer people. We knew, because as we re-entered the forest at a higher elevation, the last of the flower-strewn riverside natural pastures behind us, we saw horses' skulls nailed to the trunks of the great pines and larches whose overhanging branches cast the trail into a sudden midday dusk. "Put there for the Lord of the Mountain," said Tulga as we passed the eldritch offerings. "And a request, too. The offering is always the head of a good horse. They hope the Lord of the Mountain will send them another just as good if they offered the skull. I remembered my mother's old copy of Larousse's Mythology, the section on Finno-Ugric spirituality, and the reproduction of early photographs of horse sacrifices, skulls and hides on larch poles reaching up to the sky, taken somewhere in Siberia, east of the Urals. The image had made a powerful impression, stirred some ancestral memory. Here we were now, entering that world in real time, and dream time, for there was something of a dream in this forest, this ride. No reindeer antlers on the trees? No, they use horses too, Tulga said matter-of-factly. If he was feeling any dream time, he certainly didn't show it. Actually, he went on, they don't ride reindeer any more. My heart sank as he said this. I'd wanted to see reindeer being ridden as they had been since time immemorial, since before the horse was domesticated. I wanted Rowan to be able to ride a reindeer. I'd promised him he would. Well, maybe they'd organize something. Tulga was still talking. I quieted my thoughts to catch his words. They use reindeer for other medicine, I know that. What medicine? I wondered. Something to do with the shamans? Would the reindeer spirit somehow be harnessed to help Rowan? We rode through a woodland coloured purple with rose bay, growing taller than the horses' bellies. A hoopoe, a dove-sized bird with white spots and a strange circular crest on its head, swooped low across the trail. We rode in silence, the gradient steepening, our pace slowing, the forest at once cool and close with humidity. Would there be a storm to deal with as we tackled the pass? Lightning on the high ground? Would that be another shamanic test, like the one the guide seemed to think we had undergone the previous night? Some kind of trickster game to see how serious we were. We didn't even know if Ghoster the shaman would be there when we got to the other side of the pass. And why did we have to come to the bloody other side of the world to see a shaman anyway? Why was this something so far-fetched, so exotic to us as Westerners? After all, we had once had our own shamans. But we had annihilated them, or done our best to. The Romans did it first, crushing the Druids of Britannia and Gaul. Then the Church, between about 1400 and 1700, did its best to stamp out what vestiges remained. In Western Europe, this was by that time mostly just old village-wise women who knew their herbs. Generations of them were put to the stake. There were shamans of the older pre-Roman kind still living on the outer edges of Europe, among the Lapps or Sami, also reindeer herders, of northern Scandinavia, the tribes of the Baltic, and some pagan hermits in places like Cornwall, Wales, Scotland, Brittany, and the Basque country. But even these remote areas were aggressively Christianized, many shamans paying the ultimate price for holding on to their traditions. The Church, both Protestant and Catholic, did everything it could to burn them all. By the 18th century, when the burnings finally stopped, the physicists and apothecaries of the Enlightenment had to relearn everything: anatomy, natural sciences, herbalism, all the things that underpin modern science and medicine. But fundamentalism and fanaticism had not died. Instead, they had split into two parallel branches, one for religion, one for science. Such, it seemed, was our inheritance. We plodded on, ever uphill, the forest crowding closer. Even Rowan sat quietly now, relaxing against me in a way he hadn't since we'd left Texas, letting his whole body weight rest on my right forearm as it held the reins. My other arm was around his waist, steadying him. On either side of us the forest crowded in, the only noise the sigh of the wind in the pine boughs, the burbling song of the river, and the muffled thump of horses' hooves on pine needles. My thoughts travelled back to some of the shamans and healers I'd met. Charles Siddle, the horse healer. Beza, calling the leopards out of the night. Old Antas, running her hand over Kate's abdomen as she lay prone on the red sand, singing the cancer out of her body. None of it could be explained. Then again, nor could autism. A story came to mind that Michal and I had been told by a medical anthropologist at George Washington University called Dr. Richard Grinker. Dr. Grinker had an autistic child, a daughter of his own, and had turned his research towards seeing how other cultures viewed autism. While in South Africa, he had come upon a Zulu family whose son had the condition. The grandparents had wanted the child to see the local sangoma, or witch doctor. The child's parents, however, being educated and westernized, had wanted to pursue Western therapies. Eventually, to please their elders, the parents consented to let the sangoma see their son. After 2 days of observation, the sangoma said he had found out what was wrong with the child. It was a white man's disease, he said, called autism. To the amazement of both the parents and the grandparents, the sangoma, who attributed the onset of the disease to ill-wishing on the part of the father's bitter ex-wife, advised that the child be taken away to the city, where he would not only be away from the evil influence of the jilted ex-wife, but would get the therapies for autism that he needed. Meanwhile, the sangoma conducted rituals to lift the curse. It didn't matter to the sangoma which method was better, his or the Western therapist's. The point was to use both, to try every weapon in the medical and spiritual armory. I looked down at my son, sitting in the saddle in front of me, smiling as Blue flexed his hocks and trotted up a steep portion of the trail behind Tulga's horse. "Whatever works, eh, mate?" I said to Rowan. He came out of his reverie. "Let's go see more shamans." "But of course, monsieur," I said, adopting a mock French waiter's accent à la Monty Python. "Coming right up." We followed the rushing river. Pied wagtails bobbed on the rocks as the water flowed by them, flicking their tails up and down. Trout jumped. Overhead, a golden eagle, larger than the steppe eagles we had seen almost daily since leaving the city, cruised the heights, casting a moving shadow over the bright water. I stole a glance up the long valley, more gorge by now of the river. The pass we were heading for was still distant, blue, impossibly remote, hardly any closer than it had seemed when we had started out. Tulga, riding in front of me with Tomu, turned and said, "I think the bad bog, the dangerous one the old man was talking about, is up ahead. After that it should be easy to go faster. If we have to camp on this side of the pass because it takes long time to get to the other side of the bog, we should still be okay. The reindeer people are just on the other side. But it'd be better to cross the pass today in case the shamans are to further camp." Tulga nodded. That much was evident. We rode a while in silence, the mountains rearing up before us, around us, the going getting deeper underfoot. "You know," said Tulga after some minutes, "I've noticed, with Rowan, he's been losing his animals, but he isn't getting upset like he was at the start of the trip. Remember the first day?" "The puddles in the rain, you mean? God, trying to find his animals with my toes in the water." Tulga laughed. "Now he leaves them at all the campsites, on all the mountains." "I know. And he stopped tantruming about it. It's weird." "I was thinking," said Tulga, "maybe he's leaving his animals as offerings to the lords of the mountains." We entered the bog suddenly. I was scared as the horse began to sink, slip and struggle, remembering what had happened the first evening. Rowan whimpered a little as Blue sank down to his hocks a few times. I tried the code brown joke. It worked. But soon the bog became so deep, Blue's movements so violent, as he and the other horses floundered belly deep, trying to get through the mire, that talk became impossible. I just gave Blue the reins and let him find his own way, expecting any moment to feel him disappear completely, fall sideways, praying to get through safely, while Rowan, to my amazement, contained his fear, leaned his body back against mine, relaxed, trusting. When at last Blue and the others pulled clear of the last sucking, holding mire, Rowan calmly turned to me and said, "Daddy to give Rowan a lollipop?" "You bloody well bet Daddy will give Rowan a lollipop," I said, fishing for one of the dwindling supply in my jacket pocket. "You are so brave." "A brave little sausage," said Rowan, using an English expression I had often said to him, but for the first time. "Oh, darling," said Kristen, riding close behind us. "Oh, darling." "Rowan is a brave little sausage," he said solemnly, taking the lollipop I had just unwrapped. "Yes, you are, my darling," said Kristen from her chestnut horse, now black to the belly from the bog. "Yes, you are." The river valley broadened out into a large gravel shoal, the forest and mountainside rising steeply on either side. Snow and ice, caught in sections of the river where the shade persisted for most of the day, streaked the grey shoals with white. "Get off and play in the snow!" Rowan wanted to twist down out of the saddle, but time was so short. "We'll stop and play in the snow when we come back this way in a few days, okay?" I promised, bracing myself for the inevitable tantrum. "Okay," said Rowan, his voice quavering a little, but no tantrum. I looked back and caught Kristen's eye. The track levelled slightly. We began to find stretches where the horses could trot out or even canter a few steps before a dip or twist of the river forced us to rein in. We started to cover more ground. Following the old man, we crossed the river a final time and put the horses at a really steep section of forest trail, so steep that for one heart-stopping moment I thought Blue, scrabbling for purchase on the near vertical bank, might tip over backward. I got as far forward as I could without crushing Rowan, felt the horse try once, twice, then find an extra gear to launch himself up the final steep bit. I patted him, praised him, as he kept toiling up, amazed at the strength, the huge heart of this little horse, wishing I had grain to reward him with at the end of the day. On we went, through more bog, the forest so thick we were bumping our knees against the tree trunks, the larch, pine, and aspen branches brushing our faces. I grabbed handfuls of larch needles, munched them and gave them to Rowan too. They were high in vitamin C, and that and the sugar from the lollipops I now kept feeding him would, I hoped, keep his energy up. We had been more than 6 hours in the saddle today with no end in sight. If Rowan was tired, however, he wasn't showing it. Unlike the rest of us, we stopped for a breather and to let the heavier-laden pack horses catch up with us. In a high meadow, set in a natural bowl of rock screes leading to the pass proper. We tied the horses to young trees, sat down on the ground, stretched tired legs, rested sore bottoms on the soft, mossy turf. "I don't know if I can go any further," said Kristen, holding up her knees as she lay, trying to ease her lower back, which always gave her problems, but which now, after so long in the saddle, following such a long absence from riding in her daily life, was on fire with pain. I didn't know what to say. The pass, though much, much closer now, still had to be crossed. "The guide says we still have 2 hours to go to make it over," said Tulga. Kristen groaned, while Rowan and Tomu, seemingly tireless, tumbled in the grass. Even the crew was too tired to film. The flies found us again now that we were out of the trees. I lay face down to protect my raw lip from them, and reached out a hand to gently rock Kristen's lower back to and fro, the scent of mountain flowers and pine drifting over us. Under my hand I felt Kristen's breathing slow, felt her dropping into sleep. Rowan and Tomu were under Tulga's watchful eye. I closed my eyes too, pressing my face into the sweet-smelling turf, only to feel a moment later Rowan jumping hard with both feet onto my back. I rolled over. Rowan and Tomu were laughing. A monster! So I lay back, pretended to sleep, doing cartoon snores. They jumped on me again. "Wake up, Daddy! A monster! Roar!" I fell back again, pretending to sleep once more. Rowan jumped on me. "Wake up, Daddy!" A few moments later, Kristen creaked slowly to her feet. I followed. The guide, seeing us rise, immediately went to his own horse and mounted. The pack horses could catch up before evening. I picked up Rowan and plonked him in the saddle, holding my face back out of reach as he tried to swing again at my now very tempting lip. As I did so, I heard a loud "pock," then a scream.
Track 32.
Kristen was down on her back, writhing, holding her knee, with Jeremy and Tulga leaning over her. The horse kicked her, they said helplessly as Kristen tried to contain tears. "Mummy to smile," said Rowan worriedly. "Mummy to not cry." How bad? A kick can shatter a human leg bone, no problem. Immediately I was thinking about how we would get a broken-legged Kristen out of this remoter-than-remote place. "Not too bad," Kristen said between clenched teeth. "I think I'm okay." She struggled to her feet, limped over to where the guide, his face impassive, held her horse ready, and, despite the pain of her back, her leg, hauled herself into the saddle once more. "I'm so proud of you," I said, somewhat lamely, wishing I could do something to make it better. "A brave little sausage," said Rowan, right on cue. The laugh got her up to the foot of the pass, which took 1 hour, not 2, as the guide, perhaps wanting us to feel we were making better time than we were, had predicted. But what an hour! We came up above the tree line, high above the last meadow where we had stopped, and saw a rampart of cold grey granite rearing up before us. The only way up was via a narrow track that ascended a 200-foot-high mound of sand and dirt, originally rock, crushed by the winter ice, then piled up against the side of the mountain wall during the short 2 months of the year when the pass had no snow on it. All around rose the higher peaks, ice and snow still clinging stubbornly to their tops. The track upward was so narrow, so treacherous underfoot, that in a couple of places it disappeared altogether, the horses having to cut a passage in the loose dirt of the slope with their hooves. I tried to keep Rowan's weight centred so as not to throw Blue off, for one false move could send us hurtling down the almost sheer cliff of loose earth. That was the moment Rowan chose to initiate the "let's swing around in the saddle and smack Daddy on the raw lip" game. Part of me wanted to shout at him. Part of me didn't want to mess with his upbeat mood, the fact that he was so happy, that he was being such a trooper. So I held my face firmly to the right, as far out of reach as possible, while leaning forward to get our weight off Blue's labouring hocks. It helped not to look down. And that was how, blowing flies from the red goo of my mouth and holding my face stiffly away from my maniacal son, we reached the top of the pass, reined in, and let the panting horses recover their breath. We looked back at the way we had come. the mountain gorge and its river sweeping down and away to an unthinkable, unquantifiable vastness of forest, green upon green fading to blue. Siberia, remote and unconquered. To the north was tundra, the high tops of the mountains above the snow line, like Scottish moorland, but vaster, streaked with stubborn snow, small bright streams and peat hags criss-crossing a moist, boggy terrain of little meres, sphagnum moss, heather, and tough grasses, here and there dotted with stunted pine. The summer pastures of the reindeer people. At last. The wind up here was intense, whipping at hair, clothes, and the horses' tails, and rattling the blue silk prayer scarves on the big ovu of piled stones that had been built at the top of the pass. We walked round it, once each in turn, leading the horses, giving thanks. As we descended down the other side into the high tundra, faces reddened by the wind rushing up to pour over the pass, Tulga stopped us and suggested that we dismount, because not all horses from the steppe were used to reindeer. Sometimes when they meet them for the first time, they can be scared. You mean they might freak out, dump their riders and bolt? I asked, knowing what the answer would be. Maybe a little bit. And then came the nervous laugh. So we climbed down. I took Rowan on my shoulders once more and led Blue, feet slipping and sinking a bit in the peaty mud of the trail. No matter. It was only a short distance to get around the shoulder of mountain, on the other side of which, Tulga promised, lay the reindeer people's camp. So I splashed on, Rowan sitting side-saddle on my right shoulder, singing The Girl I Left Behind Me. We had made it, after all, with 2 hours of daylight to spare. We rounded the turn of the hill, hearts pounding. It isn't every day you come upon one of the most ancient human cultures on the planet. But there was no reindeer encampment. Just a long, wide valley of peat, bog, and moss, ringed by the peaks of the great range on whose high tops we walked, their upper heights streaked here and there with snow. Just that, and the wind, sighing in the marsh grasses. Chapter 19. The Ghoster at the Top of the Mountain. Page 252. We walked a mile towards another great arm of moorland that came sweeping down from the broad heights, cutting off the rest of the valley from view. It grew colder. Rowan's weight grew heavier. The going grew muddier underfoot. The late light shone gold on the horse's flanks, picking up the lights in Kristen's long brown hair as she led her horse in front of me. "See the reindeer people?" asked Rowan. I sang The Girl I Left Behind Me one more time. We rounded the bend in the muddy trail, the water and the peat hags reflecting pink, gold, and orange sunset. No reindeer people. My shoulder was hurting. If we were going to have to camp tonight and travel another day, as it looked, I might as well let the horse do the carrying, of Rowan at least. So I put him back up. "Ride on Daddy's shoulders." "Daddy's shoulders are ouchy, but Blue is strong." "Blue is strong," my son agreed or echoed. "Where are the reindeer people?" "Up here. We're going to find them soon." I prayed to God that I wasn't blowing smoke at him, that these guides had been honest, that they truly did know the reindeer people and the shaman as they had said, or were we simply tourists to them, eager to see the reindeer people, gullible enough to take anything on trust. We kept walking, the light over the high tops dusting the snow streaks pink. It would be dark within an hour. Would Rowan tantrum when we made camp without meeting the reindeer people as promised? Would he feel I had broken my word? Had I broken my word and dragged him all the way up here for nothing? The stream that we had followed since coming down from the pass widened to a deeper, stronger flow, cutting its way deep into the peat moss of the moor, a low ridge marching along its further northern bank. The ridge rose briefly to the height of a small hill, then tapered gradually off into the thin light between sunset and dusk. I stole a look down at the trail. Deer tracks. Reindeer tracks. And there, far away at the foot of the ridge, where it gave out into the wider valley, were 3 teepees. And out in front of them, silhouetted against the green of the ridge behind him, a great bull reindeer crowned with massive curved antlers. "Reindeer!" shouted Rowan, spotting the beast and wriggling to get down. "Let's go ride a reindeer!" Ah, I'd promised him that, hadn't I? Rowan was half off already. I looked around and called for someone to give Blue's reins to. Jeremy rode up, dismounted, and took them as the rest of the group congregated around us, the horses shoving their heads down to get at the good green grass that grew by the stream-side. Rowan was already down, moving excitedly towards the bull reindeer on the further side of the stream. I had to marvel at his stamina. The terrain was deceptive, not level as it looked, but humped and tussocked, terrain that as soon as you left the trail was designed to trip you, make you stumble, catch your ankle in the deep clefts between one soft mossy tussock and the next. Rowan fell and got up again, making single-mindedly for the reindeer, which stood and looked at us thoughtfully, chewing on the grass it had been cropping. I expected it to turn and run at any moment. Rowan had now reached the little river. He was clearly going in, so I picked him up and swung him across, and he set off doggedly once more towards the antlered animal, which, realizing that the 2 humans were truly approaching it and weren't going to quit, suddenly wheeled around and bolted up the ridge. And then there came a sound I had never heard before, a strange rushing clicking, like many thousands of knitting needles or far-off castanets. Rowan and I both stopped, looked up in the direction of the sound. A whole herd of reindeer, many hundred strong, was coming at a run down along the side of the stream, being driven by a young man on a grey-white horse. The sound, I realized, was being made by the reindeer's hooves. I had read about this. Reindeer have flexible, movable hooves, which widen, giving greater purchase as they go across snowy or boggy ground. Travellers' accounts from Arctic and subarctic journeys describe the clicking sound of a herd of reindeer on the move. The young man drove the herd towards the 3 big teepees, bringing them to pass the night in relative safety from the wolves that, Tulga said, preyed on the reindeer people's herds. A young man driving his herd of reindeer down from the mountains towards the teepee camp. I was looking back at 40,000 years of human history, back to the Ice Age beginnings of my own heritage, my own people, my own culture. Kneeling there with my son, our knees in the spongy wet moss, I knew I was living a moment that was perfectly timeless, where the ancient past and the present met. The moon rose higher, and the reindeer disappeared, hooves clicking in the dusk. We set up camp, got a fire going. As the flames began to grow strong, 3 visitors appeared. A young man, short, in camouflage army fatigues and rubber boots, and 2 very graceful, very small young women, beautiful as elves, with long black hair cascading down their backs. One wore a black leather jacket that looked almost tailored. The other a funkier, shorter silk jacket striped in turquoise and gold. Both looked incongruously fashionable against the backdrop of high, bare mountains. They were talking with Tulga and the old man while the guide saw to the horses. As Rowan and I came up to the fire, they looked at us with curiosity. "Hi, Ru," said Tulga. "This is the shaman's son-in-law. I've just been explaining why we've come." I smiled. We exchanged nods, and the young man spoke. He says the shaman, Ghoster, is expecting us. We should go talk to him. I just wanted to wait to tell you before I went. We'll go now, I think, me and the old man, and hopefully the shaman will accept us. Let's hope, I said. I don't know if I could face coming all the way up here just to be turned away. Tulga laughed his nervous laugh and called to the old man that he was ready to go. One thing, I said, as the two men walked off into the gloom. I know the reindeer people don't ride their deer any more, but I promised Rowan, and he's been so good. Do you think you could ask, if it seems right, whether tomorrow Rowan could at least sit on one? If they have any that are that tame, it means a lot to him. I'll ask, said Tulga, and then he was gone, his voice and the old man's sounding low together in the rapidly gathering dusk, a murmured bass counterpoint to the rushing song of the river. And so we waited, sitting on our sheepskins, looking at the dancing flames, feeling the fatigue of the long day's ride settle into our muscles, our bones, listening to the tethered horses snort and stamp, cropping the sweet mountain grass. Even the two little boys finally came to the end of their energy and laid their heads on our laps. Rowan on Kristin's, Tomu on his cousin Bodo's, eyelids drooping in the soft firelight and the stars winking overhead. I wonder if we should turn in, said Kristin sleepily. There was a general murmur of assent. But at that moment Tulga and the old man appeared out of the dark. The shaman wants to see you, said Tulga. Now? Now. So once more Rowan was scooped up and placed on my shoulders, and in the pitch black, walking slowly so as not to trip on the humped and tussock terrain, Kristin and I followed Tulga and the old man. We are going to see the reindeer shaman, I told Rowan. Whack, whack, whack on the back, he replied, holding on to my hair and giggling. Let's hope not, said Kristin from the dark behind me. A flat stone slab had been placed across the narrowest part of the stream where it looped close to the teepees. I lifted Rowan down, swung him across to Tulga's waiting arms, and went up the far bank, above which loomed the large conical silhouette of the teepee, a small square of light showing from its low doorway, the scent of cooking meat, herbs, wood smoke, and incense emanating into the night. Want to go inside? I asked Rowan. Go inside, he confirmed, scrambling down to ground level and scampering into the teepee after Tulga and the old man. Wait for me! I ducked inside too, Kristin close behind me, and entered a scene as timeless as the land itself. Candlelight, and the orange glow from the small wood-burning stove that stood at the centre of the circle made by the great teepee of reindeer hide, 20 feet across, warm as toast inside, everything stored around its sides, helping to shut out the draughts that might sneak in where the teepee met the ground. There were many people inside. I recognized the oldest of our guides, or at least the oldest of the old man's nephews, as well as the young man who had received us when we first arrived, still in his camouflage combats and black rubber boots. But the rest were people I had not seen before, mostly men, some in deals, some in ragged western cast-offs. There was one woman, apart from Kristin, a young woman with high cheekbones, fleshy, sensual lips, and a big, handsome face, elegant in her deal and with her long hair tight in a bun. She must have been in her early 20s, I guessed. Her son, younger than Rowan, watched as she conducted us to the only part of the teepee where no one was yet sitting. Tulga and the old man had already taken their places next to the group of small, almost pixie-like men, considerably smaller, lighter built than the Mongolians we had met before, and more delicate of feature. The kind of random thoughts that often come unbidden in such situations came in rapid succession as I conducted Rowan across the space to where we were to sit. Here we were with people from the oldest culture in Northeast Asia, who lived in teepees. Was it any wonder that anthropologists thought that Native Americans, the only people to use similar tents, came from here originally? Though why, then, did no Native Americans herd caribou? And the pixie look? Maybe that was a cultural stereotype. But was our British and European folklore about fairies, pixies, in fact a memory of ancient forest folk long displaced by Celt, Roman, Saxon, Viking?
Track 33.
And the fear of pixies, or piskies, who might take your child and replace it with a changeling who would not hear or see, who'd behave oddly, seemed disconnected. Was this some early folk explanation for autism? The thoughts rose like bubbles and dispersed. We sat down in our section of teepee next to the shaman, with thick rugs between us and the mountain turf. The shaman's face was hidden by the shadows of a wide-brimmed hat until he looked up. He had one of those faces that imprint themselves immediately on the mind, burning into the memory. Perhaps 60 years old, but strong and fit. Broken nose, small moustache, eyes set almost too wide apart below a much-lined forehead. Handsome in a beaten-up, ironic, faintly guarded-looking sort of way. Heavy-lidded eyes. Smoking a roll-up and regarding us with an even, measuring gaze. He spoke, words I could not understand, his voice a little harsh-sounding, petering out into a cough. "He says he'll help the kid," said Tulga, as Rowan crawled freely around the teepee, over people's laps, saying, "Hello, I think it's a person," over and over, making them laugh until he made his way back to us. "But," Tulga went on translating, "no cameras, and it will be expensive." He paused, looking nervous again. $500. I was taken aback. US dollars? That uncomfortable laugh. Yes, I think it is a lot. I looked at the shaman. Before leaving Ulaanbaatar, Christine and I had taken out exactly that amount in local currency from the ATM at one of the larger hotels for contingencies. We hadn't used a nickel of it, not a penny. Now we were being asked for this amount exactly. I looked at the shaman. The laughter and low conversation in the teepee had died down. Were we being tested? "Sure," I said. "Tell him, no problem." I was used to healers charging. The Bushman healers do the same, though seldom that much. And, of course, if someone can't pay, he gets healed anyway. But we could pay, so why shouldn't we? A part of me was taken aback by the straight-up directness of the demand. Another part reasoned that we'd pay a therapist for any services rendered, so why not a shaman too? In this land he was considered a professional, as much as any therapist was in ours. I looked at Kristen. She shrugged. The shaman got up. He too was wearing the deal, the long robe. In his wide-brimmed hat, his eyes hidden from view by its shadow, he reminded me of an image from an old book of Norse myths I had had as a boy, of the god Odin, who hung for 9 days on the tree of life, a raven picking out one eye in order to gain knowledge. Odin, who also wore a wide-brimmed hat. Like a shaman, one who knows. I was tired, letting my romanticism run away with me. Rowan was making the rounds again. I was surprised how comfortable he was with all this. Impressed that he was still awake, still going. The shaman went to the space immediately behind him, a place hidden by a low curtain, reached inside and drew out some dried herbs, which he then placed on the hot plate of the wood stove, scalding them so that their scent, astringent, familiar somehow, went smoking out into the gloom of the teepee. Then he knelt in front of Rowan, who was now back in Christian's lap, and began to tap him gently with the scorched sprig. Rowan started to scream, but I could tell it was only a reflex. A moment later he was quiet, giggling, trying to grab the herbs as the man tapped him about the head, neck and shoulders. "Can you feel that?" said Kristen out of the side of her mouth. "No." I kept my voice low while the shaman tapped. "What?" "Pins and needles all up my arms, really strong. You can't feel anything?" "No." The shaman, Gost, stopped his business with the herbs, turned to Tulga, and asked some abrupt-sounding questions. "He wants to hear Rowan's story from you." So we told him about the autism, trying to describe how it was to have a child who seemed not fully there, the neurological firestorms that would course through his body, the tantruming, the impossibility of toilet training, the feeling of being completely shut out. We told him about Betsy and what had happened between her and Rowan. We told him about Rowan's exposure to the shamans we had met when we had brought the Bushmen over to the United States from Africa soon after his diagnosis, how he had seemed to lose some of his autism symptoms for a few days, but had then regressed. Now his middle name, Beza, was for a shaman, a healer from the Bushmen, whom I was close to. How Betsy, of all the things we had tried, both orthodox and not, had seemed to affect him the most strongly. The shaman said through Tulga, "Tonight I will make a journey to America, where you come from, to work with Betsy, the horse, because she is his protector. Tonight I want you to notice how Rowan sleeps. And tomorrow, you must be very honest, tell me how he slept. Anything unusual, or anything at all, you must tell me. Then tomorrow night I will work on him. You should go now." And so we went, back out into the dark, Rowan on my shoulders once more, trying to feel our way safely over the broken ground, the slippery stone bridge, the humps and tussocks between the stream and our camp. The night had turned pitch dark. Stars and moon were hidden by cloud. It smelled like rain. We did the nightly ritual with the vodka, the crushed herbs, Rowan now crying, "Go to sleep, cuddle with Mummy. Time for a cuddle." I did the honours. Kristen's hands and fingers were still numb from the pins and needles. And so we went down to sleep, here at the top of the mountain, at the end of perhaps the longest day of our lives, wondering what was to come. Chapter 20. A Hawk in the House. Page 261. Somewhere around dawn, a cold, wet dawn, with rain spattering on the tent wall, I heard Rowan scream. Heart-sinking, for I could tell by my own dry eyes that we hadn't slept that long, I roused myself. It was cold. Was that why he had woken? He was screaming loudly enough to wake the camp. Kristen's attempts to calm him were failing. I unzipped their side of the tent. He was thrashing, unhappy, short of sleep, exhausted. Maybe he needs to pee, I wondered aloud. I certainly did. So I hoisted him, still crying, out into the cold grey drizzle and took him behind the tent. Sure enough, he needed to. Would he ever be able just to ask to go like a normal kid? Would we always have to unlock the cause of every tantrum by a process of deduction in the face of screaming and thrashing? I took him back to the tent. God, but it was cold up here. I climbed in next to Kristen, Rowan between us, giving him extra warmth. He was asleep again in seconds, as were we. We didn't wake until the sun was high, at least momentarily so, before another rain front came pouring in over the mountains. The others were up already, sitting in the cover of their tents drinking tea, watching the rain fall over the teepees across the river. Rowan kept sleeping, deeply, powerfully, not waking even when Tamu came running over and put his face in, smiling. I made tea on the little gas stove we had brought up on the pack horses, along with the other kitchen supplies, and took it back to where Kristen still lay next to our sleeping son. "He's really out," she said almost wonderingly. "He never slept this late, with the daylight playing on his face." "Well, after yesterday, I'm not surprised." "True. It's still unusual, though." I nodded, sipping tea, watching the rain. "I had a dream," said Kristen suddenly, after we all went to sleep again. "Oh?" "Betsy and a leopard were lying down in a field together." "Really?" "Goster had said he was going to work with Betsy last night." Was this the power of suggestion? Kristen knew about my time with the healer Besa and his gift to me of the leopard as a kind of totem. After that first time I'd seen him dance and the leopards had circled the fire, whenever I was with him I saw leopards, close to his hut or crossing the road at night as we went to another healing. You don't see leopards that often, even if you live in the bush. "A leopard and Betsy lying down together in a field," repeated Kristen. "Interesting, no?" "I guess." I didn't want to give it too much credence. Not yet. Just because we had met the shaman didn't mean I could maintain a healthy skepticism, for now, at least. Until you see results, you have to, whether it's a shaman, a therapist, or a Western doctor. Of course, I wanted her to dream to mean that Betsy and I, or some essence of us, were protecting Rowan in some way. I wanted it so much that I said nothing, but watched the rain until Rowan finally woke. "Go see the teepees," he said immediately, clambering out of the sleeping bag with a record 14 hours of sleep behind him, and set off barefoot for the river, oblivious to the rain. "Let's go see the reindeer and the shamans." "Hey, wait! You need to have some breakfast first." Rowan's face crumpled, tears starting. "Teepees! Go see the teepees!" "Don't you want some bacon first? Daddy will make it fast." "Then we'll go see the reindeer." "Yes, Rowan, and the teepees, and the shamans." "First bacon, then reindeer, then teepees, then shamans, okay?" He weighed this a moment. "Okay." Somewhat mollified, he consented to come back to the small fire that the guides had kindled. Tomu joined him. Seconds later they were wrestling and laughing as usual, while I chased an industrial-sized load of bacon around the pan, intent on getting as many calories into him as possible after his grueling ride. And who knew what demands this day might bring? But in fact the day brought relaxation and delight. The rain cleared, a warm sun came out, lighting up the high tops and making the river sparkle. A day of wonder. Almost on cue, once Rowan had done eating, we heard the telltale clicking sound again, and saw a rider, a lone male rider, approaching us from further down the valley, on a reindeer. So they do ride reindeer still. "Reindeer! Ride a reindeer!" A minute later, the man, small, slight, reined in the gentle-eyed, huge-antlered creature at the fireside where we all still sat. Rowan and Tomu were both jumping up and down with excitement. The man, who had come from another reindeer camp further down the valley, had brought crafts to sell. Exquisite reindeer carved from antler, homemade hunting knives with wicked blades and horn handles, pendants made from the incisors of a maral, which Tulga said were used to ward off bad dreams. Reindeer skin bags decorated with scenes of bears, foxes, deer, hunters, people riding reindeer, all embroidered in coloured threads. And a little white ibex carved in bleached bone, just like the one Justin had seen on the mountain. Not that the boys noticed, as Tulga and I lifted them onto the reindeer together. They were ecstatic. They hugged each other and ran their fingers through the soft coat of the reindeer, while the smiling man led them around in wide circles on the turf, their laughter pealing in the air like birdsong. Then Rowan rode the reindeer alone, sitting on it and thoughtfully, gently feeling the soft summer velvet that covered its antlers. "Are you happy or sad?" I asked him. "Happy. Look, he's got antlers, so soft." A short time later we heard the rushing, clicking sound, like thousands of distant castanets, of the main reindeer herd being brought down from the mountain towards the camp. Rowan was off the reindeer he was riding in a moment, and heading for the teepees. "Do you think it's okay?" I asked Torga, as I trotted behind him, unsure whether I could stop him. "I think so, yes. Go on," he said. So we did, crossing the river by the small stone bridge once more, to find that in a large cleared area between Ghost's teepee and the two others, and a little apart from where the main herd was corralled, several fluffy grey-brown baby reindeer lay contentedly enjoying the sun, tethered to small wooden posts. Rowan just about left his body in delight. He threw himself down next to the nearest of the 5 or 6 impossibly cute creatures, which, far from exhibiting any alarm, merely battered its Marilyn Monroe eyelashes at him and let him snuggle close. His fingers moved over the little creature with the delicacy of butterflies dancing. He squinted into its eyes, holding its head close. It gave him a lick. "Look," he said softly, his fingers still moving with delicately exquisite touch. "He's got a nose." His fingers drifted over the little creature's nose, making it sneeze. "He's got eyes." He fluttered over the liquid globes, which blinked. "He's got a little body." "Hey, don't," I began, then stopped myself. This was no time to interfere. Rowan's joy was intense, perfect, innocent. No scolding adult voice needed to intrude. Instead, Rowan sat up and began to sing, his hands marking gentle time on the baby reindeer's back. It closed its eyes in apparent bliss at the touch. He was a little reindeer, little cute. He had a little face, and he had little hooves, and eyes and ears, and a little body. "What's his name?" I asked when the song was done. "Abracadabra," said Rowan, then got to his feet and pointed at each of the tethered baby reindeer, and named them in quick succession. "That's Abracadabra, and Daisy and Pink and Nellie and Zuzu and Wilbur." Kristen and I looked at each other, collectively melting under the barrage of cuteness. Wilbur was the smallest baby reindeer of all, and almost pure white. "With a pink nose," whispered Rowan, plonking happily down next to it. "Wilbur has a little pink nose, and a tongue," he added, as Wilbur licked him. The corralled adult reindeer looked on from under their forest of curved, sculpted antlers, their hooves clicking as they shifted weight. Their strong scent, not good, not bad, just dear, carrying over the mountain breeze. Though we could hear voices from the teepees, both adults and children, no one approached us, interfered with us, even came to sit with us. Whether from absolute lack of curiosity about who we were, a mistrust of strangers, or a deep respect for our right to our personal space, or all three, we were left alone while Rowan sang his song to Wilbur, and despite myself I felt the tears well up. So the afternoon passed, Rowan eventually drifting away from the baby reindeer. "Bye-bye, baby reindeer. We'll see you again very soon," to the second 2 teepees, wandering into them with his usual genial trust, surprising the families there while I shrugged and smiled apologetically. Everyone must know why we were here, so any breaches of etiquette were forgiven, I hoped. Anyway, what could we do? Finally Rowan, remembering, said, "Tomu?" and flitted back across the stream and over the rough ground to the camp, where several other reindeer herders from away down the long upland valley had now gathered, also intent on selling crafts. Some had arrived by horse, others by saddled reindeer. Rowan rode on a reindeer again, then, under the frankly curious stares of the children, suddenly jumped off and ran at Tomu, shouting, "Wrestle!" It was all going so well. So then, inevitably, depressingly, came the code brown, and with it yet another back-arching, alarmed tantrum, the shrieks echoing off the mountainsides as Christian and I struggled to clean him yet again. And off I went with his soiled trousers to find a boggy spot far enough from the river in which to scrub them clean.
Track 34.
How many thousands of times had I had to do this? I was so used to it, so trained. And yet today I realized that I had had it. I found myself on my knees, scrubbing away at the mess, praying out loud, "Please, God, please let this end. Let this end. He'll be 6 in a few months, for Christ's sake. 6! Please let this end. I'm so sick of this. Please end it." It wasn't just me. Early the day before, in the camp by the spring, I had found Kristen sitting with her head in her hands, having just done her turn cleaning Rowan up, for we were taking his accidents, as we always did, 50-50. "I don't know if I can keep doing this, Roo," she said. "I know it's futile to talk about it like this, but sometimes I wonder if I can go on, you know?" Something had to give. Please, God. Back at the camp, the sale of crafts laid out upon the turf was still going full swing, and Rowan, clean once more, and eschewing crowds as always, had wandered off a short distance to play with his toy animals on a piece of cleared ground high above the tent. I looked at him. Would anything ever really change? Then movement caught my eye from across the river. A young reindeer, not one of the babies, had been tethered apart from the main herd. As I watched, one of the young women, the one with the elegant black jacket, who had come to greet us the evening before with her friend and the young man, Ghost's son, came out of one of the tepees and led the beast away around the bend of the low, rocky bluff that stood above the Duka camp. "They will slaughter it." Tulga had appeared at my elbow, out of sight. "For meat?" "For medicine. It's part of the ceremony for Rowan, the old man told me." I looked across at the old man, who was busy trying to wrestle Michael, waddling after him, laughing, while the guides, Jeremy, Justin, and the reindeer people who'd come to sell us their crafts, all looked on, grinning. "Why me?" Michael was pleading as the old man, arms outstretched, chased him around the camp. "Why me?" Part of the ceremony? I pictured blood, animal parts. "Is that good?" I concluded a little lamely. Tulga, getting my drift, was quick to reassure me. "No, it's to make a medicine, to drink. You'll see. Part of what you are paying for with the ceremony is to buy this young reindeer." Oh, I see. In that light, the steep price seemed less outrageous. "And half the money will be paid to the other 2 families here," Tulga went on. "The old man's been explaining it to me. It's to prevent any jealousy, and to make sure everyone benefits. So Gosta himself only gets a small part?" That's what he said. There was a roar of laughter, and we turned to see Michael leap high into the air, just avoiding a low grab at his crotch from the old man's ham-like hands. "Why me? Jesus, why me?" I looked away, over to the bluff around which the reindeer had been led for its discreet slaughter, and repeated my prayer. "Please, God, let this work. Please." And to the reindeer, "Thank you, and sorry. Truly. But if your death helps my son in some way, then I'm in your debt." apologizing to a dead reindeer on a Mongolian mountainside before going to see a shaman in a teepee. God, but I must be desperate. We had got up so late that day, or at least Rowan had, that the afternoon was already far advanced. The weather turned cold again, and several new lines of rain blew in, driving us back into our tents and the visitors away on their reindeer to take shelter in the teepees. We read Rowan his books, and he played Lion King, made Kristen sing the Carpenter's song about 100 times, and came and jumped on me, shouting, "Yak attack!" and "Raspberry attack!" As the light died, I made farty noises on his belly while he laughed uproariously, and the rain beat down on the tent, and Kristen and I wondered, in between raspberry attacks, tickles, and stories, what the ritual would be like. Would it be traumatic and difficult, like the long ceremony outside Ubi had been? "Once upon a time," Rowan came and put his face up to mine, wanting a story. "Once upon a time." "There was a little boy called Rowan," I continued, "who went to a place called Mongolia to see some shamans. And he had friends there, Tomu and Buster, and Blackie and Lily, the little girl rabbit. And they got on horses, and got a bit upset. But then it was okay again, and they went to a lake and a spring and travelled in a van, then got on horses again, and the horse was called Blue. And they went up a mountain, and Micha got sick." "He did, yes. Wow, that's amazing, Rowan. Good talking, really. They went up the mountain and saw the reindeer people, and Rowan rode on a reindeer." Rowan grabbed my hair and gave it a delighted yank. "And he saw some baby reindeer too, and cuddled with them." More delighted hair yanking. "And the smallest baby reindeer was all white, and Rowan gave him a name. He called him," I sucked in my breath, "Wilbur." "That's right. Wilbur's so cute." Another good hair yank. "Want me to go on with the story?" "On with the story." "Okay. Well then, after Wilbur, Rowan went to the tent to play and to wait for the shaman. 'Whack, whack, whack on your back,' he giggled." Well, I hope not, I have to say. "And after the shaman," Kristen and I looked at each other. "After the shaman, what?" Michael appeared at the tent. Apparently the old man, who had taken something of a shine to Michael, had persuaded Gosta to let him film. "Which is good news," said Michael, "but I'm only allowed a small light, so I don't know what I'll get." I'm pretty amazed he's allowing any filming. Most of the Bushman healers I know don't. Or not unless they know the filmmakers. You're lucky. "So, what do you think is going to happen?" "I don't know, mate. I just don't know." Sunset turned to dusk. "Go see the shaman?" Rowan asked several times. "Soon." Well, at least he seemed to want to. That was good. Rowan and Tomu were playing sword fight again, the rain having cleared once more, the first stars coming out overhead. The waxing moon came up above the pass, washing the streaked snow and ice on the high tops with pale blue light. But you could see almost as clearly as at dusk. The boys tumbled about. I watched them, marvelling at how normal it now seemed to watch Rowan playing with a pier. 10 days ago he'd been incapable, uninterested, unreachable. As I sat there, sitting on one of the saddles to keep it dry, Tulga loomed up at my side. "I think it's time." One last check-in with Rowan, just to make sure his voice was heard. "Rowan, shall we go see the shaman now? Yes, please, or no, thank you?" "Yes, please." I scooped him up on my shoulders, and off into the dark we went. All of us, the guides too. No one was going to miss the ceremony. We had just reached the river, and were following its bank to the little stone slab footbridge when the wave hit me. Jesus, I said, staggering. Rowan's weight lolling as I righted myself and put him down on the ground, unable suddenly to bear his weight. "What's the matter?" Kristen stopped. A wave of nausea. No, not quite nausea. A sort of extreme dizziness. Sudden, unexpected. A great wave of saliva welled up in my mouth, forcing me to spit. "Oh, God," I said, doubling over. "Listen, you may have to do this without me. I spat again as another great gob of saliva came inexplicably into my mouth. There was some kind of white noise in my head. "Shaman! Go see the shaman!" Rowan protested, hating the delay. "Everything okay?" asked Tulga. "Don't know. I think I might have what Michael had. Or food poisoning." I spat again. Where was this saliva coming from? The only thing I'd ever experienced that was similar was once, years before, in South Africa, when someone had offered me a drug called mandrax to smoke. Curious, I'd tried it, and had promptly lost the use of my limbs for an hour, shuddered violently, and experienced the same uncontrollable, massive saliva production. "I'm going to try," I said, getting control of myself, "but I may have to—" I paused to spit yet again. "I just may not make it." "Shaman! Shaman!" So we went on, me holding Rowan's hand now, as I didn't trust my balance. The dizziness washed over me in waves. Over the stone slab bridge we went once again, me going slowly like an old man, afraid of tumbling in, spitting every few feet as the saliva just came welling up like oil from a well. No sooner had we scrambled up the stream's far bank and come level with the teepees than the dizziness ceased. The saliva stopped. My head cleared. I was myself again. "It's gone," I said, wondering. "It's okay." "You sure?" Kristen was worried. "Yes, whatever that was." My mouth was dry, normal. "It's past." We were outside the lighted doorway of Ghost's teepee. "Go inside!" shouted Rowan excitedly, bouncing up and down. "Oh," said Tulga from next to me, "we have to go first and give money to the other two families. Then we go to the shaman. That is the way it is done." That meant Rowan would have to wait. Never his strong suit, especially when it came unexpectedly. "Listen, Scubby," Kristen was already explaining. "Daddy just has to go and visit the other two teepees quickly. Then he'll come back, and then we'll go and see the shaman, okay?" "Okay," said Rowan. Tulga and the old man who had materialized out of the night took me to the two teepees, both of which were full of people, small, huge-eyed, delicately featured, so different from the burly folk of the steppe. Were the teepees so full of people because the visitors from down the valley had decided to stay while the shaman worked? No one explained. Instead, as instructed, I removed my shoes, bowed, accepted and drank a bowl of hot, salty, milky tea, the reindeer milk tangy and sharp on the palate, and counted out notes to the head of each household. Owl-eyed, impassive, they nodded as they accepted the money. After a few minutes, we were back outside Ghost's teepee, everyone still waiting for us, Rowan included, patient, unworried, not his normal self at all. I looked at Tulga. "Shall we?" He turned and asked the same question of the old man, who nodded, leaned down, and lifted the door flap. We stepped through into the square of yellow light. It was, as before, a full house, or full teepee, Ghost's handsome niece welcoming us into an already fairly crowded circle around the warm stove, which occupied the middle of the space. The older two of our guides were already seated, along with several of the dukkha, but space was found for Michael and Justin, with their equipment, as well as for Kristen, Rowan, and me, in the same spot we'd sat in the previous night, next to Ghoster. The requisite reindeer milk tea was served, and Ghoster asked how Rowan had slept. We told him, the first part of the night soundly, then a strange, distressful wake-up at dawn, then back to sleep for the longest time we'd ever known him to sleep, at least since he was a small infant. We also told him Christian's dream about Betsy and the leopard lying down together. Ghost nodded as all this was translated, then got to his feet. The half-light cast by candles, stove light, and the one portable filming light that Michal and Justin had brought made almost a dream figure of the shaman, who put out his arms for the heavy, beribboned shaman's coat that his niece now helped him don. The coat hung from his powerful shoulders. Ghoster next reached out for the headdress and mask, made of hawk's or eagle's feathers. As he placed it on his head, hiding his face, transforming himself into something not quite beast, not quite human, Rowan, who'd been sitting unusually quietly, said, "Wow! Look at that! A hawk in the house!" Tulga translated for the old man, and a quiet chuckle went around the circle. It died as Ghoster was handed his large round drum and fur-clad drumstick. Suddenly he seemed massive, the transformation complete, as if he had one foot in the spirit world already. A solemn moment. "I'm a baby elephant!" shouted Rowan, getting on all fours and marching up and down in front of where the shaman stood impassive. "Wur, wur!" he trumpeted, happy as a clam. Ghoster, undisturbed, cocked his drum at the ready, and, softly at first, then louder, began to tap out the rhythm on which he would ride to whatever other place he went to when his business was to heal. Rowan stopped to listen. "Look, he's drumming. The shaman is drumming," he giggled. "Baby elephant!" And around Ghoster's legs he scooted, trumpeting once more, grinning from ear to ear. The drumming continued, growing louder, faster. Ghoster whirling suddenly, his feet instinctively avoiding Rowan, the same way a horse instinctively avoids a fallen rider prone on the ground. I reached forward, grabbed Rowan, and brought him into my lap. The drumming grew louder still, faster, and with that Michal's film light suddenly, inexplicably died, leaving only the pale light of the fading dusk. The drumming ceased. Ghoster was singing, chanting. He barked an order. A hand, presumably his niece's, it was hard to see in the gloom, offered him a small, shallow bowl, like the ones the shamans had used in the ritual outside Ulaanbaatar. He reached down and handed it towards Rowan. I could see it was filled with reindeer milk. Good bloody luck, I thought, as Rowan, quiet in my arms till that point, flinched away and threw out an arm, which caught the little bowl and sent it flying. But, as if expecting this, the feathered, masked figure that was Ghoster definitely flicked out the arm that held the drum, caught the bowl on the drum's taut skin surface, and tossed it back down onto the ground at our feet. Ghoster stooped, peering at it, then picked it up, handed it back to his niece's hand in the gloom, and resumed his dance. He stopped suddenly, put down his drum, doffed his headdress, leaned down, and offered it to Rowan. Delighted, Rowan reached out, took it, put it on his own head, then reached back and put it on mine. And with that, the ritual was over. We didn't realize it at first, but a moment or two after Ghoster had taken the headdress back, he shrugged off the shaman's coat and handed it to his niece, along with the headdress, sat down, and reached into his pocket for a cigarette. He said something to the circle of faces and lit up. "He says it is done," said Tulga. I looked at Rowan, rolling happily around on the rug at my feet, being an elephant again. We'd been in the teepee perhaps 20 minutes.
Track 35.
That was it? Kristen and I looked at each other. Goster was speaking again. "He says," translated Turga, "that we shouldn't stay here too long, that there is a lot of spirit activity here now, and too much might be bad for Rowan. We must go back to the camp. He asks that you and Kristin come to see him in the morning." "With Rowan?" Turga relayed the question to Goster. "He says, yes, with Rowan, but that even tomorrow the spirit activity here will be very high. After you have come to see him here, we should pack up. He will come to say good-bye to us, and after that we should camp, just a little way over the mountain, on the other side of the pass, not here." Okay. It seemed so sudden, so truncated, so low-key after the high drama of the first ritual near UB. "Go now," said Turga, translating once more. "He says it isn't good to stay much longer here where the centre of the spirit has been." So up we got. "Come on, Rowan," I said. "Time to go back to camp." In the teepee, Rowan had found a biscuit tin with cartoon animals on it that said Huggy's School, and, lolling happily on his back, holding the tin close to his chest, he looked at me with horror. "Shamans!" he shouted, bursting suddenly into tears. "Stay here! Stay with the shamans!" But Goster was adamant. So out we went, Rowan screaming, crying, "Shamans! More shamans!" into the frosty air. There was an unusual note to his distress. He sounded really heartbroken and was sobbing as if he'd been separated, say, from me or from Kristin. Back to the tents we went, walking slowly in the dark, Rowan sobbing on my shoulders. "More shamans! Shamans! Shall we go see the shamans? Okay, let's go see the shamans. There they are. There's the shamans." He was trying to comfort himself, poor little guy. But why? Chapter 21. Interview with the Shaman. Page 275. The morning dawned misty and mild, a light fog covering the ground with sunshine overhead. From the clicking sound that carried through the tent walls, I knew the reindeer herd was grazing close today. Sure enough, antlers were showing above the light mist, not 100 yards away. We had been here long enough now for the usually shy beasts to want to investigate us. I got up, greeting the day, and went off a little way to piss, the mist lifting visibly, the nearer reindeer, scenting my urine, lifting their heads to snuff. The reindeer people's small, wolf-like dogs were prowling around the edges of the camp. Every now and then they would get too close to one of the tethered grazing horses, and an angry hoof would fly out, narrowly missing the dogs as they furtively ate the horses' droppings. I could hear voices. Our guides were stirring. We'd have to pack up this morning, and that would be a long process, I knew. Kristin and Rowan's gentle snores still sounded from their side of the tent. The ceremony the night before had been the complete opposite of what I had expected. No drama, no histrionics, so low-key it had left me a little perplexed. And then there had been Rowan's heartbroken reaction to having to leave. I wandered over to the fire where the old man and the other 4 guides were cooking venison. It smelled delicious in the morning air. The previous evening a large quantity of meat from the young reindeer that had been slaughtered as part of the ceremony, although for quite what part of the ceremony I couldn't yet tell, had been delivered to us. Now, as it cooked in its own juices in a pan on the open fire, its rich scent made me salivate. No wonder the wolf-like dogs were hanging around. The old man, supervising the cooking, looked up and smiled as I came over and handed me a piece. It tasted of the forest, the mountain. After so long on noodles and mutton fat, the reindeer was... I was too busy gulping to think of words. "Go see the shamans?" I looked around to see Rowan already heading for the river and the teepees beyond it. Was it too early? "First bacon, then shamans," I called after him. To my surprise, he stopped what he was doing and, though a little whiny and teary, came over while I went to the kitchen tent to find some breakfast for him. Kristen appeared at the fireside. "Talk about dreams," she said, squatting down to warm her hands by the small flames. "I had another one last night. I have to tell you now before it fades. My grandmother, you know, my mum's mum, I saw her and her son walking away hand in hand. He was grown up, a man, not a little boy like he'd been when he was killed. But it was him. Then I woke up. I handed her some tea. 'I've been praying,' I said. 'Me too.' 'Go see the shaman,' wailed Rowan. Several times over the next hour or so, Rowan tried to make his way over to Ghost's teepee. Each time we delayed him, not wanting to go barging in on the shaman too early in the day. And though Rowan wasn't happy about it, he didn't fly off the handle as he usually did when gratification was delayed. He was adamant, though. Finally, he just left his game with Tomu and started stomping towards the stone slab bridge. Feeling that he'd held himself together long enough, we called for Tulga to come and help, and a minute or two later we crossed the stream once more. "Shaman! Let's go see the shaman! Let's go inside!" chirped Rowan, barging his way past the teepee's flap. "Rowan, wait!" It was futile. We entered behind him, making apologetic noises. As before, Ghost's handsome, silent niece received us, conducted us to the spot where we had sat the previous 2 nights, and handed us a bowl of salty reindeer milk tea, while Ghosta, his wide-brimmed hat partly shading his deep-set eyes, cast a professional-looking eye over Rowan, who went straight for the Huggy School's biscuit tin with the cartoon animals on it. For some reasons there were captions on it in English. A cartoon bear saying, "Be clean and cool." A cartoon kitten saying, "Be happy and helpful," and so on. "Be happy and helpful," said Rowan, reading the caption. Kristen and I looked at each other. "Not bad." "So," said Tulga, translating as Ghosta began to speak, "he says there are some things you should know before you head back." "Okay. First, Rowan must have these." Ghosta leaned across and gave me 3 small stones. "Take these home and add 4 from your own place and put them under his pillow at night." "Okay." I took the stones and secreted them in a small inner pocket of my coat. "Any significance to the number 7? Tulga asked the question for me. But if there was an answer, Ghosta didn't give it. Instead, he said through Tulga, "Last night was good. Rowan accepted the healing. That was the important part. When I offered him the milk in the bowl and he rejected it, it was because of his condition, not a real refusal. I could tell because when the bowl fell, it landed right side up. That was very important. Then when I gave him my headdress, he took it and put it on his head. Better still, he then put it on yours, and then gave it back to me. If he had refused to take it, then the healing would not have worked. In fact, it worked better than I expected." "Be smart and special," said Rowan, happily reading the Huggy School tin. "You know that Rowan will be a shaman. That's what Ghost is saying." Tulga went on. "Unless you, both of you, do something," Tulga fished for the words, "something deliberate to stop it. Unless you do that, then a shaman is what Rowan will become. Ghost is saying that he was like this himself as a child. He was a baby in his mind until about 9 years old, and he had falling down." "Epilepsy?" suggested Kristen. Yes, I think so. I think that is it. Epilepsy, yes. He had this condition until he was 25. Ghost says that a child like this, like Rowan, is marked out to be a shaman. A part of him is already in the spirit world. "Does that mean we have to try to become shamans ourselves?" I asked. I mean, do I have to train to become a shaman in order to help Rowan learn? Is that what Ghostas means? Tulga translated the question. "No, you don't have to do that. But every year from now until he is 9, You have to do at least one good ritual like this. It doesn't matter where, but with strong shamans. Somewhere in there Rowan will meet the shaman who will train him. Or later. It doesn't matter. It's no big deal if you do stop him from becoming a shaman. Nothing bad will happen. It's just, this is his, Tulga paused, trying to find the right word, destiny. I see. I thought a moment, watching Rowan play. He was happy here. Such a complete contrast to the nervous anxiety he'd started the trip with. The number 9, I said, this keeps coming up. The shamans outside Ubi also said Rowan would need a good ritual every year till he turns 9. You've talked about 9s too, 99 gods and all that. What is the significance of the number 9? Tulga translated. Gosta just smiled. Well, I went on, realizing I wasn't going to get an answer. Can you tell him that I have a relationship with the Bushmen in Africa? In fact, Rowan is named for a shaman, a healer there, that I'm very close to, named Beza. Rowan's middle name is Beza. Tulga translated. Gosta replied. He says that if you have this kind of contact, and if Rowan already has what he is calling it is a shaman father, then you must either take Rowan there to see him or bring the shaman to you. The only problem is that I'm banned in Botswana. Can you tell him I did some human rights work there for the Bushmen, helping them with a land claim, and now the government has banned me? Tulga translated, and then, when Gosta had given his answer, said, You'll find a way. It's very important. If Rowan has a shaman father already, then he must go to him. It will help a lot. Also, he says that the shamans here, they have heard about the Bushmen through some of the NGO workers that come through here, and also in their spirit journeys. They know the shamans in Africa are the most powerful. He paused while Gosta went on. He's asking how the shamans in Africa, the Bushman shamans, do their healings. Gosta listened, smoking his roll-up, as I told him stories about the Bushman trance healings I had seen. As far as I know, I told him, the healers there use an energy they call zoom, which I think is similar to what the Chinese call qi or qi. They've described it to me as a sexual energy, a life energy that resides at the base of the spine. With the right system of training, of exercises, a healer can bring this energy around into the stomach and make it boil. It's very painful. I've seen them bleed, collapse, great streams of mucus coming out of their mouth and nose. Then they go into a more blissful state, which they call nzaya, which means, I think, to see. What they see, then, is an interconnecting web connecting everything. Some of the strands have different colours. There are green ones, which you can take if you want to physically travel somewhere to heal someone far away. Then there are red ones, which have to do with black magic and have to be avoided. You can't get the Bushman healers to do black magic, though there are medicine men from other tribes down there who will. And finally, there are the white or sometimes silver lines, which come down from the sky. They call these the ropes to God. When they see them, they use a song that's been given to them while in a trance when they were young, to climb or swim or fly up these ropes. When they get to the top, they find a village where all the ancestors live. The biggest hut in the village is God's. God can appear as a person, or an animal, or something in between, or a light, or a fire, or a voice, whatever is relevant to that situation, I guess. The healer and God then sit down and bargain over the dilemma, the soul of the sick one, whatever. And then, when they're done, the healer goes back down the rope, back to the fire, and puts his hands on the people who need healing, pulling out the bad stuff and throwing it away. That's about as much as I can say. Tulga, manfully translating this esoteric diatribe, came to a halt too. Gosta nodded, spat, took a drag of his cigarette. Much the same here, he said. Take him to his shaman father in Africa. It'll come clear how to do that. Oh, and he can take that if he wants. Goster indicated the biscuit tin, which Rowan had evidently fallen in love with. He also gave me a small bundle of herbs wrapped in an old piece of plastic. Keep this with you, in something you wear a lot when you get home. Okay, I said, secreting it away with the little stones he'd given me earlier. Tulga, did you tell him about Justin seeing the white ibex on the way up here? Does he think that's significant at all? Tulga translated. Goster's face gave nothing away as he replied. That mountain, it's a sacred mountain. You can see anything there. Okay. And when we go back down on our way home, he says we mustn't camp at the foot of it like we did last time. You know where the spring was? Too much spirit activity again. We have to make sure we go on a mile or so. Okay, I guess you'll tell the old man that, Tulga? Tulga nodded as Goster spoke again. And now he says we should go, said Tulga, getting to his feet. He said there is also still a lot of spirit activity from last night here. We should move over to the other side of the pass as soon as we can. We must pack up. He'll come in a little while and wish us good-bye. All right. Please tell him thank you from us. Yes, agreed Kristin. Please tell him that. As we were halfway out of the door, Goster said something more. He says, Tulga looked nervous, he says that, yes, Rowan will be getting gradually less and less autistic till he's 9. After that, you, Rupert, will take over from Betsy as his main protector. What does that mean exactly? I interrupted. I don't quite know. I'm sorry. But he also says the bad behaviours, the stuff that drives you crazy, you know. Tulga reddened like a schoolboy. The toilet problems, the tantrums, those will stop now. Now? Yes. Now, like today now? Tulga relayed the question. Goster nodded. Now. From today, yes. Kristin and I looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Back at the camp, a little later, Rowan started to get upset because I wanted him to put on an extra coat. More rain clouds were coming in over the pass. I threw my bread at him in frustration. He stopped, the wine dying on his lips. I'm sorry, he said. I looked at him. He'd never said that to me before. As the guides began the long process of packing up the horses once more, Rowan took his dwindling supply of animals off to a cleared space a short distance above our camp. With the little wolf dog still hovering about the edges of the camp, I kept a weather eye on him while helping Kristin to pack up the tents and saddlebags for the guides to tie onto the horses. As always, it took a good hour before the loading was done to their satisfaction. A good thing, too, as any misplaced weight could send a horse tumbling down the cliffside on our way back down the pass. As the last ropes were being tied, the last boxes and bags lashed onto the still tethered horses, Tomu said, "Shaman!" And we looked over to see Goster, his niece, and her little child walking over the rough ground towards us, already on our side of the stream. The old man and the guide stoked up what was left of the fire and brought a kettle and tea, purposely packed on top of the outside box on the horse that carried the kitchen provisions. We all sat. Goster looked over to where Rowan lay playing with his animals and said, "That was my camp last year, where my teepee was." Interesting. Rowan seemed as comfortable there as he had in Goster's teepee, so much so that when, at Goster's request, I went to fetch him to say goodbye, he cried and struggled, shouting, "Mountain! Stay on the mountain!" Don't you want to go see the shaman? Say goodbye to the shaman? This seemed to get through. First say goodbye to the shaman, then come back and play on the mountain, I suggested. Yes, please, or no, thank you. Yes, please. Okay, come on, then, take my hand. So back down to the fire we went. I remembered that once
Track 36.
I'd wondered if Rowan would ever do something as simple as hold my hand while walking. We'd come a long way, all of us. Once at the fire, Rowan happily clambered into Goster's lap and let the shaman run his hands in a light feathery touch up and along his spine, from his pelvis to the crown of his head and back, all the while chatting casually with the old man, the guides, and Tulga. Watching his hands, I noticed that every time he completed a cycle of spine to crown and back, his fingers would make little flicking motions to the north and west, as if flicking something away. I'd seen the Bushman healers doing similar things when pulling sickness out of someone during the gentle final stages of a trance dance towards dawn, when the high drama was done and a peaceful feeling had settled around the fire. There was something of that same feeling now. The easy, relaxed chatter, Rowan happily eating a chocolate biscuit, Jeremy snapping Polaroids to pass around. When the time to take formal leave finally came, Rowan gave Goster a hug and didn't make so much as a squeak as the man and his family walked back to their side of the river. We mounted up. "Okay," I said. "Rowan, say goodbye to the reindeer people." "Bye to the reindeer people," he said without a qualm. "Trot," he ordered as Blue's hooves squelched through the peat and mud. "Trot." So we trotted, Kristen jogging along behind us on her chestnut gelding, the afternoon sun warm overhead. Upward, along the long miles until the gradient of the slope pitched sharply up towards the lip of the pass, where the wind blew hard and cold, and all Siberia stretched out below. "Snow! Get down and play in the snow!" Rowan eyed the frozen white strip up in the highest top. "Get down and play with the animals in the snow!" It was time to dismount and walk once around the Ovu to ask the Lord of the Mountain for protection on our way down the treacherous pass. "We'll go and play in the snow further down the mountain," I said, not really expecting him to take it in. "Come on, up on Daddy's shoulders. Let's lead Blue round the Ovu." "Okay, we'll play in the snow later on down the mountain." No tantrum, not even a whine. Down the steep side we went, down the earthen cliff with a treacherous narrow path. I led Rowan, thinking it safer than for both of us to sit on Blue's back as he negotiated the tricky path. "Daddy to get up," said Rowan. "It's safer if I lead you." "Here," I said, "why don't you hold the reins?" "Daddy to get up." "Just give it a try, just till we get down the really steep stuff." My heart was in my mouth. This was the most dangerous part of the mountain, not forgetting the river, of course, and the bogs. "Buster says, hold the reins." His temper, having risen, evaporated out of him like steam. "Yes," I said, bemused, pleased. "Buster holds the reins. He's a very good rider. Do it like Buster does." "Yes, that's right." Rowan was holding the reins, sitting upright in the saddle, not slouching or holding on, but riding. Dangerous as the trail was, I let go of the bridle and walked out in front. "You're riding, Rowan, just like Buster." "Look, love," I called over my shoulder to Kristen. "Look." We made camp in the same high meadow we had stopped in on our way up the mountain, before making our final assault on the pass, where Kristen had been kicked. She now sported a fine crescent-shaped bruise on her inner thigh as a mark of her heroism. A natural amphitheatre set between the rocks of the upper pass and the forest below, the little meadow was awash with flowers. Purple, orchid-like pedicularis, yellow cowslips, blue columbines carpeted the ground. Bees, drunk on nectar, buzzed unsteadily from bloom to bloom. We dismounted, our horses suddenly shattering the stillness with a series of whinnies and squeals as Michael's horse, riderless, came thundering down the mountainside behind us. Had he fallen off again? The horse, white as snow, came hurtling downhill so fast that when it put its foot into a ditch or gully hidden by bushes, it suddenly turned head over heels. It somehow righted itself and went galloping on down the mountain trail, past the meadow, with one of the younger guides in hot pursuit. I looked at Rowan, who was lying on a rock in the centre of the meadow, playing Lion King with his animals. He watched the drama with mild interest. No sign of any distress, even though the horses were screaming loud enough to start rocks tumbling down from the cliffs above. A short time later, Michael having come in on foot, with only his pride injured, we pitched the kitchen tent. Rowan appeared just as I was busy preparing his bacon. "Water?" he asked. "Daddy to give Rowan some water?" Just out of curiosity, to see what he'd do, I said, "Sure, you can have some water. The water bottle is in the side pocket of your bag, which is in our tent in the middle section, between the 2 sleeping compartments. Why don't you go get it?" A minute later, Rowan tapped me gently on the back as I squatted down to put his bacon in the dented frying pan. "Daddy to open it?" Damned if he hadn't gone and got it. That had been the most complex set of instructions I'd ever given him, and he just trotted off and done it. I unscrewed the bottle cap, looking at him carefully, wondering what other surprises might be in store. That night he went to bed without a murmur. Everyone was tired and turned in early, leaving only Tulga, Justin, me, the old man, and Michael to sit up under the bright moonlight. The meadow was drunk with it, and soon so were we. We'd kept a couple of bottles of vodka, and I'd gone to crack them open. I felt like celebrating. Something had lifted from Rowan. I could feel it. Something had changed up there on top of the mountain. I took another drink, toasted the moon, the mountain. Next to me, Michael yawned. "Well, I think I'll be turning in." He rubbed his thigh where a bruise was coming up. The old man looked at Michael rubbing his leg and laughed drunkenly, and slapped him hard on the back. "Yes, well," Michael got up, "I really think I'll be turning in now. Good night." He wandered off towards his tent. A moment later the old man got up and followed. Tulga, Justin, and I looked at each other in disbelief, then burst out laughing as a girlish shriek erupted in the night. "Guys, he's trying to wrestle me!" Michel's voice went up a notch from girl to choir boy. "Guys, I'm serious! Guys! "Thanks for not helping me," said Michael next morning. He was half joking. Either the old man hadn't been serious, or Michel's hasty retreat into his tent after the old man had grabbed him a wrestling hold in the dark had been taken as a no. Or perhaps the old man was just winding Michael up. Either way, our attention was elsewhere, for the time had come to take the reindeer medicine. The fee for the healing had not just included the purchase of a half-grown reindeer for meat. We were breakfasting on the delicious venison again, sitting round the fire in the morning sunlight. It had also included the recipe for a soup, a medicinal soup, that Gosta had told the old man how to make. So here we were, looking at the thing. It had been brewed inside the reindeer's stomach, or one of them anyway, and, said Tulga, translating for the old man as he held the stomach up between finger and thumb, was composed of a piece of every organ of the reindeer's body, and also a piece of, the nervous laugh again, faces. "You're kidding!" Kristen looked at the stomach, which was bulging ominously. "Shit soup?" We were all incredulous. Tulga gave his nervous laugh. The old man, still holding the steaming stomach up for view, smiled wryly at our evident squeamishness, and to the rest of the guides who had wandered over, attracted by the laughter. "It's no joke, then? That really is the medicine?" "Yes," Tulga laughed again, "it really is." "All right," I said, taking a breath. "In for a penny." Rowan has to drink this too? If possible. Kristen and I exchanged looks, then laughed outright. Maybe you could cook his bacon in it, suggested Justin, who had just joined us, having spent the morning collecting specimens of the incredible wild flowers that dotted the meadow. Dava, the old man's son, had been schooling him in their medicinal uses. The white, lily-looking one for coughs and chest complaints, the deep royal purple, orchid-looking one for menstrual cramps and constipation, and a selection of differing green herbs for bringing down fever. Genius, I said, going to fetch a pan. Still, I asked over my shoulder, think we should try to get even just one spoonful neat into him? Maybe it would be good to try, said Tulga. Kristen was sceptical. Good luck. So into the pan went 7 strips of bacon. We were running low again, but had just enough to see us through 3 or 4 more days. Soon it was sizzling away in a liquid soup of reindeer medicine, poured in by the old man. Okay, I cleared my throat. Who's going to try it first? Everyone looked at me. At Tulga's order, the old man poured some out into a spoon, brought from the kitchen tent for the purpose. I looked dubiously at the brown liquid, then took a deep breath, put it in my mouth, and swallowed. Yup, I said, trying not to gag. Totally disgusting. Better have another while I'm on a roll. I took 3 more. The liquid was lukewarm, rancid tasting. I choked the last one down. Who's next? Me, said Kristen. I gaped at her. She had been a vegetarian for more than 20 years. Now that's heroism, I said, meaning it, and nodded for the old man to pour some more of the noisome liquid into the spoon. She took 3 of them. Sure you're not going to divorce me? I asked as she swallowed the last one. Talk to my lawyer, she joked, as Michael stepped up to take his turn. In the end, we all took it. No one wanted to chicken out. And Rowan, quiet and happy on his rock, playing Lion King, chomped his medicine-infused bacon down. Still, it nagged at me. If this was truly medicine, maybe we should try and get at least 1 spoonful into him. Kristen was of like mind. So, quaking inwardly at the inevitable explosion, we filled up a spoon with 1 more squirt from the now almost empty stomach and crossed the meadow to his rock, me holding the brimming spoon at arm's length so as not to spill. He took 1 look, guessed what was coming, and erupted, screams ringing off the mountainside above. As we had become used to doing with regular medicines, I grabbed the arms to minimize the flailing, while Kristen tipped the spoon into his mouth. He gagged and spat most of it over his body, but some went down. We held him, crooning, while he thumped and kicked us, the pitch of his screams rising, and then quite suddenly stopping. The outburst had lasted a minute, tops, and Rowan was back to his game. As we walked back to the tents, leaving him be, Kristen asked, "Hasn't that been the first tantrum since yesterday morning, when he didn't want to put on his jacket? And even that one didn't really count." I had had the same thought. And even this last one was, to be fair, more protest than tantrum proper. It seemed hardly credible. Our lives were tantrum and the spaces in between. 24 hours without one, it was unheard of. Chapter 22. Miracle at the River, page 289. Further down the mountain, at the wide stretch of river where the snowbanks still clung to the shady side of the wide, wolf's willow-grown banks, Rowan asked to get down and play. We sat, letting the horses graze, as he and Tomu set up the few remaining toy animals on the white crystals, which in truth were more ice than snow. After a while I joined them, gathering snow into scrunchy little balls that I tried to throw, but that vaporized in the sunlight almost as soon as they left the hand. Not that it mattered to the boys, who knew an invitation to fight when they saw one. Both tackled me at once. I went down under them, tickling and pushing snow into their laughing faces, as Rowan thumped his head on my midriff, and Tomu, a good little wrestler in training, tried to lift my legs to prevent me from getting up. When we were done, and it was time to mount once more, we gathered up Rowan's toys. Simba, the Lion King toy, the most treasured one of all, was missing. Somewhere in our rough and tumble we must have kicked it off the snowbank and into the river. "It's gone," I said, bracing myself for the storm. "It's gone," said Rowan wistfully, "gone into the river." And with that, he trotted up to where one of the guides held Blue at the ready. Shaking my head, I followed, lifted my son on board, and swung up into the saddle behind. The mountain was so beautiful. Perhaps it had rained more on the days since our ascent, because the flowers were more intense than before. At Rowan's orders we trotted and cantered through great swathes of purple rosebay, the warm wind in our faces, while in a strange guttural voice Rowan recounted disconnected phrases about Buster, Lily, Blackie and Lily the baby elephant, and Asher the baby rhino at Whipsnade Wild Animal Park, sounding like a humorous version of The Exorcist, arms pumping the air as if he were a crazed football fan as the horse moved beneath us. There was an ecstasy in this. Rowan's happiness, the leggy rhythm of Blue's fast-moving trot, the colours, the wind. I even forgot about the cold sore that was my lip. We crossed and recrossed the fast-flowing river, the same golden eagle that had tracked us on the way up, now doing so again. Our party became strung out over some miles, the guides, slowed by leading the pack-horses, falling gradually behind, as we flew at a trot or canter across the great meadows and through the forest glades. We came under the shadow of the sacred mountain, the one where Justin had seen the white ibex, and which Gosta had told us not to camp on. On we went, up and over a low saddle, until at last we were looking down on the wide, wide valley of the river België once more, its great loops reflecting the mountains and sky, the grassy floodplain stretching lazily in the sunlight along the near shore, the forest, the great taiga, crowding close on the other like a dark green army of pine, fir, and aspen. The last long hillside between us and the river was covered with royal blue flowers of a type I had never seen before, spherical, like thistledown, but not like any thistledown I had ever seen. The petals, stirred by the warm south wind, lifted and rippled across the meadow. "It's like riding through fairyland," said Kristen, cantering level with me, dark and beautiful on her gelding. "Look at the clouds," said Rowan, pointing upward as we rode. "Look, just like a giraffe."
Track 37.
We drew rein at the river. The sun was hot now, so as the guides tethered the horses in the shade of the willows, we stripped down to underwear and splashed into the clear crystal water of the shallows. The water lapped off our backs, shoulders, washing away the tiredness and the dirt. The sand was soft and fine underfoot. Rowan waded in waist deep, letting the water play over his outstretched submerged fingers. I lay on the 2 or so feet of a sandbank, letting the water flow over me, dunking my head, watching the boys play. Rowan rose out of the water like a little river god, and began to run up and down on the sandbank, stretching his arms out. "Fly like a bird! Fly like an eagle!" All of a sudden he stopped, went up on tiptoes, and began to quiver. The Code Brown stance. I got up, ready to grab him and move him off into the willows so he could do it more privately. Then I changed my mind. "Come on, Rowan! I found myself shouting, "Come on! You can do it! You can! Just squat and let it go!" And there I squatted down in my sopping underwear, make-believe pooping. Rowan looked at me with that deer-in-the-headlights look I knew so well. "Rowan!" Tomo had come out of the water and was squatting down too. "Rowan, look!" "Come on, Rowan, you can do it." Michael and Jeremy were out of the water now, squatting down in their boxes too, shouting encouragement. A ludicrous sight. I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of 3 of the guides standing in the willows watching, scratching their heads. Rowan, confused, stood and quivered on his tiptoes, hands flapping autistically. "Come on, Rowan!" There was desperation now. "Come on!" I yelled, trying to temper my urgency with pretend humour. "Code Brown! Come on, you remember. Code Brown!" Rowan ran off. Away up the sandbank, overwhelmed, scared, confused, putting distance between us and him. My heart sank. Then he suddenly stopped, squatted, and let fly. "No way!" Jeremy's voice was loud on the water. "Good job!" I screamed over the 100 or so yards that separated us. "Oh, Rowan, good bloody job!" "Oh, my God," Kristen said. I was jumping up and down, whooping. "I can't believe it! It's like watching England win the World Cup!" Jeremy turned to me. "Well, Morphle, I guess you got your wish." We looked back again. Rowan moved to the water's edge, bent down, and splashed himself clean. By himself. His first intentional bowel movement, and then cleaning himself. Not 30 hours after old Goster had said it would happen. "Incredible," said Tulga quietly to himself. "I'm so proud of you," I roared across the distance, the words echoing slightly from the water. "Rowan! Yes, you! My son! I'm so proud!" That evening Rowan asked me to take him riding. So, still barefoot from the river, I resaddled Blue and climbed back on board, and together through the meadow of wild flowers we ran and ran, to the foot of the mountain and back again, over and over, laughing, laughing, as the evening turned to dusk. We made it to the river crossing in record time next morning, flying along at a gallop beside the broad brown water at Rowan's behest. Any vestiges of fear were totally gone as he laughed, shouting, "Run, run! Choo, choo!" Then doing his weird exorcist voice commentary on Buster, Lily, Blackie and Lily, the baby elephant, and Asher, the baby rhino. "I'm wild and crazy, and I just don't care," I joked, imitating his devil boy voice. "I'm wild and crazy, and I just don't care," growled Rowan in echo as we rounded the wide bend, Blue flying along underneath us, the ground a green blur, the sun warm on our faces, and my son laughing in the sunlight, even as we forded the White River, the horses floundering on the stones and dipping belly deep. It seemed nothing could shake his mood. Not even the unexpected 6-hour wait on the other side of the river. The night before, Tulga had had the bright idea of sending the old man's son, Daava, and the other youngest guide on ahead to find the vans and drivers where we had left them near Ulaanbaatar, and tell them to come to the river bank and meet us by another road. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Being fast riders, the youths could cover the distance much faster than we could. But When we got to the river, no vans awaited us. All through the humid afternoon we waited, while thunderstorms crashed and broke on the distant mountains, and the heat grew intense. We swam, staying out as far into midstream as we could, because the flies, thick around the forest margins, would not venture out over the water. Despite the disappointment, the wait, Rowan did not tantrum, did not even complain. As he and Tomu waded quietly in the rushing shallows, Rowan found an old section of fishing rod. Some tourist passing through must have dropped it. "What's that?" I asked him. "A fishing rod. Look, I'm a fisherman. I'm fishing." "That's right. Good language." Then he turned to me, pointed the rod, and said, "It's a magic wand. I'm a wizard." My jaw dropped. "Okay," I said, amazed, wondering how to get my head around this new son with his complex language, his ability to start being conversational, his emotional continence. "What are you going to turn me into?" I asked lamely. "An elephant." I gave a pretty poor imitation of a trumpeting pachyderm. Rowan waved the wand again. "What are you turning me into this time?" "A mouse." I crouched down in the water, and in a tiny, squeaky voice said, "Oh no, Mr. Elephant, you're too big. Please don't tread on me." Rowan's laughter pealed out above the babble of the water. He waved the wand again. "What am I now?" "A ring-tailed lemur." "Is Daddy really a ring-tailed lemur?" "No," said Rowan after a pause. "Daddy's a friend." "Oh, God, Rowan." I leaned down to hug him. "I love you so much." He leaned against my shoulders and whispered very softly, almost inaudibly, "I love you, Daddy." The sublime and the ridiculous always go together. When the drivers and vans finally turned up, it became clear that the two young guides, who still had not shown up, had only recently found them, having spent the whole night and most of the morning drinking at a gear compound somewhere close to Ulaanul, and that, in fact, we had been waiting for nothing. Tulga was furious, the old man embarrassed. However, the time had come to say good-bye, and Rowan, not to be denied now that his beloved leopard-skinned Pimpernel had suddenly reappeared, had already ensconced himself with his animals on the passenger seat. So we hugged the old man, without whom we'd never have made it up the mountain and back, and his two older, more responsible guides, while the old man vowed vengeance upon the younger guides and wished us luck. May the good changes in your son continue. And with that we were off, bumping and lurching once more inside the tumble-dryer ride, while Tomu and Rowan scrambled excitedly, playing at being monsters. "So, did the old man cop a feel?" I asked Michal flippantly, knowing he'd been anxious not to spend another night in camp with him. "Nah," Michal joked. "I guess he was fickle after all." We laughed. "He copped a feel on me," said Kristen matter-of-factly. "For real?" "I'm not kidding. I went to hug him good-bye, and he totally felt my breast." "Why didn't you say something?" We were leaving anyway. What was the point?" "Hey, Tulga!" Jeremy raised his voice over the roar of the engine to reach Tulga, where he sat in the front passenger seat. "Did you hear what the old man did to Kristen? Is that normal?" Tulga laughed his nervous laugh again. "No, not normal at all, no." I looked at her. "Do you want us to turn the van around and go make him apologize?" "No, it's just funny is all. We got up the mountain, guided by this wise old man, and then at the end he totally cops a feel. Kind of perfect, don't you think? Sublime with the ridiculous." "You're sure?" Hey, listen. He took us to see Ghoster. We've got a kid who's toilet-trained, or almost, who hasn't tantrumed in, what? A day and a half, said Justin from the back. The guides were commenting on it too back there. So if that's what it takes, I don't know, Kristin shrugged, looking out of the window at the forest, the meadows full of grazing yaks and sheep. Given what's happened, I kind of can't find it in me to get that upset about it, you know. 2 nights we camped on the road to Moron. 2 hot days of lurching, bumping travel over the high mountains, stopping to give thanks at the ovus. 2 days of heat, of cramped limbs, of bad jokes and worse smells, for none of us had washed in an age. Both nights on the road, when everyone had at last fallen asleep, I went and looked at the moon rising, big, almost full, over the mountains, and gave thanks, breathing in the herb-scented air, and praying for these amazing, amazing leaps forward Rowan had shown us to continue. Though neither Kristin nor I had uttered it aloud, there was still a fear lurking behind our wonder at what had happened since Ghoster had worked his magic, if that indeed was what it was. Both of us remembered that when Rowan had been exposed to the shamans at the gathering, he had also appeared to shoot forward, but then he had regressed. Would that happen again now? I tried not to attach myself, to prepare myself for a regression so as not to be crushed, heartbroken, when and if it happened. But who was I kidding? I was desperately attached. If he regressed now, after leaping forward what felt like 3 years in just 3 weeks, I'd be devastated. So I looked at the moon and the mountains and prayed. The second night on the road, we camped in the foothills just 3 hours or so from Moron, so as to have plenty of time to make the journey the next day. For then we'd fly to the Mongolian city, as Rowan called UB, for the last part of the journey before heading back to the west. A small wood of delicate young pines hugged the hilltop below which we had pitched the tents. Perhaps 1/2 a mile distant stood a pile of huge boulders rearing up on the crest of the hill. "Want to take a walk up there?" I asked Kristin on a whim. "What about Scubs?" "Let's see if he'll let Tulga and the others look after him." "Hey, Scubs!" I called. Rowan's head snapped round. "Mummy and I want to take a walk to those rocks up there." I pointed to where they crowded on the hilltop, 2 large hawks circling on the thermals above them. "Is that okay? You can stay here for a bit with Tulga and Tomu, okay?" "Okay," said Rowan. So up the hill we went. At the top we looked out over the endless rolling steppe. "So," said Kristin quietly, "do you think this really is it?" "I do. I think our lives are going to change now. I feel it. I really do." I looked across at her, tall, beautiful, impossibly elegant. Tears were welling in her eyes. Below us, the vast steppe rolled away to infinity, its grasses moving in the ever-blowing wind. That night, as Rowan slept, she came to find me in my side of the tent, climbed astride me, claimed me as her husband once more. Later, much later, the pain from my lip woke me. Lying there, in the darkness, Kristin breathing beside me, I suddenly heard Rowan's voice, high and clear. He must have noticed that Kristin was gone and was calling for her. But no, he was talking to himself. In his sleep? I could not tell. Instead, I lay there and listened, not getting every word. But he was telling a story, not about Mongolia or the shamans. One completely made up, involving Buster and Blackie and Lily and Lily and Usher, and someone new called Crazy Crocodile, who all went to Whipsnade Wild Animal Park, then went home and broke into the kitchen And Mummy said naughty, and they stole the biscuits, and then Mummy came in again and got very angry, and they all ran away. I drifted to sleep, lulled away from pain by the sound of my son's bedtime story. Next morning it rained hard. Justin offered Rowan his headphones as the van slushed through the rain and mud. To my surprise, Rowan, who usually could not tolerate anything on his head, took them and listened intently to the music on Justin's iPod. "Big business, monkey!" he suddenly shouted, in time with a song sung by a Texas eccentric called Daniel Johnson. "He runs his house like a Burger King manager." We drove through sheets of water, down tracks and turf roads indiscernible to any but the most trained eye, back to the main road to Moran. Rowan climbed into the front seat with Tomu and Tulga and tried to talk to the driver. "Hello, my name's Rowan. Shall we go to the Mongolian city?" "He doesn't speak English, Rowan," said Kristen from her seat next to me. So Rowan tried using sign language, the same signing that he had learned months before at Greenbrier. What connections were being made in his brain? Whatever they were, they kept happening. Once at Moran, back at the Ger camp on the edge of town, where Rowan had suffered the agonies of being denied the restless guinea pigs, he began to play chase with a whole group of children, running up and down playing tag, just like a normal child. Then, because I couldn't very well have Rowan squat down in the compound, I tried taking him to the toilet. He resisted, crying. Kristen came in to see how we were doing. Heart-sinking, I shook my head at her. "He's clammed right up again," I said dispiritedly. "Maybe I've tried too much too soon. I hope I haven't blown it." "Off! Get off! Get down! Off!" Rowan was chanting it like a mantra. Kristen knelt down. "Hey, Rowan," she said gently, "can you tell us why you don't want to go poopy on the potty? Go outside. Is it because you're mad, or is it because you're scared?" He looked up at her. Again it was like seeing a light bulb suddenly come on behind the eyes. "Scared." "Oh, don't be scared, Rowan." She knelt forward and hugged him, just as I was hugging him. The three of us linked, arms about each other, in a cramped toilet in a guest camp in the middle of Mongolia. That's when we heard the first plop. Kristen and I looked at each other. Oh, my God. Rowan, sitting there, looked as astonished as we did. "You're brilliant," I told him. "You're brilliant," he echoed back. I ran outside shouting, "Indoor poopy! We have indoor poopy!" It was like winning the lottery. Unable to contain my joy, I did a little jig, causing the daughter of one of the Ger camp women, who happened to be passing by, to cover her mouth and giggle. Rowan, Kristen had cleaned him up, came rushing by. Immediately the girls set off in laughing pursuit, Tomu appearing from around the corner to join them. Indoor poopy.
Track 38.
Rowan playing with the other kids just like a normal child. Truly our prayers had been answered. That evening we kept the beers coming from the Ger camp spa, watching as Rowan ran back and forth with Tomu and the children of the women who ran the place, joyful, happy, included. At last, in the dying light, the sky streaked with sunset, they came marching back from their game, 4 of them, all hand in hand, swinging their arms in unison, singing some song that only children, who know the common language of children, understand. There was a honking sound from the sky. I looked up. 7 cranes were flying over, heading west into the sun's last rays. The next day we had to hang around for hours waiting for the flight to take us back to UB. Still no tantrums. We killed time in what from a distance looked like a children's park, but we found the grass strewn with broken glass, the slides, climbing frames and swings barbed with sharp pieces of metal just waiting to skewer a kid. "Christ, they're like psychic black holes," said Justin, clicking away with his camera as we took turns sitting on the concrete animals that someone, some time back in the Soviet era, had thought fit to erect amid the broken bottles and stinging nettles. He was right. It was as if Mongolia's rural heart was instantly poisoned the moment it tried to be urban. Once we were at the airport, there were more delays, the kind of thing that a week back, would have sent Rowan into conniptions. Instead, he sat quietly, a different child. He even used the airport toilet for another indoor poop. Who was this boy? We flew over mountains, over the steppe, looking down at the vastness. When we touched down in Newby, Rowan wanted to be taken to the Natural History Museum immediately. But Tulga's wife, Nara, who was shocked to see how her husband's beard had grown out these past few weeks, had booked us into a gear camp way on the other side of the vast city, which looked shocking, so ugly, so raw, after our long sojourn in the vastness of the countryside. It began to rain, then to pour, as the driver took us there down roads that seemed to snake endlessly through dismal industrial suburbs. When we finally arrived at the camp, it was long after dark. Rowan was exhausted, hungry. He went straight to bed in the gear that had been allotted to us. Sitting up, listening to the rain on the roof of the gear, Kristen and I counted all the usual triggers to tantrum that Rowan had had that day and came up with 22. But he'd taken the bait of none. "So, what do you think?" asked Michael. "All these changes in Rowan? Do you think it's the shamans?" Kristen smiled. "I'm not even asking how things are working, or why they are working. I don't know if I believe in shamanism or not, or whether it's just a metaphor. But I do know Rowan is doing things he's never done before. Right now, that's enough for me." Chapter 23. 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Page 301. We woke to find ourselves in a slice of heaven, a mountainside leading down to the great Toul River, the same sacred river on whose banks we had conducted that first ritual with the 9 shamans. It seemed an age ago. Poplars, beeches and aspens clustered along the banks, grew on islands amid the flow. Sometimes the river banks ran softly down to the water's edge in great sweeps of pasture, grazed here and there by herds of horses. Elsewhere they reared up to great cliffsides, the ledges covered with little trees. Mountains towered behind. A gentle rain still fell, softening the light, bringing out the depth, the subtleties of the greens. A man rode up with a horse for me and Rowan. Interested to see whether Rowan would reject the horses again now that he knew he was on his way home, I asked him if he wanted to ride the animal, a cremello with pink nostrils and pink around its blue eyes. "Yes, let's go riding." So off we went with the horse herder, fording the river, following him towards the herd that grazed on the far bank. By signs, the man indicated that he wanted us to help him herd the mares and foals onto the side of the river we'd come from, and that my horse, a stallion, might get excited, so Rowan should share his saddle, not mine. So, in part to see what Rowan's reaction would be, I passed my son across to sit in front of the herder. No problem, no fuss. When we reached the herd, my stallion began to scream challenges at the alpha male in charge of the mares and foals. A couple of times it even rose up on its hind legs and kicked out with its forelegs. Rowan never batted an eyelash. We drove the herd back through the river, Rowan joining in as we shouted, "Choo, choo," and the herder galloped, wheeled, stopped, turned, the two stallions screaming all the while, and Rowan just plain loving it. I looked at him, excited, happy, living his adventure, and never wanted to leave. But there was one final piece of the journey left to complete. I had arranged weeks before to go to one of the places, Kushtai, where the original wild horses of Mongolia, known as the Takhins, or honoured ones, still grazed the steppe. Grandfathers of the domestic horses we'd ridden here, and indeed of domestic horses the world over. The Takhins are to the modern horse what, say, the timber wolf is to the dog. I wanted to take Rowan back to the source of horse, as it were, and give thanks to them in some way for all that horses had given us. A pilgrimage of sorts. So off we went in the van once more, back onto the awful roads that were not roads, west out of the great falling-down city, and onto the steppe once more for our final journey. It was strange to be back on the road once more, when it felt in many ways as though the journey were complete. "Do we really have to be doing this?" asked Kristin irritably, as we bumped and judded our way through another rainstorm westwards towards Hustai National Park, some 3 hours or so from UB. "I'm so exhausted. Couldn't we just chill out in UB for a little before going home?" She had a point. Perhaps this was overkill. Yet some nagging voice, the same voice that had pushed going to Lake Shaga, said that we ought to make this journey to the last wild horses, truly wild horses, that is, of Mongolia. "I'm sorry," I said, meaning it, for I was heartily sick of the van too. We all were. And this section of road was some of the worst we'd encountered. Moreover, the dynamic had changed subtly. Tulga, after spending so long out in the sticks with us, had to go to meet another group of travellers off a plane from the UK, so he had assigned a freelance guide, a woman called Daava, to look after us. She was perfectly pleasant, but the easy banter of the last few weeks was missing, as was Tomu, who had to stay home with his mother. We were just going to see the wild horses for one night, then back to UB. Then the day after that we'd be leaving for good. By the time we had gone an hour and a half or so, Kristin began to feel nauseated. Michal too. In fact, by hour 2, the same wave of sickness that had engulfed Michal on the way up to the reindeer people had overcome them both completely. Both lay there, heads lolling, as the van bumped over the endless, merciless ruts, making them feel worse with every mile. I was hating it too. Of all of us, only Rowan was happy, in his element, watching the landscape pass, enjoying the pitch and toss of the van's movement, the sense of forward motion, just as he always did. At last we turned south off the main road with its many scrapes and cuts desecrating the steppe, and into drier country. Sand hills, tall grass, no trees. Occasional gullies with scattered bushes growing thick where the water ran in times of rain. Horse country for sure. Soon after that we entered the national park. A small herd of non-Takhin horses milled about, grazing near the entrance as we drove through. "They don't stray into the reserve," said Daava. "The wild horses attack them. They know to stay outside." We parked in a small lot set among the tall grasses where various other tourist buses and vans had already parked before us, and were shown to a Ger camp, clustered around a 2-room log cabin cum tourist lodge. European, American, and Chinese tourists bustled about, busy with cameras, bags, each other. It was the first time we had really been around other travellers, other tourists, since arriving. The effect was unsettling. Not that there was much time to be freaked out. Kristin was wilting visibly, and Michal could barely walk. Both were ensconced in bed in our 2 allotted gers, more or less immediately, while Justin, Jeremy, and I held a powwow about how best to film. Rowan happy to have his own gear, played quietly on the carpet with his new plastic train set as we talked. On the way out of UB, we'd stopped at the city's old Soviet department store, an extraordinary place where you could buy everything from wolf skins to antique Buddhist reliquaries to perfume, toys and books, and bought him this train set as a reward for being so good. We chuckled as we walked out through the children's shoe section, where the leading kids' shoe brand was Stabyfoot. "It's a zoo train," Rowan said, laying out the animals at intervals along the track, "just like at Whipsnade." When the time came for us to go to the van and look for the wild horses, Kristen rallying and coming too, despite her nausea, he didn't want to leave the train set. Torn between not wanting to end his pleasure and that nagging gut feeling that somehow we had to offer some kind of prayer to the wild horses, the original horses, in person, I insisted. So it was that we had our first tantrum in 3 days, in a packed van, driving to try to find the wild horses. Wow! Dava, unused to this, as with the game guard the park had hired for us and the new driver, had to raise her voice above the screams. "You really let him do anything?" I almost hit her, for the fist had closed around my heart once more. Rowan was really going for it. A back-arching, full-on autism giraffe. Back to square one, eardrum splitting, just ain't gonna quit, shrieking, brain-shredding tantrum. Was this the beginning of a regression? I felt myself start to panic, fought the panic down. "Rowan," I said, thinking of Ghost, what he had said about the bad behaviours going away. "Rowan, the screams are ouchy on Daddy's ears. They make Daddy sad, but talking is nice." He turned his eyes on mine, and again I saw that light bulb come on somewhere behind the retinas. He understood. He understood, and he stopped. "Let's go see the wild horses," said Rowan, drying his eyes. "Then let's go back to the gear and play with the train set." "Okay," I said, "that's exactly what we'll do." As so often happens in wildlife reserves, we spotted our game by first spotting a group of vans parked by the side of the road. Their passengers, Westerners all, disgorged onto the step and looking off across a wide gully towards the long hillside. We pulled up, got out, and saw them. A herd of 9 stocky tan horses with stiff white manes, white noses, black stripes on their backs and on their legs, and muscled, compact bodies, completely unlike any domestic horse I had ever seen. They moved slowly down the gully towards us, grazing a little, herded from behind by a large stallion. 2 little foals skipped at their mothers' sides. The tourists, looking through binoculars, murmured their delight. "Look," said Rowan, "so cute!" And suddenly he was being a horse, galloping up and down the sloping grassland, neighing and whinnying, laughing and shouting to me to join in. "Daddy be a horse too!" So up and down we went, galloping together behind where the tourists had gathered. The wild horses, flicking their ears towards the noise we were making, began to approach at a faster walk. Dava and the other Mongolian guides, each tourist party had its own, told us to give ground. By law, 200 metres had to be maintained between humans and the wild horses. So back we went with the others, cantering and snorting like fools at a fair. "Rowan to ride Daddy!" So I took him on my back and galloped in circles. I was fitter now, much fitter than I'd been at the start of the trip. All the same, within a minute or two I was blown and let him down. Almost immediately a baby grouse came rocketing up from a tall grass clump in front of us, then landed on the ground again, being unable to fly far, and scurried off into a further clump. Rowan gave a happy halloo and began to chase it. Together we knelt down and peered into the grass. There it was, within reach, its dark eyes regarding us with animal caution, its soft, variegated feathers blending perfectly with its cover. I remembered the baby snipe that had appeared right in front of us when Blue had gone down underneath us in the bog, that first day of riding up to see the reindeer people. How chasing it immediately after our fall had saved Rowan from his fright. "Hold it!" said Rowan, reaching into the grass stalks. From behind him I restrained him. "The baby grass is scared, Rowan. If we grab it, we might hurt it. Let's just look at it, shall we?" Back went the head. Out came the train whistle's scream. A dozen tourist heads whipped around. "Baby grass! Baby grass!" His back was arching now, but I remembered what had just happened in the van on our way here. "Rowan," I leaned close to his ear, "do you want to shout and scream and see no baby grass? Or do you want to be nice and quiet so the baby grass can stay?" The screams cut off abruptly, replaced by sniffles. "Be nice and quiet so the baby grass can stay." So we stayed, crouching on our knees, peering at the wild bird, which stared back at us, while behind us the 9 wild horses grazed, drifting gradually closer, till Rowan finally decided he'd had enough and fetched his toy animals from the van. It seemed a good time for Kristen and I to say our final prayer. She was back in the van, however, holding her head as another wave of nausea washed over. "Do I have to?" she said wearily when I suggested it was time. "Are you feeling that bad? Should we go back to the Gare?" She sighed. "No, I guess I can do it. All right then, let's get it over with." "Wow, that's pretty negative." "Yeah? Well, this whole thing is your idea anyway, so deal with it." "Okay," I said, biting down the urge to hit back. Now was clearly not the time to fight. So, standing together on the step, hand in hand, if not heart to heart, we faced the wild herd and stood, eyes shut, conjuring our internal prayers. I tried to push my irritation from my mind and concentrate. Thank you, lords of the mountains, lords of the land, for healing my son. He's so much better I can't believe it. Thank you. I know I shouldn't be attached to its continuing. I know that's always a mistake, but I can't help it. Please let him go on getting better like this. You've given us so much. Please keep the healing going. Wild horses, if there's anything you can give him, care to give him, on top of what he's had already, then please do. I don't know what I can offer in return. I know it's maybe wrong to want more. But if there's anything more you see fit to give him, then please do. He deserves it. I love him, and thank you for everything." I let Kristen's hand slip from mine, put my hands together, and, feeling a little self-conscious, bowed 3 times towards the horses.
Track 39.
Kristen, her own silent prayer done, did likewise, and went back to the van, waves of irritation still coming from her. I felt a great answering anger surge up inside me. We'd fight later, I knew, and fight hard. But why now? In such a sublime moment? Why? Rowan saved me from picking the fight there and then by appearing suddenly at my side and demanding, "Rowan to ride Daddy the horse." So we did. Up and down, his delighted laughter ringing off the step. The horses were clearly intrigued by this odd human behaviour. Presumably most humans they encountered simply stood silently and stared at them through binoculars. They raised their heads, pricked their ears, and gradually approached closer. Cameras clicked and whirred, some of them using flash in the now rapidly dying light. We were down to the last minutes of daylight. Dava came up. "It's time to go. It's forbidden to be out in the reserve after dark." "Okay," I said, putting Rowan down. "Okay, Rowan, shall we go back to the gear?" "I'm gonna get you," he shouted instead, and went off at a run, shooting a "chase me" look over his shoulders. So I chased him, making monster noises, trying to herd him back to the van. That's when I heard the man saying in a thick German accent, excuse me. Yes, I want to talk with you." I turned. A tall man, about my own age, was approaching from one of the tourist vans that had not yet left. I grabbed Rowan, put him on my shoulders. "Sure," I said, "what is it?" Though I knew full well what was coming. "I want to ask you why you are letting this child behave like this," he said, his accent stiff and stilted. "We are in a place for the nature, not a playground for the children. We have come here for the quiet and the peace, not to listen to kids yelling. Why do you let him do this?" I looked at the man, biting down the urge to tell him where to get off. He had a point, after all. Not that Rowan had been that bad. We'd kept our distance from the other tourists as best we could. If anything, the wild horses had come closer because of his antics. All the same, I could understand the man's annoyance. Perhaps it would be better to try to explain. "Are you familiar with the term autism?" I asked. "I'm guessing you're German, right? I don't know if you use the same word there or something else. It's a condition of the mind, the brain, where—" Light dawned on the man's face. For a moment I saw compassion there, embarrassment even. But only for a moment. He had a point, and he was going to stick to it. "That makes no difference," he said, fanning his anger like a little flame. "A child like this should not be here, among normal people who have come to the nature for the peace and quiet." "Is that so?" I was angry now. "You don't think autistic kids should be allowed to come to national parks? You don't think they should experience the nature too?" "I didn't say that. Yes, they should come, only not when others are here trying to enjoy—" "The peace and quiet?" "Yes." "Tell me," I asked, "what do you do?" At this the man took on a superior look. "I am a psychologist." This floored me. "What kind?" "Diagnostic." Anger gave way to bewilderment. "So," I said, indicating Rowan sitting quietly on my shoulders with a tilt of my chin, "didn't you diagnose him as autistic when you saw him?" "No, he's not like an autistic child at all." "Oh, and how would you expect an autistic child to behave?" "I'd expect him to be frightened, timid, quiet, frightened of the animals." "Really? Have you been around many autistic kids?" The man's anger returned. "That is not the point. The point is you should not bring him here. Not for so long." I sensed movement to our right. Justin was filming. The German psychologist looked rattled. "So, how long, as a psychologist, a professional, would you say that a child like this should be allowed to be here for?" "Oh, now you are going to twist my words. You are making a film. I know about this. You can edit things to make me say anything. I'm not going to play your game." "No, really, I'm interested. In your professional opinion, how long should a kid like this one be allowed to come to a place like this on a day when there are normal people here?" "I am not going to play this game." "Come on. You're the one who said he was here for too long. So what would be the correct length of time? An hour? 2 hours? 20 minutes? 5? The man looked down his nose at me and said with a mock smile, "Well, then, if you force me to come up with your number, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Then he turned on his heel and was gone. The trouble was, I thought, watching him go back to his group, he meant it. He'd had a point, but his desire to stick to that point at all costs had completely blinded him to any compassion. What a short jump it was from there to deciding that loud, problematic children should not be anywhere that adults might find them troublesome. From there it was a short jump to sticking them in special schools and then special institutions when they grew bigger. No integration, no community. We drove back through the dark towards the Gare camp, me seething with anger. At the bastard psychologist, at my wife, at myself. For what, exactly? For once more being the person who had the embarrassing child in public? After all Rowan's breakthroughs, it seemed unworthy. It was like bile coming up from the stomach. I felt ashamed. 2 more wild horses loomed up out of the dark, a pair of bachelor males, not yet having won their own harem of mares, sticking together out there on the wolf-hunted nighttime steppe. "So cute," said Rowan, watching them cross the road. "The wild horses are so very cute." For our last night in Mongolia, instead of a hotel in the middle of the polluted city or another Gare camp far out on the edge of town, Nara had booked us into a private residence for expats under the sacred Bogd Khan mountain, not far from where Rowan had had his first healing. It was a strange meeting of worlds, this place, modern built like a big hotel, but full of separate apartments. And kids, wealthy children, children of diplomats and executives of multinationals, American, Chinese, European, all wandering around in a big pack, riding bicycles, playing basketball, playing on the climbing frame and swings, under the watchful eyes of their Mongolian nannies. Rowan went straight to them. Within an hour he had them all charmed. The older boys began trying to teach him basketball, holding him up so he could dunk the ball in the basket. When Tomu arrived, some time after we'd settled in, the 2 of them went running about amid the pack like regular kids. I kept a watchful eye all the same, alert for any sign of teasing, bullying, or rejection when they realized that Rowan was not quite as normal as all that. The moment never came. Kristen had taken to her bed after grumpily asking to be left alone. "I don't know why I'm being like this," she admitted in a moment of clarity. "It's not just the nausea. It's like some black negative energy's got hold of me. I don't know why. I know I'm being negative. Everything has gone so wonderfully. It's like I can't help it, like sinking into black goo. I know it's not fair I'm taking it out on you. I know you're having to watch Rowan. I just can't fight it right now. I'm sorry." So I left her and, the other kids having gone off to their apartments, took Rowan walking on the mountain. There was an ovu up there on a bluff looking down on the apartment building and the great, strange, ugly city beyond. Behind us, dry hillside led up to wild pine forests. Horses were grazing on the mountain. Caught between worlds, we watched the sun go down over mountains, trees, high rises, smokestacks. "We're going back to London tomorrow," I told Rowan, though he knew it well enough. "Did you like Mongolia?" "Yes." "Did you like the shamans?" "Yes." "Do you want to go home?" Yes, I do." And so to bed, to sleep briefly but soundly before Nara, Dava and Tomu came back just before dawn to take us to the airport. As we stood in the queue for check-in, Rowan and Tomu perched together on the luggage cart like 2 brothers. When it was time to go, They embraced, and then, with the feral, almost animal way children have of just accepting things, they let each other go. As the plane lifted over the mountains, the sheer vast emptiness of this land that had given us so much, Rowan turned to me and smiled. "A brave little sausage," he said, his voice muffled by my jacket. I caught Kristen's eye. She was back from the dark place. We reached out for each other's hands as the plane banked, climbed, and pointed its nose to the west. Home. Epilogue, page 312. When we got back to London en route for Texas, Rowan began to slip almost immediately into his obsessive behaviours. Several big tantrums followed. On the third day in the city, waiting for the plane that would take us to Austin, while we were walking up the busy main road close to my parents' house, Rowan began to stim, flapping his arms and babbling, regressing. As I stood there on the street, watching him flap and shake his head as the traffic thundered past, I felt my heart would break. That evening, Kristen and I took Rowan on the train from my parents' house up to Hampstead Heath, that wonderful wilderness in the middle of North London. Once the haunt of highwaymen and harlots, shepherds and deer, it is now a large piece of protected countryside, still magically wild. Perhaps, I thought, clutching at straws, if I got him back into nature, the regression might stop. I prayed hard, watching him look out of the window of the train at the passing London rooftops, prayed that all he had accomplished would not be for nothing. Under the great spreading oaks, I watched Rowan trot ahead of me, chasing the handsome black and white magpies that hopped along the path before him, giggling when a grey squirrel darted up a tree to chatter at him from a branch. Suddenly my son came running back to me, the old devil grin on his face. "Time for a tickle!" Relieved that he was speaking lucidly again, I asked, "A tiny little mouse tickle, or—" "A great big elephant, buffalo, rhino, blue whale tickle," he interrupted, and with a great roar of laughter he ran head first into my stomach, squealing with frenzied delight as I tickled his ribs, tousled his hair, and did my best to keep my fear at bay, not make it his problem. We walked long into the evening, looking at birds, watching the sun set over the great London basin. Here in nature he was calm once more. But for how long, I wondered. How long? For good, it turned out. That last episode of tantruming and stimming in London, a week after coming down the mountain from Ghoster's summer camp, was the last truly dysfunctional behaviour we ever saw. Rowan's toilet training continued unabated. For a while we had to keep a watch on him in order to avoid accidents. Then even the accidents stopped. By the time we got back to the United States, my son was starting to take himself to the loo. Soon after that, neither Kristen nor I was even involved any more. And the tantrums, the hyperactivity and anxiety, those ever-present demons that had squatted like gargoyles on Rowan's shoulders for the past 3 years, had left him completely by the time we'd been back in Texas a month. We had returned home with a completely different child. Just before we left England for home, Kristen and I travelled up to Cambridge to interview Dr. Simon Byron-Cohen, probably England's leading autism expert. I didn't agree with all his theories. For example, he felt that the current pandemic of autism was a result of increased diagnosis, not of environmental pollution, as many other scientists think. Kristen, donning her psychology professor's hat, pointed out that if increased diagnosis were in fact the cause, then surely one would see a decrease in diagnosis of other types of mental conditions that might previously not have been considered autistic. They agreed to differ. But one thing that Dr. Byron-Cohen said did resonate. Perhaps in the future, he said, it is going to be increasingly controversial whether autism is something that needs to be cured or not. Perhaps it is more a personality type. When Rowan got back, his academic status was reassessed. At age 5, he was reading at a 7-year-old's level. 3 months later, he had reached an 8-year-old's level and started reading himself to sleep at night. I had also worried whether Rowan's connection with Tomu might have been a one-off. But within a week of our returning to the States, a friend brought her young stepson, Gavin, to ride with us. Rowan and Gavin became fast friends immediately. A few weeks later, half the neighbourhood kids were turning up for riding playdates. By Rowan's 6th birthday, a few short months after returning from Mongolia, he had so many friends that we had to throw a proper party, his first ever birthday party, for a whole gaggle of kids, all of whom counted themselves as his friends, and only one of whom was also on the autism spectrum. Rowan's social life was now like that of any other child. Then there was the riding. A fear had long been lurking in the back of my mind, that our few short years of riding together on Betsy would end up being a kind of golden time that would be over when Rowan got too big to share a saddle comfortably with me, which was more or less around his 6th birthday. When we first got home, Betsy greeted Rowan with the same spontaneous obeisance that she always did, and as before we rode together through the fields, pastures, and wild pecan groves around our home. Some weeks after our return, however, I started making a point of no longer getting back onto Betsy after climbing off to open the gate before the final quarter-mile back to the barn. Instead, I walked alongside them, not holding the reins, motioning to Betsy with subtle flickers of my finger to tell her that she should walk alongside me with Rowan perched on top. Rowan wasn't happy about it at first. "Daddy, to get up," he kept insisting. I made a joke out of it, pretending not to hear, saying, "What? What?" in my mad old English colonel voice, and tickling him where he sat in the saddle, making him giggle as Betsy plodded patiently along, flicking her ears back and forth between my son and me. When we got back to the barn, I suddenly stopped and said, "Pull the reins and say, 'Whoa!'" Startled, Rowan did it. "Whoa!" he said. Betsy stopped dead. The next day we repeated the exercise, but at the end I ducked to the left and said, "Pull the reins to Daddy." Rowan looked confused. "Pull your hand towards Daddy," I said instead. He did. Betsy turned towards me, quiet as a lamb.
Track 40.
Next day we repeated both exercises again, but this time added a turn to the other side. And so we built it, with no more than 5 minutes or so of alone time for Rowan in the saddle each day, so as not to make it a chore for him. By the end of a month he was stopping and turning Betsy with confidence, while I moved even further and further away. When one day she tried to put her head down to graze, I called out, "Pull the reins up and kick her on." He did. She obeyed. I turned to see Uncle Terry walking up. "Rowan just rode by himself." "Rowan," said Uncle Terry, grinning, "now you're never going to give that poor Betsy any peace, are you?" Later that evening I told Stafford what had happened over a celebratory beer. "Rupert," he said, clinking my bottle, "I believe that soon you ain't going to have nothing more to complain about." I looked at this kind man, my neighbour, my friend. Had he not allowed us access to his horse, his land, my son would never have come this far. Around this time I bought another horse, a Texas quarter horse called Clue, who had a penchant for jumping. I bought him partly to take some of the pressure off Betsy. He was also known to be good with kids, and partly to reclaim my own riding career, to have a horse I could jump once more. I wanted to set off by myself, when time allowed, and take the country as it came, without an autism or child agenda. At first, when I offered, Rowan did not want to ride Clue, being loyal to Betsy. But after a week or two he was riding the new horse too, each day a little more, while I, or Christian and I, out for a family walk while our son rode, sauntered alongside. As for me, freed now from riding only as part of Rowan's therapy, I discovered a whole new direction with horses. I found a trainer who specialized in high school dressage, the most complex form of equestrianism, where you train the horse quite literally to dance underneath you. I'd always hankered to try this most esoteric of riding disciplines, but had also always thought, somewhere in the back of my mind, that I wasn't quite good enough. Perhaps Mongolia had given me a little more faith in myself. Whatever the reason, I put my insecurities aside, started training, and found, to my delight, that not only could I do this most difficult style of riding as an art form, I could even do it well enough to compete. By immersing myself in this deeper, more connected form of riding, I began to discover my own inner horseboy. By New Year's Day, Rowan was riding by himself for up to 2 hours at a time, stopping and turning the horses when I did the gates, kicking them on when they tried to stop and graze, even piloting them around twisting courses of traffic cones I put up for him in the field, riding as the nomads had said he would. Kristen and I were able to reclaim our romantic life. With the arrival of playdates in Rowan's life came the arrival of babysitters in ours, which enabled us to take evenings out together on actual dates. The revelation of finding myself sitting across a restaurant table from my beautiful wife again, looking into her dark brown eyes, so dark as to be almost black, with those little lights dancing in their centre, was just that, a revelation. It had been so long. "You know, Roo," she said over dinner, both of us marvelling at the newness of it all, "that black mood I got into when we came back down from the reindeer people, when I got so irritable and sick and depressed. I don't know. We went to the shaman and asked for healing, and I think I got some myself. It was as if all this old negativity, years of it, was seeping out of me. Part of that was about destroying, clearing away old stuff. Now I feel like there's this new creative energy rising up in me." That same month she began writing a book on her self-compassion work, and a few months after that she found an agent and a publisher. Never have I seen her so fulfilled. As for us, we are still a work in progress, as all couples are. Rowan's recovery has given us the room to look for the next place to go together. No longer do we have to think 100% about Rowan and his autism. We have time to think about us, one of the gifts of Rowan's recovery. Is recovery too strong a word? Perhaps healing is better. Healing rather than cure. Rowan is still autistic. His essence, his merely talents, are all tied up with it. He has been healed of the terrible dysfunctions that afflicted him, his physical and emotional incontinence, his neurological firestorms, his anxiety and hyperactivity. But he's not been cured, nor would I want him to be. To cure him, in terms of trying to tear the autism out, now seems to me completely wrong. Why can't he swim between the worlds with a foot in both, as many neurotypical people do? Think of immigrants to the United States, living with one foot in their home language and culture, the other in the West, walking in two worlds. It is a rich place to be. Can Rowan keep learning the skills necessary to swim in our world while retaining the magic of his own? It seems a tangible dream. Upon our return from Mongolia, I managed to raise money to buy land to start an equestrian program for PDD kids. 15 acres of gorgeous land, shaded by big pecan, elm and mulberry trees that catches the breeze even on the hottest of Texas days. An old, falling-down farmhouse sits on it. It is a place where children can play and ride and learn and be happy. Perhaps, appropriately, the road it sits on is called New Trails. As I sit here writing on my back porch, the bright red cardinals singing around me, the Texas spring rain spattering on the tin roof, the woods bursting into new green leaf, a construction crew is remodelling the old farmhouse, putting the final touches together. The horses and other animals are being bought, and staff is being hired. Part of the proceeds from your purchase of this book will enable us to offer scholarships to families who cannot afford equine therapy. At the same time, I am sending emails and fielding phone calls to and from Africa. As I write, I am making arrangements to take Rowan to the Kalahari this summer, just as Gosta told us to do. I'm still banned from Botswana, so Beza, Rowan's shaman father, is going to travel out of Botswana for the first time and meet us in neighbouring Namibia to see little Beza. What will happen there? What other healings will occur? Rowan himself has just appeared at the door of the screened porch where I sit writing. He wants to see his friends, Adelina, Gavin, Honor, Ariella, Annie and Bessie, none of them PDD, by the way, whom we usually see on Tuesday afternoons for a riding playdate with Betsy, Clue, Taz, and an old black horse named Chango. We've had to cancel because of the rain, I just told him, but we'll see them in a few days. I want to see them now. Rowan, I make a silly face, do you want to whine and... I rack my brains for something funny rather than simply punitive, and have to sit upside down in a tub of lard for 36 years with someone you don't like very much? This gets a giggle. Or, he prompts me, knowing the game, or do you want to be nice and quiet, see your friends next time and then go ride bicycles on the moon? This gets a peal of laughter. Rowan rushes off to make a zoo train. But a few minutes later he's back. Hey, Daddy! I look up. He's peeping round the door, that devil boy grin on his face. Let's go ride bicycles on the moon. We went riding that same April night. Me walking, Rowan riding, sitting up straight on Betsy's broad brown back. I followed behind, barely keeping up. Hey, Rowan, I said, pull the reins and make Betsy stop while I do the gate. He did. Betsy stopped. Now pull the reins to Daddy so she turns. He did, and rode her over to stand behind me while I bent down to refasten the chain. Now ride her home. Say, come on, Betsy, and give her a kick. Come on, Betsy, said Rowan, clapping heels to her sides. She took off at a gentle jog trot back towards the barn, my son sitting up in balance, riding away from me, free. Acknowledgements. Page 320. It all began one summer afternoon at my friend Ginny's cabin in the Colorado Rockies. What do you really want to do? She asked as we looked up at the moving clouds from where we lay on a wooden dock above a mountain pond whose black waters, strangely, held dozens of axolotls drifting close to the surface. Axolotls are one of the wonders of nature, the embryonic form of salamanders, which never achieve full salamanderdom, but instead mutate, no one knows why, into an adult form of embryo, retaining their feathery gills, growing up to a foot long, and achieving sexual maturity in this, their supposedly embryonic form, thus able to reproduce their own strange kind. As far as I know, they are found only in the Americas. I read once that the Aztecs considered them to signify transition, the death of old selves, the beginning of new. I had never seen one in the wild before, nor had my friend Ginny, even though this was her pond. And now, suddenly, there were dozens of the things, all floating, silent and still, just below the surface. Why? Something to do with climate or the change of the season? Something to do with their strange reproductive cycle? Ginny and I were both a little freaked out, but also honoured, as you always are when you find yourself a sudden witness to one of nature's secrets. "So what do you want to do?" Ginny repeated as we lay there looking upward, away from the black water and its strange denizens. I replied that I wanted to write this story. And in the single most supremely generous act anyone has ever made to me, Ginny made me a gift that allowed me to put aside the incessant scramble for freelance work and to concentrate on this, the work in hand. Words cannot express my gratitude. Stafford O'Neill, Betsy's owner, a gentleman in every sense of the word. You didn't have to let me bring my son onto your property day after day, week after week, year after year. You didn't have to put up with my constant invasions of your privacy, the risks of litigation which we all know accompany the permission to ride a horse on one's land. You didn't have to generously offer up your land, your horse, your heart. But you did. Few men are cut from your cloth. It's an honour to be your friend and neighbour, and my debt to you is incalculable. And to Daphne Ann, your wife, endlessly welcoming, and Uncle Terry, endlessly kind. I'm also grateful for your lethal Mustang grape wine and your bon mots of philosophy. I'd rather be stupid than rude, should be the mantra by which we all live. The other landowners who let us range across their broad Texas acres, the Arbuckle brothers, Mr. Powell of Powell Lane, Keith and Sarah McNeil, the Martin family. The wild pecan groves, cattle pastures and woods of your land provided the backdrop against which my son learned how to communicate with the world around him. It is hugely misleading that most books carry only the name of the author on their spines. In reality, all books are collaborations. In this case, everyone involved brought creative talent to bear in the most effective way possible. Elizabeth Scheinkman, my agent. You are the master alchemist. Judith Klein at Little, Brown. Finally, I know what it is to work hand in hand with an editor of vast, rare talent. You make it seem deceptively easy, and you make the creative process breathless, dynamic, fun. I didn't know you were allowed to have fun when editing a book. My wife, Kristen, who doesn't let me send anything to the editors before it has ceased to activate her irritometer. When there are no more sighs from the sofa where she's reading, I know the kinks are ironed out. Seriously, darling, you're a superb editor, and you and I both know I couldn't do it without you. Felicity Blunt, thank you for always having my back. Betsy Robbins, my foreign rights agent, is another worker of magic. Everyone at Curtis Brown, my agency, thank you for bringing your considerable talent and dedication to this project. I'm lucky to have you. Similarly, Elio Gordon at Viking Penguin in the UK and Michael Hayward at Text in Australia. Thank you for helping to shape the book into its final form. Jamie Bing at Canongate, again thanks for your unselfish support. Tulga, you held our hands across the steppe and up into Siberia. You kept us alive. You found the shamans. You took us to Gosta. I owe you a lot. Nara, if you had not decided to send your son with us on the trip, Rowan would not have made his first friend. Tomu, for being Rowan's first friend, there are no words to express how grateful to you I am. To Gosta, 30 hours after I brought my son to you, he became physically continent, emotionally continent. To the 9 shamans of the Bogd Khan, my son made his first friend in the middle of your ceremony. It took huge courage to keep your traditions alive under the iron fist of the Soviets, when even possessing a shaman's drum was cause for arrest. Had you not possessed that courage, I could never have brought my son to you. Lords of the mountains, lords of the rivers, I salute you and offer my thanks. And Betsy? How do I thank Betsy? Suffice to say that I have never been as indebted to another living being as I am to you. Perhaps in another life it'll be my turn to carry you. It would only be fitting. For more information about equine therapy centres, please visit the following websites: www.narha.org, www.horseboyfoundation.org. That's www.horseboyfoundation.org. This is the end of the recording of The Horseboy, A Father's Miraculous Journey to Heal His Son, by Rupert Isaacson, read by Frank Collier. If you have enjoyed this book, perhaps you would like to listen to the following: B3473, Riddle Child, by Annelie Buertes; G2104, A Friend Like Henry, by Nuala Gardner; E607, Kaleidoscope, by Barbara Erasmus. It has been a pleasure for Tape Aids for the Blind to be associated with this production.